Chapter 1001 The new first-generation overlord of the beverage industry. But when I think about Li Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Ha! Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiaofeng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiaofeng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiaofeng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiaofeng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiaofeng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiaofeng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flour traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the APA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the 2 largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. www.mtnovel.com. He doesn't have to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these 2 companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the 2 ports of Apaltado and Jurido, together with the 2 oceans, This time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1002. Can this be played? How fierce is the domestic beverage market competition? Not to mention there are giants like Nestle and Danone. In the domestic market, traditional beverage giants such as Coca-Cola and Pepsi are still lying. In recent years, a few of the new domestic beverage companies that have just sprung up have not been suppressed by them. Stronger ones, such as some common New Year's greeting drinks such as Lulu, can barely support. But almost, even if they weren't acquired by them, they would still be beaten by others, such as Huiyuan. So Xiao Feng knew that once he launched the product directly, he would enter the beverage market. It is bound to face encirclement and suppression by several giants. And not to mention them, they are companies like Master Kong, and which ones seem to be related to them. Moreover, Xiao Feng didn't plan to take the low-end route from the beginning. He never planned to make a $3 bottle of industrial essence with water. From the very beginning, Xiao Feng planned to make pure fruit juice drinks. Even if they do not make 100% juice, his juice drinks are not allowed to be blended with industrial flavors. As a result, the cost is higher, and the price is naturally higher. And this kind of pricing, if you want to be accepted by the market at the beginning, then you have to show your B status. But what can you do to make your drink look B-shaped? In Xiao Feng's impression, he switched from physical stores to such large-scale industrialized beverages. All B-no boxes are relatively high. Just like Starbucks coffee, even if it is a bottle bought in a supermarket, a bottle costs more than a dozen yuan. It is precisely because of Starbucks practices that people generally believe the quality of fast-moving goods launched in physical stores is higher than that of the B products produced in industrialized batches. The price is slightly higher, and everyone can accept it. And wait until it gains a foothold in the physical store field and enters the bottled beverage field. That will definitely get twice the result with half the effort, because it has a foundation in physical stores. Even after entering the bottled beverage field, faced with the encirclement and suppression of those international giants, he can also stand it and stand it. This is why Xiao Feng intends to go to the physical store first, because he has established a reputation in this field. That is equivalent to making a name in the field of fast-moving consumer goods. Consumers' recognition of you is equivalent to blessing your health bar. You have the capital to go head-to-head with those international giants, and this is the correct way to open the beverage market that Xiao Feng is looking for. Xiao Feng and Evans had been talking for so long in the office, and no one knew what they were talking about. But in the afternoon, there was news from the secretary of the president's office. Said Evans and the new investor had a fierce quarrel in the office. But no matter what the noise is, they have no idea. I only heard the vague voice of Liar shouting inside. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, several senior executives of the company were notified that today's meeting was cancelled. Some smart people have noticed that there may be something wrong with it, especially those who know the truth about Evans Juicer. Sure enough, until the evening, Evans received a few emails. They were actually resignation reports sent by some of the campaign's executives. It seems that everyone thinks that Xiao Feng has seen through the campaign's truth. There is no need to continue wasting time here, And if you wait until the scandal breaks out, I was thinking about leaving until then. That's it. Everyone's resume will leave the Juice King employed. This obvious stain, this can't be wiped off. If future employers know that everyone has worked in a company like Juice King that deceives consumers, would you say he will hire you? Therefore, many smart people took the initiative to resign in the evening. These people are actually the kind of exquisite egoists in the legend. You said that they have been working with Evans for more than half a year. Don't they know what's going on in the company? Even if they don't know the technology, don't they know the virtue of Evans Juicer? There are more than a dozen juicers in the company's coffee shop. They use this juicer every day to squeeze juice and drink. Are they really not sure about the scam of the juicer? What's more, the R&D department in the company takes the most money, but in fact, the R&D department except Evans. There are only a dozen soldiers. How does this look like a normal R&D department? Not to mention smart people. Even if they are of average intelligence, they have access to the company's secrets. I'm afraid we can detect the abnormality of this company a long time ago. But why no one took the initiative to raise questions, and why not resign earlier? That's because everyone has seen Evans' ability to flicker before. It can bluff Oprah and Mr. Damon, and it can also fool the flagship capital to raise $120 million in angel financing. Brothers, the angel wheel alone has brought so much money. After that, how many rounds A, B, and C D can be melted? And what if this company can really be listed on the market by this Evans? At that time, everyone will be the founding fathers, and everyone can become millionaires if they share some shares. At that time, he bought the shares in his hand. Isn't it good for him to leave? But it doesn't work anymore. It seems that the company's bubble was discovered by a new investor and pierced. The Lord, who the investor doesn't want to mess with, has been in Evans' office and has been chatting with him all afternoon. Obviously, it is impossible for the two parties to reach a compromise. Waiting at this time will be a fool. If someone leaks information about the company's fraud tomorrow, it will be over. As the saying goes, gentlemen don't stand under a dangerous wall, so everyone should withdraw quickly. So it was only at 6 o'clock in the evening, and Evans' computer kept beeping. I received more than a dozen emails in one go, and the contents were all surprisingly consistent. It's all the company's senior officials who know the truth, asking for resignation emails. And the most powerful person in it is actually the company's CEO, Jeffrey, the former CEO of Coca-Cola. At this time, seeing these resignation letters, Xiao Feng, who was sitting opposite Evans, had to open his eyes and slapped his hands. He gave Evans a thumbs up. You are great. It seems that it is really right to keep this guy this time. All layoffs can come up with such a good way, and the problem will be solved without abandoning oneself at all. Then in the future, the Juice King, who has been redundant, will be able to pack lightly. It is much easier to adjust the direction of future operations. In fact, Xiao Feng had been worried about the business problems after the company changed ownership. He came to Evans to force the palace this time, although he could control the company. But if someone else in the company is picking one up, then he has to be blind. It doesn't make any sense to him to get a shell company. And after taking Evans, where should Jeffrey put it? Both of them are CEOs, which obviously doesn't work. What's more, if everyone knows, the company will adjust its business direction in the future, focusing on physical beverage chains. I am afraid that many people will sing the opposite, because at this time most of the company's executives are rushing. Evans can fool more investors, and then the company will be able to raise funds for the purpose of going public in the future. You suddenly tell him that the company does not plan to sell juices in the future, but plans to open a coffee chain. Don't sit in the office anymore. You have to travel frequently all over the country. If you go to talk about renting a store and do decoration, I am afraid that many people will be tempted. And you can't get rid of the employees of the American company easily, because of the involvement of the trade union. You can't afford to waste your time if these guys go to court with you. What's more, They all know the secret of Juice King, and Xiao Feng also planned to use the juicer to finally gather a handful of US wool. So how to make these people leave quietly without becoming stunned? It depends on Evan's ability. Unexpectedly, Evans only offered to let Xiao Feng accompany him in a play. This problem is solved perfectly. It's not about the company firing those executives. It was those executives who offered to leave. In this way, not only will it save the company a large amount of compensation, but it will also keep the company's secrets. Xiao Feng also had to admire Evans at this time. This guy can make money just by playing layoffs. When these people leave, they won't reveal the secrets of your juicer. Xiao Feng couldn't help but ask Evans. And Evans replied with a smile, www.mentalnovel.com will definitely be in the future, but definitely not in the near future. Because they all signed non-disclosure agreements when they joined the company. I will email them later. On the one hand, I wish them a good future. On the other hand, I will remind them not to forget the non-disclosure agreement. If anyone dares to speak up, we can sue him for bankruptcy. Just give me half a year to adjust, even if they leak the news. I'm not afraid. I have to say that this guy is really smart, and he has already thought of many long-term things. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with this CEO. With him helping himself expand territory in the United States, the success of this chain of coffee shops can be said to be just around the corner. The chain coffee shop is completed, and then there are milk tea shops and juice shops. Anyway, he is not afraid of many competitors in the United States, because he has a unique secret sauce. The drinks launched in his store are destined to be unique in terms of taste, ahead of other competitors. He and Evans agreed that in the next 6 months, he will not inject capital into the company. Whether the company can survive or not depends on Evans' ability. Anyway, the business direction has been pointed out to Evans, and the company's juicer is still profitable, and the profit trend is pretty good. The profit from the juicer will be invested in the operation of the physical store. If Evans can't achieve the set goals, then he can roll over. If he can do it, then a promotion and salary increase will naturally be a problem. In addition, the company's accounting will also be taken over by a team brought by the cloning financial expert Pablo. So no one will want to mess with the company's penny in the future. Chapter 1003. The Mall is the Jungle Society. After completing the Juice King Company, Xiao Feng waited for Helen to return to San Francisco. Although the view of Mountain View is good, he still has other things to pay attention to, so he can only wait for the next time he visits Silicon Valley. The reason why he rushed back to San Francisco was also because he received a call from Wang Gongcai. The acquisition of Vogelin was in sight, and Mr. Wang asked him to go to Los Angeles for an interview. The distance from San Francisco to Los Angeles is not close, so Xiao Feng plans to fly the Falcon 8X that I just bought. Xiao Feng hasn't been fresh yet. Riding the Falcon, they landed in Los Angeles within 2 hours. Then I drove straight to Juan's home in Los Angeles, whose home is in Beverly Hills, the most expensive area in Los Angeles. His mansion in the mid-levels just overlooks the beauty of Los Angeles. The environment is really nothing, and the neighbors around are all rich people with extraordinary backgrounds. Most of them are Hollywood star directors or California celebrities. Xiao Feng has seen many such mansions in American movies and TV series before. I didn't expect that I could come in and wander around today, let alone it feels pretty good. How? Do you want to do something here too? When Xiao Feng was standing in the courtyard of the villa, overlooking the city of Los Angeles below the mountain, Wang Gongcai came to him unknowingly. Forget it. I won't come to the United States often in the future. Buying a house is a waste. Spending so much money to buy a house for gardeners and servants is a real loss, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Wang Gongcai smiled and shook his head. In fact, what Xiao Feng said is true. Many rich people like to invest in real estate, buy a set here or where to buy a set, but throughout the year, I can't live there for a few days. A great house is really cheap for gardeners and servants to live in, and such a good house is not easy to rent. It costs a lot of money to maintain the house every year, and also pay a sum of property tax. Even if the house has room for promotion, Xiao Feng doesn't think such an investment is very cost-effective. Besides, think about the island of your own on the Karapag archipelago. They want scenery and scenery, a place and a place. What kind of mansion do you want to live in? Just build it yourself. Don't pay taxes. Why buy a house here? By the way, you asked me to talk about something today. How about it? Is the acquisition of Voglin more eye-catching? Xiao Feng turned his head and asked Wang Gongzai, but he didn't expect to see Wang Gongzai smile. That's right, there are eyebrows, but unfortunately it's not good news. Oh, what's the matter? Could it be that Voglin has changed his mind? In fact, they came to the United States this time, but they have not been able to meet Voglin and get into orbit. Xiao Feng felt that there should be something strange in this, and now that young Master Wan said that, Xiao Feng didn't feel surprised. But what he didn't expect was what young Master Wan said next. Well, Voglin didn't change his mind, but on my side, something went wrong. Huh? What's the matter? Do you want to quit? Xiao Feng frowned when he heard this. This Voglin's plate is not small, and Voglin's boss Stefano offered the lowest price of $55 billion. As long as they can afford the money, Voglin's CEO Stefano will help get other shareholders. And it can help to get the union. After all, he is the largest single shareholder of this company, holding 40% of Voglin's shares. But the point is that you have to accept Voglin's 18 billion debt. Counting all these things together, if you want to acquire this company, you will have to spend at least $73 billion. It turned out that Xiao Feng and Wang Gongzai partnered because of his lack of financial strength. Moreover, the project was still linked to by the son of Wan, so he planned to do it in partnership with the son of Wan. At that time, he was planning to sell the gold jewelry in his hand. Coupled with the cash deposits of the Ninth Laboratory and the Famous Chef Group, the shares of the Famous Chef Group will be pledged. It can also make up more than $30 billion. And Lord Wan can also put out more than $20 billion, so that they can raise enough of the $55 billion that Stefano requested. The remaining $18 billion of debt, they are planning to take over the company. I went to discuss the repayment plan with major banks and financial institutions. Anyway, these banks and financial institutions do not want to see Voglin collapsed. It would be great if someone could repay the loan for Voglin. But now young Master Wan suddenly said that he was not playing anymore, which caught Xiao Feng by surprise. Originally, he thought there was a problem on Voglin's side, but he didn't think that there was a problem on the side of Prince Wan. I have worked with Master Wan several times before, and he feels that this guy is pretty reliable. Why did he lose the chain this time? Hi. Some things are really hard to say. Lord Wan looked at Xiao Feng, and he naturally knew what Xiao Feng was thinking. You also know that our family is not as good as before. Keep a low profile. What business our family does, everyone is watching every move. Before, our family bought a lot of assets overseas, which has been criticized by many people. In the past few years, the bank refused to lend our family loans, but let us repay the loans. At that time, our family was under great pressure. Fortunately, my dad adjusted his business thinking in time, and still operates with light assets. Although young Master Wan just said something. But Xiao Feng knew that the series of sorrows in his family back then were really frightening. To be honest, after watching the scene, Xiao Feng can understand why so many rich people like to immigrate overseas. It's a pity that Lord Wan's movements were too slow before. Look at the bosses of a certain hot pot chain store who know how to play and directly transfer their assets to overseas trusts. No matter how difficult it is for me, then it will be useless. You can take the money anyway. And whether it is the biggest godfather in the country, Dadongtsai, or Game Horse, everyone plays like this anyway. Could it be the king's soil in the whole world, or the king's court, the shore of the soil, who is not afraid of the cannibalism of the two disciples and grandchildren of Confucius? Before we did chain pharmacies, we still couldn't hide it, and it caused some concern. The controversy was still quite big, but after all, There were many shareholders, so the controversy was finally settled. Originally, what I did for this acquisition was very secretive, and I didn't disclose the least bit of information in the country. But I don't know which I leaked the news. Now someone in China knows that I will spend a lot of money to buy Vogelin. No, someone called me yesterday, so brother, this time really? When Wang Gongcai said these words, his expression was quite helpless. Although Mr. Wan said that it was an understatement, Xiao Feng knew that it was definitely not that simple. For example, there was an argument about his previous job in a drugstore, but it finally settled down with the word quiet. I don't know how much effort they have spent and how many concessions they have given. In the past 2 decades, anyone who has made money at home, no matter how big or small, likes to immigrate abroad. Why on earth? It may be they think the moon abroad is rounder than the domestic moon. Anyway, in recent years, Xiao Feng has listened to the teachings of many little pinks with a lot of knowledge. The moon abroad is definitely not as rounder than the domestic one. In addition, those who ran out must not earn money cleanly? Reflection is not possible, and never will be. Can't be dying. Hey, a sigh. Forget it. I'm going to have a pink dream. Young Master Wan had already said so frankly. What else could Xiao Feng say? He could fully appreciate the helplessness and aggrievedness of Lord Wan. He walked over and patted Lord Wan on the shoulder. Back then, his father insisted on leaving Binqing and moved the company headquarters to Beijing. But the so-called successes Xiao He and Xiao He, this step is indeed what they are today. This step of commercial action made their family a top brand enterprise in China, and the scenery is boundless. But at the same time, their family has become a fat prey that many people are staring at. Once they make a mistake on a half-walk, the evil wolves will swarm them. In the past few years, their family suffered such a loss. That's right, the mall is such a sinister jungle society, and Xiao Feng is because of his family's experience. Therefore, I have never wanted to move the company to a big city like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Mentalnovel.com. Now many companies will set up their headquarters in a big city like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. It is famous for its rapid internationalization and the closest contact with the top talents. It is undeniable that there are indeed factors in this regard. But more importantly, because in such a big city, they can quickly access funds, regardless of whether it is domestic venture capital or international hot money. As long as there are some characteristics of your company's operations, you can attract their attention. In this way, as long as you make no mistakes, you will soon be able to obtain financing from them. The founders of some companies actually came for this purpose. Get financing, cash out quickly, and then sell off. From start to finish, I never planned to run a company well. And some are intended to operate well. But in such a flashy city, you can only be able to do a good business. Even if you want to fight steadily, those capitalists who finance you are unwilling. Isn't the capital side financing you actually just to make quick money? What's more, in such a big city, there are all kinds of bad wolves hidden. Think of the predecessor of Maritime Conway. It is a story that allows you to quickly understand the sinister society. Because of this, Xiao Feng resolutely did not intend to move the headquarters to those big cities. In fact, before, those big cities also sent people to lobby from various quarters and give various preferential policies. Ask him to move the headquarters to those big cities, but he never let go. He smiles every time, because he and his company don't need it at all. Chapter 1004. Go ahead to dangers. Indeed, development in second-tier cities may face some problems. For example, in terms of work efficiency, it may be inferior to the remaining first-tier cities. And some aspects of operation may not be so transparent. But Xiao Feng's enterprises are different from those that are just starting out. First of all, he has his own absolute technical moat, so he is not afraid of competition from his peers. Because of this, he can quickly stand out in the industry and earn a lot of money. With these funds, he does not have to contact those foreign investments. He can use the money to concentrate on developing his own business, regardless of the interference of investors. This will completely isolate those investors who are full of money-making thinking from the company. Follow your own ideas and pace to develop your business. And in benching, he can also absorb some social personnel to strengthen the root system of the enterprise. It is these social personnel who can avoid it, and he is protected from external pressure. This is also the good side of the city, emphasizing humanity and sophistication. And there are many factors that involve checks and balances. Unlike the big cities, where you have to go through the Jianglong every few years, you have to deal with each other again. Every time before and after the expiration, someone will inevitably come over to play the autumn breeze. He is a businessman and really doesn't want to participate in things that have nothing to do with business operations. And because his company has a technological moat, he does not need to rely on external forces for development like other companies. In addition to the issue of talents, Xiao Feng very much agrees with Renzong's words. As long as your money is in place, not talents can become talents. Why are urban talents willing to go to first-tier cities? Because there are few job opportunities. But if your business becomes a local golden sign, do you see whether it is attractive to local talents? Just for the students who graduated from the universities in Binching, the first choice for employment now is to go to the Celebrity Chef Group, or go to the 9th laboratory. Xiao Feng will also select some outstanding ones and send them to the Karapag Islands for further study. There are also some students who are willing to start their own businesses around these two companies. Even now, because of the reputation of the company, many students who graduated from first-year and first-class colleges are willing to work in their companies in Benching. This shows that companies want to attract talents, but they are not much different from staying in first-tier cities. It all depends on your company's own development. As long as you develop well and provide good wages and benefits, even if your company opens in that Klimakan desert, there are also countless people who are willing to give you a resume and are willing to work in the desert. This is also the main reason why Celebrity Chef Group and 9th Lab have attracted more and more people to work in Benthan in recent years. Therefore, there is no shortage of funds and no shortage of talents. Why do you still move to a first-tier city? In Benthan, the 9th Laboratory and the Celebrity Chef Group are the city's leading Nanbaowan enterprises. Whose child does not want to enter these two companies after graduation? Maybe they are the leader in Benching, the big taxpayer in the city. And because of a strong sense of social responsibility, their company has always been respected and welcomed by city leaders. Now not only in the city, but even in the province, when they make some development plans, they will invite their company's senior executives to participate in it. There are even people in the province calling out to build a leading industry cluster with them as the core of the industry. This is how the province attaches great importance to them. Because of the above emphasis, they can get convenience in many things in the city and the province. Even if someone covets their company, because of the checks and balances of various forces, there is no way to start. But if you move to those first-tier cities, it will be different. First of all, they are migrants, and second, there is no shortage of good companies in other cities. There are so many large state-owned enterprises with assets exceeding trillions. And there are countless large-scale private enterprises. So you can't show your figure even if you go. And when it comes to other people's land, they can't let them be stunned. Therefore, Xiao Feng has never thought about the development of first-tier cities in the past, but instead stepped up efforts to cultivate locally. Planting the roots of the soil, did not let more to make the benefits. And the more people who benefit from you, the thicker the armor around you. Sometimes I want to take away from you guys, even if I want to make moves. There is no need for you to act in person, and people outside your company will take the initiative to help you settle the trouble. It is true that the headquarters are located in those big cities, which sounds more beautiful, and you can also get in touch with some higher level people. But in Xiao Feng's view, it is of no use to him and his company. On the one hand, he doesn't need it. On the other hand, those people, when you are good, he is your help. Once you take a wrong step, it is a wolf who has come to tear you apart. This friend's house next to him is a living example. Well, I know, I don't blame you. How useless. The situation is already like this, and Lord Wan is indeed in trouble. He wanted to quit. Xiao Feng naturally understood. But Lord Wan smiled coldly at this moment. They don't want me to participate, but I just don't let them get what they want. Brother, I can't mobilize domestic funds. But I still have some assets overseas. I plan to mortgage these assets and exchange some money for them. Xiao Feng was taken aback by Wang Gongzi's persistence. I thought this guy would recognize it, but I didn't expect that this old man is really strong. He knows that there are tigers in the mountains, and he prefers to travel to the mountains. He did not completely give up this action because of some obstruction. In fact, Xiao Feng could understand his thoughts. After all, if they really don't do it, then their family will be slaughtered even more. Actually, when I came out this time, there are several things to do. One is to check our overseas assets. On the other hand, it is to package and isolate overseas assets. Xiao Feng understood as soon as he heard it. He smiled and asked Wang Gongzi, "You mean to be a trust?" Wang Gongzi smiled, but didn't answer directly. But Xiao Feng understood at a glance that although he did it late, it was better than nothing. In fact, if you do something, you will have a bargaining chip. If you don't do it, it is the fish on the chopping board. Then how much can you spend this time? Since Lord Wan had confessed to himself in this way, he really believed in himself 100%. Xiao Feng didn't plan to circle with him anymore, and asked directly. He had anticipated that there would be a fierce battle waiting for them, so he must know how many bullets they can have in total. Well, our family started to expand overseas more than 20 years ago. We have investments in Singapore, Hong Kong Island, the United States, and the United Kingdom. It's worthy of being a veteran giant, and his family is really strong enough. And they are really not fools. They have long known how to avoid risks. Mainly some real estate projects, as well as company stocks. Some time ago, I sold some stocks, and some Apple and Google stocks. Xiao Feng laughed when he heard it. Yes, brother, there are still Apple and Google stocks. These two stocks are long-term bonus shares in the US stock market, and they are usually hard to find. Basically, they are regarded as treasures by major banks and financial institutions, and they are the best hard currency in the financial market. Why? Because they have the technology. The technologies of these two companies can lead the way in the internet field. So this is the confidence that people's company stocks are hard enough. In Xiao Feng's view, this is actually a model that companies should really do. There is also the real estate. I also sold most of it. And the other is the cinema chain that our family bought. I have also contacted several banks some time ago for Linping financing. Xiao Feng still knows that this theater is an important layout of Wanjie, and it is also one of the most important fine assets of his family. Adding all these miscellaneous things together, I can probably come up with 12 billion US dollars, and if I add some of the previous cash, I can probably come up with 15 billion US dollars. Hearing the data reported by Wang Gongzi, Xiao Feng took a sigh of relief. It is truly worthy of being the top giant in the country. This family is really not comparable to ordinary people. He nodded, and then said to Lord Wan, "Okay, leave the rest to me. But what we have to do now is to confirm the rights." Wang Gongzi naturally understood what Xiao Feng meant. At the same time, he was also very satisfied with Xiao Feng's domineering attitude. Although the negotiations with Voglin have not yet begun, although they know that this will be a fierce battle. Just look at Xiao Feng's statement. This is clearly to see Voglin as something in his pocket. Before the completion of the acquisition, we have already started to discuss rights with you. Young Master Wan was naturally very willing to do this. After all, his brothers clearly settled the accounts. It is clear now that it is better to wrestle with the success of the acquisition in the future. And he didn't want to tear his face with Xiao Feng because of this. In this acquisition, you don't need to show up, leave it to me to do it, and I will spend the money. In this case, after the successful acquisition of Voglin, I can only give you 3%. The proportion of equity given by Xiao Feng made Wan Gongcai 10,000 unhappy in his heart. If he has been in contact with Xiao Feng for such a long time, he is even like Xiao Feng. Although Xiao Feng usually looks boring, he is definitely a fair person, especially to his partners. He really wanted to hear it. He took $15 billion, but Xiao Feng gave himself 3% of the equity. Because after the successful acquisition of Voglin, it will be able to bring us a steady stream of income. U.uukanzu.com. After the successful privatization this time, I don't plan to let him go public, but I can guarantee that in only 3 years, your $15 billion will be paid back. What? Upon hearing this, Lord Wan jumped up from the sofa. Pay back $15 billion in 3 years. Are you planning to open your own banknote printing factory? If he can do this, he definitely doesn't mind. He only owns 3% of Voglin's shares. First of all, if I buy Voglin, I will give you the domestic agency rights for some prescription drugs. When Wan Gongcai heard this, he couldn't help but slap his thigh. How could he forget this? Now his family's hottest industry in the country is Neptune Pharmacy. My strength does not allow me to keep a low profile. Chapter 1005. It turned out to be a gold suit of level 3 head plus 98K Penglai, an app for seeking medical consultations, became popular after it went online. Now there are millions of people asking for consultations online every day. The doctors prescribe tens of millions of prescriptions every day, and most of the patients come back to their pharmacies to prescribe them afterwards, because the price at his pharmacy is really cheap. But doing so also hurts the interests of many hospitals, and hospitals have also strengthened their right to dispose of prescription drugs. But the more this is the case, the more Prince Wan has to deal with the relationship with their hospital. So recently they have also increased their cooperation with the hospital, such as donating supplies to the hospital on a regular basis. In addition, it will regularly advertise to some hospitals and recommend patients to the hospitals. After all, some simple minor illnesses can be dealt with online, but some serious illnesses that require surgery still have to go to the hospital for treatment. Therefore, those hospitals with strong specialties can be recommended by advertisements from them. This also allowed the hospital to calm a lot of anger against them. But the problem now is that as Penglai Pavilion becomes more and more popular, many bigwigs are already planning to copy this model. Anyway, there has never been a lot of hot money in the country, and for many bigwigs, all they have to do is to find the so-called business model. There have already been many internet companies that have expanded their layout in the medical field. For example, Greentown Horse and Pengqing Horse have their respective layouts in the medical field. However, due to technical difficulties, no breakthrough has been made in this regard. Originally, everyone was trying to find the best way to integrate online and offline medical resources. But how can I think that the previous real estate business was one step ahead, and this step is still so beautiful? It can be said that the transformation has been very successful, and the original real estate tycoon actually came back this time, and it quickly entered the most profitable internet field. In the past, everyone has been clamoring for the internet plus medical model, but no one has been able to innovate successfully. But this time they did it, and it did so beautifully. This naturally arouses the vigilance of many people, such as those that used to take advantage of thousands of families. At this time, who is not afraid? If their family is getting up, will they forget the past? So in China, news about the Penglai Pavilion app quickly became a big hit. There are good and bad things, but competitors have a lot of propaganda positions in their hands. At the beginning, there were a lot of negative news about this app, but this time, Mr. Wan was very old-fashioned. From the very beginning of this app, he didn't plan to eat alone, brought a lot of small partners in, and now it looks like it is going to be listed for financing. This time, Penglai Pavilion has become the hottest unicorn in the country. At present, the A round of financing, at the beginning of the discussion, the valuation has been smashed to 10 billion. But Mr. Wan has no intention of letting go, but companies that want to raise money are not in a hurry, because the higher the company's valuation, the better it is for them. because it will only grow higher in the future. Their benefits will also be greater. So the big guys who are currently waving checks are like Crucians across the river in front of his house. With the emergence of these bigwigs, Penglai Pavilion, which used to be mostly negatively publicized, has now completely reversed its image. It has become a good software that benefits the country and the people in the media. Of course there are some guys, because they are not qualified to play with the big guys. I plan to start a new plan to copy the model of Penglai Pavilion and create another app. Anyway, this situation is very common in China. Just say that when shared bicycles were on fire, how long did Mobike and the little yellow car have a price war? When the takeaway software became popular, how long did Mädchen and Hungry sing on the stage? So it's the same now. Now that there is Penglai Pavilion, someone immediately wants to build another family that is similar to him. And the people above are not happy to watch them fight against each other. Someone had already contacted the 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital, because many people have already understood. One of the main reasons why Penglai Pavilion can be a fire. That's because they have a self-service medical examination center to help out. It is precisely because of such equipment that doctors can complete accurate diagnosis online. Why did the Internet plus medical model not be promoted in the past? The main reason is that doctors cannot make accurate diagnoses for patients on the internet based on a small amount of materials. The patient must go to the hospital for a careful physical examination before the disease can be accurately diagnosed. In this way, there is no need to operate on the internet. However, because of the emergence of self-service medical examination centers, people in need can arrange their time flexibly to complete self-service medical examinations. Then connect with Penglai Pavilion to find a doctor for consultation. The doctor can make an accurate diagnosis of the patient's condition based on the report sent by the self-service physical examination center. Because of this, many capital players have discovered the key to Penglai Pavilion's success. That's all because there is a self-service medical examination center to help out. So many capitalists found the 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital. The self-service medical examination center was jointly produced by the two of them, and it has now been installed in major cities across the country. And they have already signed orders with many hospitals. It can be sold to hospitals, sold to Penglai Pavilion, and naturally it can be sold to them. We could not eat the meat of your 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital before. And you haven't been on the market. We can't even drink soup. But you have deep roots and hard bones. Now you are developing equipment and are listed as a benchmark enterprise by the country. Everyone dared not give birth to alienation. But now your equipment, if you don't sell it to the big guys, then it's not justified, right? And this time, Xiao Feng was embarrassed to pull sideways. Although he and Wang Gongcai cooperate very closely, they are not yet fully integrated. Naturally, he cannot offend the nation's capital tycoons because of such equipment as the self-service medical examination center. And even if he didn't agree, if those big guys gritted their teeth cruelly, the self-service medical examination center can still operate. There is no Xiao Feng's high-performance equipment. The big deal is that they will use artificial equipment. A few nurses are hired for blood tests, and there is no 3D fluoroscopy imaging equipment. Then buy a few CT machines and X-ray machines. Although it is much behind the technology of the self-service medical examination center cooperated with Penglai Pavilion, it can be used as long as it can be used. Arranging someone to be on duty for 24 hours will not cost much money. And because of the emergence of self-service medical examination centers, Philip, General Electric, and Canon's CT machine manufacturing giants have plunged their prices in China. So as long as they can be more aggressive and spend more money, they can do the same in the self-service medical examination center. It was for this reason that Xiao Feng agreed that Guan Zhenhai and the others would sell the self-service medical examination center to those capital bosses. With equipment, for those people, the rest is much simpler. Sign contracts with famous doctors in major hospitals. Although those doctors signed by Penglai Pavilion are not subject to cross-platform restrictions, but there are always some doctors who missed the net and were not signed, right? Besides, The big deal is that we will help the doctors pay the penalty for breach of contract. There is also a network platform similar to Penglai Pavilion, which actually doesn't cost much. Most of the domestic programmers find some people, plagiarize according to Penglai Pavilion, bring the test, and get it done after a few months of death. In this way, within 3 months, Penglai Pavilion's competitors will be online. In this way, Penglai Pavilion will face a strong competitive crisis. Young Master One had always known Xiao Feng's movements, and he wasn't angry either. In business, even though Xiao Feng sold the self-service medical examination center to another family, but he left the franchise of the Rejuvenation series of health products in Aquaman, which is very interesting. And this time he also said that after the acquisition of Voglin, the exclusive right to prescribe some overseas special drugs will be handed over to Neptunus Agent. This one alone is worth 10,000 gold. For example, Rituxan, Anvatin is a specific drug that specifically fights malignant lymphoma and rectal cancer. Many people in China must have never heard of this medicine, but the effect of the medicine is absolutely leveraged. Carter, the former president of the United States in his 90s, the cancer was cured by taking this medicine in March. Exaggeration? So you can understand why a big domestic figure who has cancer has to go abroad for treatment. Although such drugs are also sold in China, they are only circulated in small circles. Novel.com. In fact, in foreign countries, the asking price is not too expensive, and it can be done with only a few thousand soft sister coins a month. But when I arrived in China, after being represented by some people, I bought tens of thousands of yuan for a course of treatment. It is definitely the rhythm of taking money to buy life. Many people can't afford it, so they really have to wait for death. And if Xiao Feng handed over the agency rights of these drugs to Lord Wan's Heiwang Pharmacy, you said, when he competes with other competitors, will he have an advantage? Other families can also get it, but the cost is always high. But one Gongtsis King can buy it for civilians. Which one do you think the people who get the benefits in the end would recognize? Although doing so will offend some people, competition is always inevitable when doing business. Moreover, the Penglai Pavilion of One Gongtsai has attracted so many shareholders from the very beginning. Letting so many benefits out is not in vain. After taking advantage of his 10,000 sons, he would naturally come out to carry it when something happened. So at this time, I just heard Xiao Feng's proposal. Young Master One felt that the 15 billion he had invested was already worth half of it. Otherwise, if he is asked to go to the pharmaceutical factories to discuss the domestic agency rights of those drugs, even if his identity is extraordinary, he still can't even enter the door. With these anti-cancer drugs, it is equivalent to Xiao Feng giving him a super protective combination of a pan and a 3-level head. The Rejuvenation series of health products provided by the 9th laboratory is equivalent to Xiao Feng giving him a handful of 98k. With this golden suit from Xiao Feng, that is equivalent to making his Neptunus chain drugstore invincible. Only Penglai Pavilion based on Neptune will have a higher customer viscosity. Chapter 1006. Be the world's #1 chain if you want to do it. Although the current Penglai Pavilion Fire has become the most sought after unicorn in the country, but Lord One knew that it was still far from the point of peace of mind. The news from Xiao Feng can confirm that his competitors have taken action now. In 3 months, an APP similar to Penglai Pavilion will appear. At that time, if Penglai Pavilion does not want to lose ground in the competition, then it must ensure its competitiveness. Where is the competitiveness of Penglai Pavilion? It's definitely not in the software, nor in the doctor's place. Because of these two, as long as you spend money, the other party can be equal to them. And the one that can truly embody competitiveness is in his family's Neptunus chain pharmacy. In the Penglai IJPP, doctors prescribe medicines, and they all advise patients to buy medicines from the Heiwang chain pharmacy, because the medicines in Neptune Pharmacy are of good quality and cheap enough. This is his exclusive advantage. If you can add special anti-cancer drugs in the future, then the price will be lowered. Even if he left Penglai Pavilion, his Heiwang Pharmacy would be able to gain a firm foothold in the country. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Feng really give him a gold suit this time. Losses overseas can be made up in China. With this golden suit, he will not be afraid even if the competitor's app is launched. Those guys' three-handedness. He couldn't be more clear. Isn't it just burning money to grab customers? But with this set of golden equipment, he didn't believe that the other party could his client over. Want to buy rejuvenating health products? Want to buy cheap anti-cancer drugs? If you want to buy, you can only use Penglai Pavilion. Otherwise you will not be able to buy it. No matter how much money a competitor burns, it can only send the money to Tandi Bank. At this time, Xiao Feng continued to say, the reason why I will give you 3% equity is definitely not just that I will give you the domestic agency rights of some special drugs. Because if I win this company, I will increase my investment. For example, the rejuvenation series of healthcare products that have not been marketed abroad, and the Click Serum that is now well known. There are also special nutrition medicines such as artificial human albumin and artificial gamma globulin. I will put all of these into the Voglin Pharmacy for franchising. With these special effects medicines, then I believe that Voglin is not far from turning losses into profits. Since Wang Gongcai had told Xiao Feng about his overseas experience, he even put up half of his net worth to come and fight him. Xiao Feng didn't intend to conceal him from Lord Wan, not to mention that he never planned to hide from a partner like Lord Wan. As soon as young Master Wan heard this, he immediately became energetic. To be honest, Voglin is not in a good operating condition. The huge debt has caused the company to lose money for 3 consecutive years. And as CVS is pressing harder and harder, it has not only given up its position as the #1 chain pharmacy in the United States, they have also lost the right to prescribe many drugs. It turns out that they hold 30% of the right to prescribe drugs in the United States, but now they have only 16% of prescription drugs. CVS has divided the world with them, even surpassing them in terms of prescription drugs. Just because he feels unable to maintain Voglin's daily operations, there is no good way to get the company out of the quagmire. Stefano, the CEO of Voglin, had the idea of transferring the company, and Xiao Feng's few words immediately let young Master Wan see Voglin's hope of pulling out of the abyss. The current rejuvenation series of healthcare is definitely one of the most popular in the United States. Among other things, the king of cars wakes up from a vegetative state, and the brain damage can be cured for you. At this point, this health product has become a prescription drug in the eyes of many American doctors. What's more, it has been more than a year since the rejuvenation series has been on the market, and people who have used this medicine have also discovered the benefits of this medicine. That is the absorption rate of the rejuvenation series of health products, which is more than twice as high as other health products. In the past, people would also eat various health products, such as VC. But the same VC is also 10 milligrams. If consumers eat VCs from other brands, the absorption rate can reach half, which is already considered high. But after you eat the VC of the rejuvenation series, the absorption rate can reach 100%. Therefore, it may take a week or longer to eat other health products before the body can feel the obvious changes. But after taking the rejuvenation series of healthcare products, the effect will come out within 2 or 3 days. So consumers are not fools. Even if the rejuvenation series of health products are more expensive than other products, but everyone is equally happy. Consumers in Europe and the United States can't wait even more. It can be said that the unavailable are always in commotion. At present, they can also buy this rejuvenation series of health products overseas through the channels of Huago Daigu, but in that case, they would have to pay an extra fee for purchasing. So if they are not allowed to buy this rejuvenation series of healthcare products from formal channels and spend less money, I'm afraid these foreigners will not only riot, but also riots. In addition, he has also learned about the medicines. Xiao Feng said recently, Click Serum is the most famous because of a Chinese doctor not long ago. With this new medicine, 2/3 of the famous American rugby star Thomas was rescued. Brady, especially the video footage of Thomas being rescued after being put on the oil pipe. The discussion about this new heart disease drug immediately surged to a peak in the United States. You must know that the United States is a big country with a heart attack, and it is among the people who die every year in the United States. More than 40% of the deaths are due to heart and brain diseases, and now such a magic drug is born. This immediately aroused great interest among Americans. Even big TV stations such as CNN and NBC have introduced this new drug in series. I also invited many doctors and did several interview shows. And most people give a positive attitude towards this medicine. They are all eagerly looking forward to the FDA's purchase of funds to approve this drug for listing in the United States. And everyone is paying attention to Thomas Brady's treatment in China is now progressing. It can be said that Brady's heart replacement surgery has always been the hot news of the most concern to the American people. It has been on the US news list for many consecutive days. Before Wang Gongcai and Xiao Feng discussed buying Voglin, they asked about Xiao Feng's new medicine. Xiao Feng had also told him, but Lord Wan never expected that this medicine would break so well. He didn't know much about Voglin, but he was sure if Xiao Feng put this medicine in Voglin's pharmacy, Voglin would take back the name of the first chain pharmacy in America. It's definitely a matter of minutes. And how much money can US first chain pharmacies make in a year? Take, for example, CVS, the current leader in the US drugstore chain, which has just surpassed Voglin. Last year, the company's total revenue exceeded $200 billion, and their net profit is even more than $10 billion. Think about it, if Xiao Feng had won Voglin, he would put a few patented special medicines in Voglin for the franchise. What is the total revenue of that year? Net profit breaks through 10 billion, isn't that a matter of minutes? No wonder Xiao Feng said that 3 years can make him pay back. If the 15 billion he invested is stratified according to a 3% share, I am afraid he can only divide it into a few hundred million a year. But if he has an urgent need, Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, and he could give him billions of dollars every minute. With that thought, Xiao Feng really didn't brag, and what Xiao Feng hadn't said yet, he also thought of it. Xiao Feng holds the 9th laboratory in his hands, and new drugs will be developed one after another in the future. When these new drugs are obtained in overseas markets, they will definitely be handed over to Voglin as the sole agent. So Voglin's valuation will definitely get higher and higher in the future. The most important thing is his understanding of Xiao Feng. Once Xiao Feng masters Voglin, he will certainly not be limited to the United States. He will use the skin of this American company to expand to countries such as Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia, even enter Europe, Asia. By then, Voglin will not only be the #1 pharmacy chain in the United States. Mentalnovel.com, but it will be the #1 pharmacy chain in the world. At that time, his 3% of the shares were exchanged for him, but it was definitely more than $15 billion. I believe that if he is willing to make a move at that time, the return will definitely be 10 times the return, or even more. As soon as he thought of this, Lord Wan was completely relieved immediately. To be honest, before Xiao Feng came, he had made various ideas. The most ideal result was that he spent $15 billion to participate in this operation, then got 10% of Voglin's shares. After all, Voglin now has more than 70 billion plates, and his request cannot be overstated. But when Xiao Feng said that he would only give him 3%, he was more or less annoyed. Although Xiao Feng later said that he would be the exclusive agent of some anti-cancer drugs, but he always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. But now when Xiao Feng named Voglin's future way out, he immediately relaxed. In this way, if he invested $15 billion, he would not lose any money. Of course, when signing a contract, we can sign an agreement. If, within 3 years after the successful acquisition of Voglin, I cannot turn Voglin into profit, then I will not only return your $15 billion at the original price, but also interest you at the market price. Xiao Feng didn't plan to empty the white wolf, although he painted a big pie. But he did what he said, and although the son of one had believed in his big loaf, but since Xiao Feng is willing to sign the agreement, he is naturally more relieved. Although it is not stated clearly, everyone understands that this is actually a gambling agreement. Chapter 1007 The upcoming battle. In the past, Mr. Wan had suffered from this kind of agreement, but this time Xiao Feng actually offered to sign this agreement with him. But Master Wan was so touched that he patted Xiao Feng's shoulder vigorously. "Don't say anything, brother. When do you plan to act? The money I prepared is on call." Xiao Feng can still trust Wan Gongcai as a person. $15 billion can be used for you at any time. This is no longer ordinary trust. What's more, he only gave him 3% of the shares, and he was willing. It seems that this 10,000 princes are on his own boat with a firm heart. It seems that Lord Wan really has confidence in himself. Xiao Feng didn't talk too much nonsense. He just smiled, and then patted Lord Wan on the shoulder. In fact, $15 billion in exchange for 3% of the shares, has already given him the face of Wan Gongcai. Even if there is no Master Wan, he can do it alone. The acquisition of Voglin would cost more than $70 billion, and he gritted his teeth and was able to get it together. And Lord Wan did not guess wrong. After he acquired Voglin, he did not intend to only be the first chain pharmacy in the United States. His real idea is to be the world's #1 drugstore chain. Voglin had already started in this regard. In North America, Canada and Mexico, he has opened more than 500 chain pharmacies in these two countries. There are more than 300 in Canada and more than 100 in Mexico. In Australia and New Zealand, he also has a layout. In these two countries, dozens of stores have also been opened. Although it has not yet entered in a big way, it has already begun the layout. In the UK, as early as 2015, Voglin completed the acquisition of the British drugstore chain United Bosie. In the UK, Lianhe has about 370 branches. Although it is not the largest in the UK, it is also a giant that cannot be underestimated in the market. In other words, if Voglin wins, it is actually equivalent to having a pass to the Five Eyes Alliance. By that time, several drugs in the 9th laboratory can pass through Voglin, and they will be unimpeded in these countries. These countries are all developed countries in the world. In addition, if you get the pass of the Five Eyes Alliance, it is not difficult to enter the European Union. Moreover, relying on Voglin's American identity, it would not be a problem to enter Japan and the Southern Kingdom when that time comes. This is the main reason why Xiao Feng is so ambitious to Voglin. It's just that he presupposes this chain pharmacy, but it is the world's #1 chain pharmacy. In this way, it would be unrealistic to want to eat alone. So this pharmacy, he intends to put it on the market, and Mr. Wan will become the first minority shareholder of this company, and giving him a 3% stake is actually quite interesting. The main consideration is that when he first started his business, Mr. Wan was the first noble person to reach out to him. In the subsequent cooperation, Wan Gongcai also provided him a few times and provided him with help. That's why he agreed to give Master Wan a 3% share. If you change someone else, let alone 15 billion, you get 25 billion, and he won't be able to give 3% of the shares, because new drugs developed by cloning experts on the Karapag Islands have been on the market one after another. If it is put in Voglin for exclusive distribution, the future market value of Voglin is definitely just around the corner. Surpassing Apple, Google, it's a matter of minutes. So it seems that young Master Wan took $15 billion in exchange for 3% of his company's shares. No matter how you look at this deal, it's a bargain. Well, let's talk about Voglin's condition now, right? Didn't that Stefano promise to help us deal with the issue of minority shareholders and the union? Why hasn't it been done so long? Before that, Lord Wan had hired a team to contact Voglin, but the two sides had never met before. Xiao Feng firmly believed that Lord Wan's team must have some information he didn't know. Sure enough, when he asked, Lord One sighed. The situation does not seem to be optimistic. According to the information we received, Stefano encountered a lot of resistance when negotiating with the union. The union does not agree with his move to abolish pharmacists, and still insists that every pharmacy must have at least 3 pharmacists. What's more ridiculous is that those want his pharmacist to raise his salary. Xiao Feng felt a little funny after listening to Wang Gongzi's words. In the domestic business, the boss is the dominant one. So what is actually a decoration? In foreign countries, this is not the same. Their power and energy are not so big, especially in the case of holding a ballot. They are qualified to negotiate with their boss if the boss does not agree to their terms. Then they organized a strike, and even put pressure on the government. In order to keep their votes, politicians often come forward to negotiate with companies. If the boss is not obedient, it will be at the expense of the government. It is precisely because of this that Voglin has fallen to where it is today. I originally wanted to use the medical reform to benefit from the policy dividend for a few years. After all, their company originated in the place where started, saying that it has nothing to do with. How can others believe it? But I never thought that this newcomer overthrew the medical reform as soon as he took the stage. Voglin, who had made too much concession, caught the egg at once. After all, they had previously acquired other chain pharmacies in order to complete their massive expansion. Not only did he send a lot of money to the original boss, but he also made many beautiful promises to comfort people. For example, there is an excuse that they want to set up 3 pharmacists in each pharmacy. They are currently in the United States, with more than 7,900 stores. There are 3 pharmacists in each store, and the salary of these people alone costs hundreds of thousands a year. A store is hundreds of thousands. How many are 7,900 stores? Moreover, Xiao Feng has seen Voglin's business model. In fact, Voglin needed more, not a pharmacist, but an ordinary salesperson. After all, they are now transforming their business models and are transforming to diversification. The annual salary of an ordinary salesperson is only a third of that of a pharmacist, or even lower. So before that, Wang Gongzi's team was in contact with Stefano. The conditions were put forward. The first is to guess the pharmacist. 1 pharmacist in 1 store is enough. The second is to get rid of the union, and the current CEO Stefano, who has long gritted his teeth with hatred for these 2 points, naturally agreed with one bite. He had done so much before that, trying to turn the company back into profit. But in the end it all broke on these guys. Now that he wants to sell the business, he naturally doesn't mind coming forward to be a villain. Unexpectedly, the union is quite rigid here. Not only did he disagree with his request for layoffs, but instead asked him to raise his salary. According to Stefano's feedback, there should be competitor encouragement behind this. Lord Wan and Xiao Feng said. Xiao Feng nodded and asked, Wang Gongzi smiled. Besides the love from CVS, who else can there be? Xiao Feng nodded after listening. These 3 are just now the 3 largest chain pharmacies in the United States. Among them, Voglin was the industry leader in the first 2 years, CVS followed closely, and Lei always ranked 3rd. However, in the last 2 years, Voglin has suffered losses for 3 consecutive years due to heavy debts. Many shops have also been closed, and CVS has caught up with the support of the insurance group behind it. In a few years, it has become the #1 chain pharmacy in the United States. They currently have 9,400 branches in the United States. The performance is also very healthy, but they still regard Voglin as a thorn in the flesh. Why is this again? Because for CVS, Lei, the 3rd largest company in the United States, has only more than 3,400 stores in the United States. And most of them are in slum areas, with limited profitability, and there is no way to compete with them. Voglin is different. Voglin took a step ahead of CVS when it came to expanding nationally. Therefore, almost all of Voglin's branches are located in the most prosperous and best locations in major cities in the United States. So don't look at CVS now in terms of the number of stores, has overtaken Voglin. But when it comes to the quality of the store, they really can't compare to Vogelin. Because Vogelin's branches are almost all opened in the wealthy and middle-class neighborhoods of major cities across the United States. Almost all of the good locations are occupied by them, and CVS, a latecomer, suffered a big loss in this respect. Mentalnovel.com. Although they have many stores, they really say annual turnover. In fact, they are really no better than Vogelin. Much higher. There are nearly 2,000 more stores than others, but the net profit is about the same as others. What do you think of the managers of CVS? The news of Vogelin's major shareholders wanting to change Vogelin's hands is no longer a day or two. CVS naturally knows, and they certainly don't want anyone to take over this store. They were anxious that Vogelin had no one to take over, and finally the debt crisis broke out and collapsed. Although this is a bit detrimental to others, it is indeed best for them. Then CVS definitely wants more than Vogelin to fall, right? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. Ha! There are always wolf ambitions. The news I got is that they are currently in contact with several consortia. I plan to raise money from another family, and then when Vogelin can't hold it, he will swallow Vogelin in one bite. After all, the prescription drug rights in Vogelin's hand, as well as the stores in those good locations, have been coveted by them. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing this. Who is the consortium they contacted? Have you inquired about it? Well, there are several domestic financial institutions in the US, and a financial institution on Hong Kong Island. It is said that these people are very enthusiastic and are willing to finance them. As he spoke, his face became more solemn. It seems that there is a fierce battle waiting for me. Xiao Feng sighed and said, Vogelin was originally the top wolf in the industry, but since Stefano planned to quit, the once wolf king in this industry is already a piece of fat in the eyes of others. Chapter 1008. His style is fierce and fierce. Stefano. Looking at the financial report in front of him, Bisna felt a burst of brain pain. With the expiration of a large number of patents for prescription drugs in their hands, a large number of generic drugs have begun to appear on the market. Vogelin's sales of prescription drugs in the last quarter fell by 1.4% compared to the same period last year, and it is expected to fall by 5.6% throughout the year. According to this trend, the company's sales scale will shrink to $6.8 billion by the end of this year. The net profit is only $560 million, and this little money is not even enough to repay the loan interest. If you are losing money this year, then next year's stock price will be hard to say. Consider the company's stock price, which has fallen from more than 80 yuan at its peak to less than $60 now. It fell by more than 20%. And it also gave up the throne of the nation's first drugstore chain. The thought of these Stefano makes a headache. In the 1960s, their Pisna family bought the Vogelin chain drugstore from the Vogelin family. And in the following 30 years, he has been working hard to develop the company and develop this chain pharmacy. Once developed into the #1 chain drugstore in the United States, it even set a record of 100 consecutive years of profitability. And this record was not broken until 2006. The reason for the loss at the time was also because the company borrowed money to buy land across the country and open new stores to expand. After just a few years, they plugged the holes and turned losses into profits. However, in the past 3 years, they have paid the price for their too much stride that year, and they have suffered consecutive losses for 2 consecutive years. And looking at the current momentum, there is no intention to stop at all. Stefano was also annoyed at this time. He was over 40 years old, and he really didn't want to continue in this business. In fact, he didn't like this industry at first. Just because of his father's expectations, he finally came back and inherited the family business. Now he has exhausted all his methods, but the company's operations are still not improving. This has exhausted his last patience, and he has no thoughts, so he can continue to hold on. He just wanted to take advantage of the company's current size, and then sell the store out. However, the shareholders in the company still have some disagreements about his ideas. As the company's largest single shareholder, He holds 40% of the company's shares. Another 40% of the shares are in the hands of some financial institutions and private investors. Some of these people also agreed that he would sell the company. As for the idea of the other 20% of retail investors, that is not important. Prior to this, Stefano also contacted the private equity giant KKR to discuss the possibility of privatization. But KKR just failed in the acquisition of Texas Public Utilities, and the loss was not small. So there is not much interest in taking over Vogelin, after learning about KKR's attitude. But Stefano was worried, and KKR was unwilling to take over. They were looking for someone else, but that was too difficult. After all, everyone knows that Vogelin is still carrying a loan of about $18 billion. With so many foreign debts, who wants to be taken advantage of? What's more, the competition in the chain pharmacy market is so fierce now that Vogelin lost a large number of exclusive prescription drug agency rights. The market share has shrunk a lot, and their strongest competitor CVS has been eyeing. So even if Stefano has been out of the wind to change hands for a long time, no financial institution has expressed willingness to take over. Fortunately, KKR has worked with them before, which is quite interesting. He promised that he would help him find a suitable ticker in the capital market, not to mention that, in less than a month, they found him. The other party is a capital from China and is very interested in acquiring Vogelin. And when he learned that the other party was the capital from China, Stefano immediately got excited. Everyone knows these days that the Chinese are rich and they are willing to take over. Vogelin can still sell it at a good price. Sure enough, he offered the other party a price of $55 billion based on the market value at the time. And the other party did not bargain. But the other party put forward several conditions. One is to abolish the pharmacist in the pharmacy. The other is to drive the union out. And Stefano has recently done a lot of hard work in this area, but unfortunately none of them have been done. No, today's latest quarterly financial report is out. If the financial report is announced today, then their stock prices have to fall by 5 percentage points. Or even 10 percentage points may fall. If that were the case, then the company's stock price would not remain at $55 billion. At the thought of this, Stefano felt a headache. After a while, his phone rang. He picked it up and said a few words, then got up and drove away from the company. The meeting place was in a villa in Chicago Highland Park. This villa is very large and covers an area of more than 20,000 square meters. It is the private residence of the local rock family. Next to it is the $29 million mansion of Jordan, the most famous flying man in Chicago. Stefano also has a villa here, but it is smaller in size. To be honest, he doesn't like Chicago very much because it is too cold in winter. He prefers sunny Florida. The person I asked him out to meet today was the SPU private equity fund I contacted before, whose full name is Southern Cross United Private Equity Fund. This fund is not well known, and it has just been established. Stefano guessed that this should be a Machiavellian fund established by the Chinese capital in order to acquire Vogelin. However, he didn't know what the other party came from, and he was able to rent the Rock family mansion. As soon as Stefano parked the car, a guy with an Asian face came up. After asking about his life, he glanced at him a few times. It was also strange that although the clothes were very thick, Stefano felt as if he was wearing nothing, chilly under the attention of that guy. After a while, the cold-faced butler took him into the mansion. I went directly to the living room on the second floor. The fireplace was on fire in the living room, and there was a fragrance of burning pine resin in the room. Chicago in April is still far away in spring. Soon Stefano saw a tall and smiling Asian young man approaching him. "Hello, Mr. Pissner. Nice to meet you." Soon Stefano exchanged greetings with the other party. For this transaction, he also deliberately learned some Chinese before. This time it just came in handy. Although his Chinese is very poor, the other party is still very happy after listening to his plastic Chinese. After some greetings, he knew that the young man opposite was surnamed Xiao, and there were several white people behind him, and that should be his team. Obviously, This negotiation is dominated by this young man surnamed Xiao. As for his style, Stefano has only two words to describe, that is, fierce. Fierce. Mr. Stefano, I want to ask you. Do you want to continue this transaction? Xiao's question is even more direct than the Americans. Huh? Of course I want to continue. Well then, please tell me, regarding our previous agreement, what progress has been made on your side? Well, for those small and medium shareholders, I have persuaded more than 80% of them, to agree to our privatization, and willing to trade at market value. Stefano's only thought at this time was to get rid of Vogelin early, because the longer you hold it, the more the company will drop in price. The worsening marketing performance. There are also those pharmacists and unions that are not going to stop. The company is like this. They keep reluctant to leave the compensation, and they even have to raise their wages. I can go to Nima. Stefano really didn't want to deal with those guys for a minute. Very good. The company's stock price is $58. Tell those shareholders that we are willing to buy their shares for $55 and complete the privatization as soon as possible. Hearing what Shaw said, Stefano jumped up on the spot. People privatize companies and reclaim stocks will be bought at a premium. How can you be like this? Not only is there no premium, but the price is reduced. Mr. Xiao, your offer is too low, right? Those shareholders will definitely not agree. Stefano originally wanted to say that I disagree, but in order to leave room, he changed his words. But Xiao Feng, who was on the opposite side, smiled coldly. He pulled out a research report and threw it in front of Stefano. There is your latest financial report. Mentalnovel.com. You said if this financial report is released, how much will your stock price fall? 5% or 10%? I think I am quite sincere in buying your stocks for $55. This is already a premium purchase. Stefano took a look at the research report, which just happened to have attached the latest financial report of the company he had just seen before he came. Needless to say, the people in the company are now panicked, and the financial side has been infiltrated by others. That's why this financial report came out so quickly. It took people even an hour to make a research report based on this financial report. What does this show? People have eaten Vogelin thoroughly. $55. This offer is 20% lower than his previous offer. That is to say, the price he made before $55 billion, and now the overall package price that others can give is $44 billion. It was 11 billion less in one fell swoop. Stefano's face was uncertain for a while. After all, with so much money, how could he have pain for a long time? On the other hand, Xiao Feng began to increase his weight. Based on Vogelin's current operating conditions, by the end of this year, I estimate that you will continue to lose money. At that time, you said your stock price will continue to fall. It may be worth $20 billion by next year. At that point, how far is your debt insolvent? It is estimated that in a few months, you can file for bankruptcy. So, I hope you are thinking about it. As for Stefano on the opposite side, his face changed drastically at this time, because he knew Xiao Feng's words were definitely not alarmist. Chapter 1009. When it's time to do it at present, it is only the first quarter of this year, and it has already lost more than 1 billion yuan. This financial report was announced, and the company's market value must have plummeted. In the next 3 quarters, according to the current state of the company's operations, Stefano feels that there is no change at all. So in the next 3 quarters, if not unexpected, it will continue to lose money. By this time next year, once the company's financial report last year is announced, the company's stock price will surely usher in another plunge. After 36 consecutive months of losses, even a tolerant American investor would not allow such a company to continue to exist. By then, the company's stock price will be cut in half, and it may even be lower in the future. And how much foreign debt does the company have? $18 billion. Therefore, Xiao Feng is definitely not alarmist. Vogelin is only 1 year away from insolvency. Once let the outside world know Voglin fell into a situation of insolvency. Then the stock price of this company will surely fall again, and by then, the company will not be far away from bankruptcy. If he agrees to Xiao Feng's request now, he can still get more than $10 billion. If you don't agree to Xiao Feng, you won't get a dime until next year. At the thought of this, a shuddering feeling suddenly came to Stefano's heart. But think about it, 2 months ago, I still got $20 billion. There was a difference of $4 billion this time, and he felt that the difference was too big, and it was still a bit unacceptable. After all, it's not 4,000 yuan, 400,000 yuan, but 4 billion yuan less than the previous verbal agreement. Stefano fell into a situation where heaven and man were at war for a while. In fact, he wanted to agree to Xiao Feng, but it is really reluctant to bear the $4 billion. And then Xiao Feng's words seemed to be a heavy hammer, constantly hitting his heart. Do you think you have the ability to turn the company back into profit after giving you a year? Do you think that within a year, can you find anyone else willing to take over Voglin? When Xiao Feng asked every question, Stefano's face became pale. These words can be said to be condemning each sentence, and each sentence asks the key point. If Stefano has the ability to turn losses into profits, why would he sell the company within a year? Find someone else to take over. Stop dreaming. Who wants to spend tens of billions of dollars to take over a mess of 3 years of losses and another 18 billion in foreign debt? Is it possible? Do you want to sell the company to CVS? Don't dream. I would rather go bankrupt than sell the company to the of Bear and Kin. Xiao Feng's last words immediately became the fuse to detonate Stefano. Everyone knows that Bear and Kin, the president of CVS, is a taboo in front of him, and he absolutely does not allow anyone to mention this name in front of him. Over the years, people have compared Bear and Kin with him everywhere, comparing him with nothing. Now Stefano gritted his teeth when mentioning CVS and Bear and Kin, so he would rather Voglin go bankrupt than sell the company to CVS. Well, I agree with your offer. Stefano almost gritted his teeth and agreed to Xiao Feng's offer. Xiao Feng finally smiled. Don't be unhappy, Stefano. Although this offer is not high, we will not only help you carry $18 billion in debt. In addition, I have to wipe your ass, so you have suffered some losses, but you are not at a loss no matter how you look at it. Although Stefano's ability to run a company is average, he is not a fool. He raised his head and glanced at Xiao Feng. Can you fix the union, guys? I can only try. Xiao Feng said with a wry smile. The US labor unions are just a group of vampires. Stefano also suffered from the labor union, and when he heard that Xiao Feng was going to fix the union, he immediately made suggestions. Sean of the union. Okua is a gangster. You must be careful of this guy. Stefano had been fighting with that guy for so long, and he was already exhausted physically and mentally. Why did Voglin lose money year after year? The salary expenses of pharmacists accounted for most of the cost of their pharmacies. The annual salary of a pharmacist in the US basically starts at $100,000, and there is a certain increase with the length of service. When Stefano was trying to acquire and expand, he was also dizzy. He promised to equip each store with 3 pharmacists, and it turned out to be good. They now have more than 7,000 stores in the United States, and each store has 3 pharmacists. In this way, the annual labor cost of the pharmacist for each store will be around $450,000. Coupled with the mess of various benefits, this has become the heaviest burden on Voglin. He had always wanted to solve this problem before, but Sean of the union, Okua, has always disagreed. He was really curious about what way the Chinese man on the opposite side would use to get Sean. Don't worry, we know what to do, Xiao Feng said to Stefano. After talking to Lord one last time, he asked Pablo to prepare the information. The problem now is obvious. Some people want Voglin to drain the blood and then take advantage of the fire. And he didn't want to have many dreams at night, so he planned to come and talk to Stefano directly. To be honest, after reading the information collected by Pablo, he estimated that Stefano's qualifications are very average. Even as a capitalist, He is not qualified. He didn't even dare to fire those pharmacists, and he didn't dare to challenge the union. A big boss worth tens of billions of dollars is actually afraid of wolves and tigers, and he will be tossed by these moths. Don't dare to start with these guys. His CEO is too unqualified. Although he also knows that there are other reasons for the constraints of small shareholders. But this is not a reason for Stefano to look forward and backward. The enterprise has reached this time and can no longer have the benevolence of women. Although Xiao Feng, as an entrepreneur, also likes to assume a sense of social responsibility. But that has to be done according to one's ability. This Vogelin is obviously almost at the end of the river. At this time, we must also talk about benevolence, that is, digging one's own grave. And this dragging action by Stefano also made Xiao Feng not want to wait any longer. The day Lily will be cold any longer, so it's time to do it. Pablo and the others made predictions. In fact, only one pharmacist for each of their pharmacies is enough. And in this way, each of their stores can save nearly $300,000 in cost. This alone can bring more than $2 billion in net income to the company. With this income, it is enough to pay off part of the principal of the debt plus interest. So he can't wait for Stefano to miss the chance. For those pharmacists who eat and wait to die and the unions who only blood. Vogelin at this time was just like the Ming dynasty where the mansion was about to fall. It doesn't matter if the dynasty falls, anyway. Everyone changes their masters and continues to work hard. As for the boss of the company, he'll take care of you to hang the southeast branch. So Xiao Feng didn't plan to get used to them. When Stefano was leaving, Xiao Feng suddenly called him. Stephen, with this research report, you can go and persuade those small and medium shareholders to transfer out their shares. You convince them that for every dollar lower the price, you can get 50 cents. After listening to Xiao Feng's words, Stefano's eyes lit up. You mean? Yes. That's what you think. Stefano also had a satisfied smile on his face at this time. As the saying goes, the dead Taoist does not die the poor Tao. Anyway, Xiao Feng meant that the price quoted for the equity in his hand was $55. As for the others, the lower the better. And as that broker, the rate he can get is not low. Stefano left contentedly. Xiao Feng also stood up at this moment and said to Owen beside him, "Prepare the car, let's meet that Sean Okura." Now that you have decided to intervene, you must hurry up and not give CVS a chance to react. If you let them know that a third-party force is involved, they will surely speed up. Maybe they have had enough of Vogelin's shares. But they have to get more shares before they do it. So he already had the identity of Xiao Feng. He didn't need to see this Xiao En at all, but he still decided to see him. Sean Okura is of Irish descent and lives in the Evanston area all year round. It is also the nearest block to the city center, and it is also a famous slum. Chicago was once the third largest city in the United States after New York and Los Angeles. www.mentalnovel.com, a famous automobile city. However, with the decline of the American automobile manufacturing industry being beaten by Japanese and German automobiles, this place has long since declined. After that, a large number of white people left the city, and there were more and more black and Latino immigrants in the city. This caused the city to become more and more dilapidated, and rich white people lived in the outer suburbs of the city. The Loop district in the city center has become a paradise for black gangs. Evanston is the closest white neighborhood to the Loop, where Irish immigrants live. Irish immigrants are also notoriously at the bottom of the white society in the United States. Moreover, most of these guys also like to mess with society, and there have been many notorious gangs in history. As for this Sean, he came from a gang. About 20 years ago, he became the chairman of the Chicago Trade Union. Relying on this identity, this guy has now become the underground godfather of Chicago. Usually this guy works in a four-story building on Hills Street, and this small building is his nest. Downstairs is an old Irish pub. He usually likes to come here for a drink at noon. When Xiao Feng and Owen opened the door of the tavern, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Because this is an Irish pub, the people who usually go in and out of the block are Irish people. To put it more bluntly, the customers are mainly the half-black and half-white guys under Sean. And it's not open to the outside world, not to mention Asian faces like Xiao Feng and others. Even white Italians are not allowed to enter. Therefore, the appearance of Xiao Feng and others made the entire tavern quiet. Chapter 1010 Rats shouldn't participate in the elephant war at this time. Xiao Feng was already Mr. Big Scene, and these people did not cause any interference to him unkindly. As for the Irish drunks in the room, several of them looked directly at Xiao Feng and Owen. These two Asian faces are not the same as the Asians they have met before. Xiao Feng is just over 1.9 meters tall, and Owen is no exception. All of them are sturdy men. What's more important is that Xiao Feng has an aura of extravagance on him, and he doesn't look like an ordinary person in his outfit. And Irving, not to mention, was full of murderous air, even though he was wearing sunglasses. But many people can also feel the coldness behind his sunglasses. The two of them went to this stop, so that several guys who wanted to come up to provoke did not dare to act rashly. At this time, Xiao Feng also saw Xiao En sitting on the deck inside the tavern, and he walked straight to Xiao En's side. When he was about to walk in front of Xiao En, suddenly a strong man with red hair stopped in front of him. He didn't speak, but stared at Xiao Feng and Owen coldly. Xiao Feng smiled at Xiao En behind him at this moment. Mr. Oka, I'm here to talk about business. You would never treat a business partner like this. The old man behind the brawny red-haired man is still holding a wine glass pretending to be cool. After half a minute, he put down the wine glass in his hand, and then turned his head to look at Xiao Feng. Xemos, let them come. The strong red-haired man gave up his position. Xiao Feng walked over, but Owen was stopped by this Xmos. Xiao Feng went straight to Xiaoen's side, and then said to the bartender in front, "Whiskey with pure malt and ice." The bartender didn't serve him wine, but glanced at Sean. It was not until Xiao En nodded that he served Xiao Feng a glass of whiskey. Xiao Feng picked up the wine glass and smelled it first, then put it down again. He turned his head to look at Xiao En and said, "Well, Mr. Oka, just tell me, what conditions do you need to agree to me and agree to Voglin's layoff plan?" Oka was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect the Asian man in front of him to come for this incident. He stared at Xiao Feng fiercely. "Who are you? You were invited by Stifno. I'm telling you that triads don't work well here. You'd better stay honestly in Chinatown." Oka regarded Xiao Feng as a gang member that Stefano invited to talk about numbers. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. "Make a price." Oka's face suddenly turned cold at this time. "I have nothing to talk about." Xiao Feng smiled and shook the wine glass in his hand, listening to the sound of ice cubes hitting the wine glass. "To be honest, I don't think you are like someone who is willing to support the pharmacists. How much money can the union you manage receive from them every year? It's only a few cents a week, and it's only a few dozen yuan per person in a year. Why bother? Besides, do you have any idea about Voglin?" As soon as Xiao Feng said a few words, Oka immediately raised his hand. "You don't need to say. Now please get out of here immediately." Xiao Feng's expression also changed abruptly at this time. As a man who smashed a world in another world and built a kingdom, he has a high-ranking aura on his body, and the demeanor of killing Yuozhu can't be covered. But it is definitely not a gang leader like Sean can compare. Even though Sean has been washed ashore, he still bears the name of a union boss. But in fact, in front of Xiao Feng, he was still a bad guy. "I think you should know that mice should have the consciousness of mice. You cannot participate in the war between elephants." Sean felt that he was underestimated, and his face blushed. If it were the past, he would have greeted Xmos with his gun directly against the head of the Chinese guy. Even if he doesn't kill him, he will be skinned today. An Asian guy actually rushed to speak in front of him like this. He couldn't imagine it. "But today I don't know what's wrong. the face of the young Chinese man on the opposite side suddenly changed. He actually felt that the temperature around him dropped a few degrees, and he didn't even dare to meet the man's gaze. This feeling was only encountered when he was in his 20s. At that time, he went to jail for a little incident and was in the same cell as an Italian gang leader. And that gangster is a famous fierce man in Chicago, Little Sicily. There were dozens of lives in his hands alone, and he was finally sent to make an electric chair before he was released from prison. And the temperament exuded from the young man in front of him was the same as that of the big brother. Even more serious than the murderousness of that big guy. And then an even more incredible scene happened. Xiao Feng sneered and stretched out his hand, and lightly patted Xiao En's face. "I'll give you 1 day. You'd better think clearly. I'll be contacting you then. If you still want to participate, then you can ask for more blessings." Although Sean is the head of the union on the face of it, he is still the eldest brother of the Irish gang in the Evanston neighborhood. Not to mention being slapped in the face like this, it's just that someone spit on him, and it was just a punch and kick. The heavy ones will definitely be put into sacks and thrown directly into the Chicago River. What's more, it was an Asian man who did this. What surprised everyone even more was that Sean didn't jump into the thunder as usual and made people dig a gun. Instead, he chose silence. At this time, he was like an old lion facing the challenge of a young lion. Obviously he is old and weak, unable to fight, and can only rely on pretending to be calm to maintain his final dignity. Xiao Feng didn't talk nonsense, got up and left the tavern with Owen. The tavern that had been silent just now seemed to be alive again. Mudfuck, where did these two come from? I'm going to kill them now. Go. I'll go too. We must teach them a bitter lesson today, otherwise these guys will have their tails up to the sky in the future. 3 or 5 guys who drank their heads, rolled up their sleeves and walked out. Sean also found it ridiculous. After these guys go out, 90% will come back in 15 minutes. Then they said that the opponent ran too fast and they didn't catch it. Another 10% may die in the opponent's hands. He was sure that even if these wine sacks and rice bags were to go to 10 more, they would not be enough for the other party to stuff their teeth. This matter seems to be considered in the long term. Sean also ignored the deliberately arrogant guys and turned upstairs. He made a few phone calls upstairs, then went downstairs after a while and asked Xmos to prepare the car. He is going out to meet someone, who is a broker. After getting in the car, Sean closed his eyes, and he was really tired because of too much trouble in the past few days. But when he opened his eyes, he found that the direction of the car was completely wrong. This is not the correct route to where he is going, but by the time he found out, it was too late. After a while, Xmos drove the car into a dense forest in the distance. Chicago is next to Lake Michigan, and the city is densely forested, and it is a good place to bury people. Xmos, what are you going to do? As soon as the car stopped, Sean asked loudly. While questioning Xmos loudly, he quietly reached out and touched the glove box next to him. Usually he likes to hide a Smith Wesson revolver there in case he needs it. But at this moment Xmos sneered and sighed. "You'd better not look for it. I have put away the gun." When Sean heard this, his face was ashamed. "Why, Xmos, why are you betraying me?" At this moment, Xmos turned around abruptly, and he glared at Sean with a grim look. "Old bastard, don't you know why? Hasn't the boss told you before? The mouse must have the consciousness of the mouse, and don't participate in the war between the elephants." After hearing what Xmos said, Sean couldn't help shaking. He looked at Xmos blankly, as if he had known him for the first time. This is his younger brother, who has been with him since he was a teenager. He treats him like his nephew, but he did not expect him to betray him. "Boss, so he is your boss?" "Xmos, haven't I been good enough to you all these years?" Xmos in the driving seat suddenly smiled, his smile full of disdain. "Good for me? I'm your mother.mentalnovel.com, you old bastard. In these years, I have been shot 3 times for you, spent 3 years in the kiln, and killed no less than 20 opponents for you. But what did I get? A salary of less than 100,000 yuan per year. And your son, still screaming and drinking me like a dog. There have been several times, you have clearly seen how little Sean treats me. But why don't you speak? But do you know what they gave me? If you take a dog's life, they will give me $3 million. Hearing what Xmos said, Sean suddenly understood. If it's me, if the other party directly smashed it down with 3 million, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist it either. Even if you kill me, you can't control the union. Ha ha, don't worry, I can't control it, and Kevin can control it. Why, even Kevin betrayed me. Hearing this, Sean was completely ashamed at this time. He didn't expect that even Kevin and his deputy would betray him. All of the people he believed most betrayed him overnight. At this moment, he finally realized the meaning of the other party's words. The mouse really shouldn't be involved in the elephant war, because you don't even have the qualifications to choose the side. If an elephant is annoyed, people can trample you into mud with just 1 foot. Only then did he understand that he and the other party are not of the same magnitude at all. People can throw out 3 million to buy Xmos at will, so it's not a problem to get Kevin. But Sean didn't want to die yet, so he grabbed Xmos. Your boss, you told me that he will give me a day to think clearly. At this time, Xmos smiled grimly. No. The boss told me that he regretted it. Chapter 1011 Unhealable Wound. At this time, Xiao Feng was meeting with Kevin in the manor where Stefano had been received before. Kevin is in his 40s, tall and thin, with red hair like Shamos, freckled face, and a typical Irish appearance. But unlike Sean, he is a lawyer, not the kind of gangster who likes street fighting. At this time, he was holding a wine glass, showing his loyalty to Xiao Feng. Sir, please rest assured, I will follow your instructions after I take the handicraft meeting. Waiting for the opportunity to reach a settlement with Voglin and agree to their layoff plan. Xiao Feng nodded. Well, good, do it well. I am optimistic about you. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with Kevin's remarks. He was sensible. The unions in Chicago are now all controlled by the Irish. When Chicago was most prosperous before, the mainstream high society in the city was still WASP. That is, the Anglo-Saxon white Puritans. These people are still the main body of the real top-notch giants in the United States. For example, the famous Rockefeller is one of them. Later, after the car industry in Chicago failed, these WASPs moved south in a big way. Many people traveled to California with the wealth of wealth, and created what is today Silicon Valley. And Chicago has also declined from a population of 9.5 million at its peak to a small city with a population of only 2.7 million today. At that time, the third wealthiest city in the United States. It has even been on the verge of bankruptcy several times recently. The departure of those WASPs also took away a lot of wealth. After these people left, even the Italians who had been suppressing the Irish have left the city one after another. The mainstream upper-class people in this city are still a small number of WASPs and Jews. The Irish and blacks are still the main body of the middle and lower classes. However, with the departure of the Italians, the Irish took their place and held the trade union here for a long time. So when Sean disappeared from the world, Kevin took the hand meeting. It was not a problem at all. From Kevin, he has learned the truth about Scene's disagreement with Stefano's layoff plan. Before Stefano, he had contacted Sean many times and put forward various conditions. On several occasions, they offered to pay money so that Xiao En could calm down. But Sean, the old guy, never let go, because he got a promise from someone else. The other party promised to help his son become a city councilor of Boston. But it was precisely because of this that Sean lost his life. He doesn't want money, he wants to take this opportunity to uphold his son in the upper ranks. But others still want money. Stefano's request, he did not let go of life and death, naturally became an obstacle in the eyes of others. And when Xiao Feng, the big benefactor, appeared with a check, the loyalty of these people to Sean quickly collapsed. In fact, Xiao Feng didn't need to do these things. But considering that there are not many people around us at present, and the less people know about such things, the better. That's why Xiao Feng had no choice but to go out in person. As for whether Kevin and Xmos would betray themselves, Xiao Feng didn't worry at all. There is Overlord B bonus. Plus these two guys are not stupid. I believe that even if they were caught in jail, they would be tight-lipped about this matter. In addition, you should also pay attention to protect yourself. Don't be like Sean. Xiao Feng couldn't help but exhorted Kevin a few words. This guy is still very useful to him, and before it happens, he doesn't want this guy to have any accidents. He can make Sean evaporate from the world, and the other party can also evaporate Kevin from the world. So he had to tell Kevin a few words. The person who bought Sean was exactly the CVS he expected. Unsurprisingly, CVS has already begun to take action against Vogelin. At this time, it is even more necessary for him to control the Union in his own hands. This Kevin is a smart person and he likes money very much. This is good news for Xiao Feng, because such a person is very easy to control. Kevin obviously knew what Xiao Feng was worried about. Don't worry, sir, I know what to do. Sean has ruled the king here for so long, and many people have long been dissatisfied with him. This time I put him in the top position, and many people would welcome with their hands up, because that old guy is too greedy. Usually, whatever benefits he has, he only cares about himself and gives very little to everyone. Everyone has been angry with him for a long time. This time I will make some reforms after I take office, and kick out all his former subordinates. Kevin talked about his plan. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard it. This guy's plan sounds pretty good. Then there is the issue of Vogelin's layoffs. There used to be a union to support the pharmacists. The pharmacists can still compete with Vogelin, but once the union is no longer supporting the pharmacists, those greedy moths are lambs to be slaughtered. Want them to get rid of, it's a matter of minutes. In fact, many pharmacists are messing around in Vogelin. See why CVS can mix so well? It's because they don't have so many pharmacists in every store. If there are not enough staff in the pharmacy, then recruiting 2 temporary apprentices is enough. After all, taking medicine is not a difficult task. As long as you can read and understand the name of the medicine, you can do it with a computer. These apprentices are generally work-study students, and their salary for a year is a fifth of those pharmacists. Get rid of these burdens, then Vogelin is not far from getting out of the predicament. At this time, at the CVS headquarters in New York, several bigwigs in the top floor office were also discussing their future business plans. There were 3 people in the meeting. One was Stanley, the big man behind CVS. Bear Ankin. He is the current CEO and major shareholder of CVS. And Xiao Feng will be surprised to see the other 2, because he knows these 2 people. One of them is Jonathan, the boss of Flagship Capital Carter. As for the other one, it is Jason Lee. When he first came to the United States to attend the Russell House cocktail party the next day, he met Jason Lee, a banana man from Hong Kong Island. Stanley, in his early 40s, has a bald head. He is smoking a cigar and looking at the 2 partners on the sofa in front of him. Jonathan was holding a wine glass in Manhattan overlooking the outside of the building. Jason Lee, sitting on the sofa, seemed to be thinking about something. Okay, talking, when shall we do it? Stanley looked at the 2 partners and asked. Standing in front of the French window, Jonathan shook the wine glass in his hand. We have to wait. After all, the Chinese is not easy to deal with. Obviously Xiao Feng knew that CVS was plotting Vogelin at the same time. CVS also knows that there is such a Chinese consortium preparing to take over Vogelin. Originally they were planning a partnership between the 2, but through the relationship with China, I have already persuaded one of them. At this time, Jason Lee sat up straight, lit a cigarette for himself and said with a smile. It turned out that young Master One wanted to pool money to acquire Vogelin, which he leaked through the relationship network of China. And this was mainly because Stanley was inserted in Vogelin's inner ghost, and Wang Gongcai only took over with Vogelin. CVS received the wind, and a Chinese capital wanted to buy Vogelin. Later, after investigating the background of that Huago capital, the identity of Lord Wan came to the surface. Later, Xiao Feng appeared again, and they were still not sure whether Xiao Feng would participate in this acquisition. But now it seems that it has been determined that Xiao Feng and Wang Gongcai were in the same group. So Jason Lee, who understands China's national conditions, took the shot. As a Hong Kong Island leader of the party, Wang Gongcai's family is in China. Businessmen like this who have unclear relationships with the red top are generally more afraid of the above meaning. Therefore, as soon as he spread out the news that Mr. Wan wanted to raise funds to go to sea, Mr. Wan had to stop the plan. Without Master Wan, this acquisition team would be equivalent to a broken arm. Without this amount of money, Xiao Feng's funds will probably not be so abundant. Stanley transferred the realization to Jonathan again. Joe, how are your preparations? Ha, the poisonous bait has been delivered to him, and he has eaten it too. But when I received the wind, there seems to be some changes on the Juice King side. I have to wait and see. After listening to Jonathan's words, Stanley here was a little anxious. Wait. Voglin is going to go bankrupt. Untilnovel.com. Jonathan gave Stanley a white look. What can you do if you don't wait? I didn't expect that guy didn't continue to raise the Juice King, and I heard that several executives of Juice King have left their jobs inexplicably. He doesn't raise the Juice King. How can we make him bleeding wounds? If the Juice King can't be his bleeding wound, then it won't affect his cash flow. At that time he will still be able to disrupt our plans. It turns out that Jonathan's main purpose of giving the Juice King to Xiao Feng is here! He wanted to make the Fruit Juice King a wound that Xiao Feng couldn't heal. But the problem is that Xiao Feng was not fooled by Evans as he expected. In fact, we can do this. If he doesn't raise, we will help him take the initiative to raise. Jason rolled his eyes and said. Jonathan and Stanley turned their eyes to Jason. You mean? Yes, we arranged for some people to raise funds for them in the past, and he who lacked the funds of Lord One must be short of money now. At this time, someone will send him money to the door. Do you think he will not want it? Wait until they have collected the money. Him helping them to increase their momentum. When they thought that Juice King could go public and raise money soon, we were giving him a salary draw. At that time, as long as the listing plan fails, he will spit out all he has eaten. He must compensate us for our losses in accordance with the gambling agreement. By then, most of his energy and funds have been constrained by the mess of the Juice King. That's when we acted on Voglin. Chapter 1012. Use other people's money to help yourself make money, that is the highest state. Jason revealed his plan, and Stanley and Jonathan on the other side looked at each other again. Smiles suddenly appeared on both of them. This idea is very good. I also think this plan is feasible. Sure enough, you Chinese people know the Chinese people best. When Jason heard this introduction, his face suddenly changed. He turned his head and looked at Jonathan seriously and said, I am from Hong Kong Island, not from Chinese. Okay, man, don't be angry. Jonathan replied happily, and at the same time exchanged a helpless look with Stanley on the other side. At the same time, he scolded in his stomach and went to your mother's Hong Kong Islander. In our eyes, you are Chinese guys, Asians, and all tool people. It's just that Jason Lee is a tool man with a little higher value. His father was a litigation stick before he was on Hong Kong Island, and he specialized in litigation for the wealthy. But later, I got a little bit with the B Society, and often played legal sideballs, and provided some grey suggestions to the big guys. Later, his Lao Du married a daughter of a rich 300 Jin, and then he had him. And he inherited the capital of his grandfather's family. Now he is the general manager of an investment company. At present, he controls tens of billions of funds, and these money are basically the money of some people who have opinions on them. They also used the money to fund many cockroaches. Of course, the main thing is to make money and invest. He has been in collusion with Stanley and Jonathan for some time. Several of them are the major shareholders behind the flagship capital, and Jonathan is the main trader who usually shows up. They also invested in several successful projects in Silicon Valley and made a lot of money. But this time it was Stanley who took the lead and planned to join forces to swallow Voglin. As the major shareholder of CVS, Stanley Berenkin, naturally knows the business of chain pharmacies. Although doing this business will not make you rich overnight, as long as you operate steadily, this business will be a hen who will lay golden eggs. And Vogelin was the fat he had coveted for a long time. This company used to be the competitor that gave him the most headache. But when he learned that the helm of Vogelin's generation, Stefano, planned to sell the company, he is already eyeing this company. In the past, Vogelin was most jealous of the location of this chain store. They are all selected in the middle class with the strongest spending power, and the wealthy areas. So in the past, although they had 2,000 fewer stores than CVS, their annual profits could still surpass CVS. Fortunately, in recent years, because of Stefano's wrong actions during expansion, Vogelin is now in a quagmire. So Vogelin became their chosen target. If this project can be completed, then each of them will make a fortune. Just when these people calculated, Xiaofeng just landed on the Karapag Islands in his Falcon 8X. This time he came to Karapag Islands, he was going to meet someone. And that person is President Qin of Huayang Petroleum. And the purpose of seeing President Qin is to raise money. This time to get Vogelin. Although Stefano has been persuaded, the cash still has to be prepared for $44 billion, and Master One can pay $15 billion, which means that he himself has to prepare $29 billion. This number has been greatly reduced compared to previously expected. In the past, he expected to acquire Vogelin, which would cost more than $70 billion, because he counted the debt of $18 billion. But then Pablo, a financial expert, told him that debts don't need to be included at all. The money to buy the company can be settled first. As for the $18 billion debt, he can wait for the acquisition of the company before going to talk to the banks and financial institutions that loaned him. Anyway, as long as they can pay back the money, banks and financial institutions don't care who the owner of Vogelin is. And they don't like your early repayment, because if you repay early, it means they won't get the interest. So you can talk to them to lower the interest rate. Otherwise, repay early. After listening to Pablo's advice, Xiaofeng realized that his feelings were too sincere before. It is really a big disadvantage to take the thinking of doing business and take the role of finance. More importantly, Pablo gave him suggestions. He can completely consider that he doesn't need to use his own money to buy Vogelin, because playing in the supreme realm of finance is to use other people's money to help yourself make money. As for his own money, it has never moved. After listening to Pablo's suggestion, Xiaofeng was completely silly. Can he still play like this? Before, he planned to sell all the gold and jewels he had brought from another world. Those things are worth more than $10 billion. It is also stored, originally intended to be exchanged for cash this time. Moreover, in the Southern Cross Bank, there is also a large amount of gold he brought from other worlds and Sunan. These hard currencies can be used to circulate, and they can bring him billions of dollars in cash. In this way, plus part of the cash provided by the Ninth Laboratory, and part of the cash produced by the famous chef, this money is enough. I used to wonder if it was not enough, then take out the equity of the Celebrity Chef Group to pledge part of it. It seems unnecessary now. This is Xiaofeng's plan to pool the wrong funds. Unexpectedly, after Pablo knew about it, he would directly negate his plan. Tell him that he doesn't need to take his own money at all, and he can find a way to use other people's money to help himself complete the acquisition. And this President Qin of Huayang Petroleum is the key to helping him solve the funding problem this time. As for how to make this President Qin pay the money obediently, it is Hoffman, an expert in cloning chemistry, who researched heavy oil lightweight technology. Hoffman had previously wanted to develop alpha star seaweed, and then use the alpha star seaweed to produce stable liquid hydrogen. But this plan was not so smooth because of the lack of raw materials. So the plan was temporarily cut in half, and Xiaofeng promised him to wait for the next time he went to another world. Will help him find the kind of alpha star seaweed that glows purple. Only after finding this seaweed can Hoffman use the DNA of this seaweed to improve the seaweed on the Earth. then use the stabilizer extracted from this seaweed to produce stable liquid hydrogen on the Earth. But before that, Xiaofeng asked him to develop a light crude oil that would dilute Venezuelan heavy oil into a light crude oil suitable for various machinery on the Earth. At that time, Hoffman also proposed to him the idea of solving the problem, which is to use liquefied gas. Developed a new equipment that uses liquefied gas spray to turn the heavy oil produced in Venezuela into mainstream light crude oil. In the past, the main reason for the high cost of oil use in Venezuela was the cost. The cost of producing a barrel of heavy oil is about $20. This thick oil is almost no different from asphalt. It must be hydrogenated and then fractured at high temperature and high pressure in order to become mainstream gasoline and diesel, and this process will greatly increase the cost of using Venezuelan heavy oil. The best technology in this area is the United States, and later China also mastered this technology. However, China's technology is relatively backward, and the Venezuelan heavy oil is transported back to the country after being refined into light oil at high temperature and pressure. The cost per barrel is approaching $60. Some time ago, Hoffman told Xiaofeng that he had perfected the technology. He newly developed a set of production equipment and redesigned the production process. In this way, Venezuelan heavy oil and liquefied petroleum gas produced by coal can be converted into light crude oil and diesel oil suitable for current major vehicles. If it is mass-produced, the cost of the entire equipment and technology will only add $5 per barrel of oil. And this is one of the costs of negotiating with Qinghai Ocean. Despite the fact that the current world oil price has fallen into a negative number, everyone knows that this situation will not last long. Sooner or later, the price of oil will rise back, so this technology can be used sooner or later. China's demand for oil seems to be endless at present. On the other hand, this technology can not only be used on Venezuelan heavy oil, it can also be used for oil produced in China. At present, the main oil-producing areas of China are in a certain long oil www.mtnovel.com and a king oil field in the northwestern region. The quality of the oil produced by these two oil fields is terrible, to be honest. The reason why the cost of oil produced by these two oil fields has been around $60 a barrel. Expensive barrels are only one of the main reasons, and there is another main reason. Because the oil is too poor and the cost of refining is too high. Because the crude oil produced by these two oil fields, even if the quality is slightly better than that of Venezuela's oil, is not much better. In this way, the technology he currently has in his hands is valuable. It can be used not only on Venezuelan crude oil, but also on oil produced in China. Not only can it greatly reduce the cost of oil refining, but it can also greatly improve the quality of oil. So if you put this set of technology in front of Qinghai Ocean, who is inextricably related to China National Petroleum Corporation, and President Qin, what effect do you say? It is absolutely not a problem to ask him tens of billions of dollars. After all, compared with ensuring the security of national strategic resources, this little money is a shit. Every year, more than $200 billion is spent on domestic oil imports from abroad. Now spending $30 billion can reduce domestic oil refining costs by 20% and improve oil quality by 20%. Do you think Mr. Qin will agree? What's more, does Venezuela owe the country $65 billion? People said that if you want a debt, you can use oil to repay the debt. But their heavy oil has always been the most troublesome problem in China. The heavy oil from the country is transported back, and the cost of refining it is so high. It is so much lower than the cost of domestic mining. If you master this technology, that debt of the country will be a lot of money. Chapter 1013 Infrastructure Madness creates another miracle. But when I think about Liu Jin, I can't do without the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. Is one of the few gangsters who dare to head with the Napoleon the Italian mainland. That reputation is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course was once supplied to Japan, But later, with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to penetrate the European market, but the distance is too far. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up another market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And although they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Rather than waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes involuntarily. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai, who was on the opposite side, smiled. Haha. Xiaofeng looked at this guy, and actually felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiaofeng spread his hands. Since death is inevitable, why not be more chic? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe, it is too cold there. And you know Russians, I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too messy, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiaofeng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he can still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do. At least in his opinion, it has more muscles than Leaf and Li Kai than brains. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiaofeng changed the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So I have been collecting information about you during this period of time, researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiaofeng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team and I. There are NYSE, Frankfurt, London, Tokyo, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all of this money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of this money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America. The most are the flower traders who lose out to South America. His funds are now being laundered by him. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet. But Xiaofeng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I think renting a supercomputer to crack the password is not very expensive. Xiaofeng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack the account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be the one who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is a no-brainer. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing Li Xingkai's words, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Really is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the APA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between these 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean Sea in 2 directions. And he will get oil from Venezuela in the future. The most troublesome thing is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The nearest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. In terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major shareholders in the United States, so it should be the Americans that were so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. If a ship crosses the canal, it will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. The 2 largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholder behind the Panama Canal is the Americans, so the Americans pay the money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. Every year Huago just pays tolls on this side of the Panama Canal, which is almost $20 billion. It can be seen how much this will increase the cost of the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil. He is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. When he can, sooner or later he will leave these 2 companies aside and get his own gas. Then the tolls must be considered. He doesn't want to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuela's oil can still be sanctioned by Yankees. In case of being detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another route in Colombia. What, Nicaragua Grand Canal? He didn't think about it over th.untilnovel.com. After all, it would touch the roots of Americans. But if you open a railway between the 2 ports of Apaltado and Jurido, together with the 2 oceans, this time you Americans have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans. So no one wanted to open a railway connecting the 2 oceans here. But now that China has risen and it is still the world's largest trading power, then the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the US guys. A 150-kilometer railway can be built without much money. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and unloading, loading, unloading, and loading from the two ports back and forth is also very troublesome. But helplessly, the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans, which costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, is too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of manpower transportation between the two ports. Finally came to the conclusion that, no matter how tossing, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1014. Do you want to be so arrogant? Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak Xingkai to actually guess his own thoughts. In fact, he had killed the Rico family before and robbed so many assets, but he didn't feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these piers, which were naturally used to sell flour like the United States, but after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first, his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there are no Americans behind, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Don't look at the fact that the US claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government. But who doesn't know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the US? The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. This Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 laborers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from the completion of the canal in 1914 to 1974 in the 65 years of the last century. This canal has always been controlled by the Americans. It was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, Nori added to Taiwan in 1983. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the scales of the Americans. As a result, in 1989, the U.S. local government imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind the Panama Canal Management Company, the majority shareholder is still American. How else do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return from South America along the Atlantic, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans. It is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business. And Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. Using the Panama Canal to transport oil, it is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country dare to swagger, and the Panamanians dare not make things difficult. If it's your own ship, then I'm afraid the Americans will inevitably do it. Finally, After thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. The railway construction plan from Appaltado to Gerudo Port, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway linking these two ports, people in the local political circles must agree, otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company. This company is the only railway company in Colombia. The railways in this country are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just an elongated ellipse, and there is not much radiating from other parts of the country. And this railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Gerudo family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past decade or so, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xingkai has acquired the company and has become the company's major shareholder, and I know the councillors of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xingkai with a smile, and Lee Xingkai also looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit, you are really a talent. Okay, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? Xiao Feng is very curious about this. Lee Xingkai pointed to his head. Of course it is observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maugsan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xingkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The American people are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xingkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it would definitely lead to sanctions by the US. Even if Xiao Feng did not directly do business with Venezuelans, that would not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Lee Xingkai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would come to dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Lee Xingkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy again. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States, and he would have a lot of affection for the United States. I didn't expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to working with me. I would like to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Lee Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, There have been no less than their brothers. Said that at the end Li Xinkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with Leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let people arrange for the people of these two places to go parade. Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here hungry. Xiao Feng still knows this. So the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that success is less than success and more than failure.mtlnovel.com. If you want to do something, before you start, you will jump out of a bunch of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it, but it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. And Li Xingkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiao Feng's stomach at this time. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials. Don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. That's how it is. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai smiled and nodded. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company, and you didn't ask me what I want. Huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1015. The blessings of the soul, and suddenly enlightened. But when I think about Liu Jin, I can't do without the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. Is one of the few gangsters who dare to head with the Napoli in the Italian mainland. That reputation is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course was once supplied to Japan. But later, with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to penetrate the European market, but the distance is too far. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up another market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And although they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Rather than waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes involuntarily. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai, who was on the opposite side, smiled. Haha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and actually felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since death is inevitable, why not be more chic? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It is too cold there, and you know Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too messy, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry, many people don't want me to go back. So where else can I go? I can only state's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he can still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It has more muscles than Leaf and Li Kai than brains. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng changed the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So I have been collecting information about you during this period of time, researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team and I. There are NYSE, Frankfurt, London, Tokyo, and there are probably more than 10 billion US dollars in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than 10 billion US dollars in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all of this money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of this money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America. The most are the flower traders who lose out to South America. His funds are now being laundered by him. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund account and path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I think renting a supercomputer to crack the password is not very expensive. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack the account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be the one who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is a no-brainer. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing Li Xingkai's words, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Really is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between these 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean Sea in 2 directions. And he will get oil from Venezuela in the future. The most troublesome thing is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The nearest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, He and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. In terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major shareholders in the United States, so it should be the Americans that were so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. If a ship crosses the canal, it will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TEUs across the river starts at $780,000. The two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholder behind the Panama Canal is the Americans, so the Americans pay the money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. Every year Huago just pays tolls on this side of the Panama Canal, which is almost $20 billion. It can be seen how much this will increase the cost of the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela soil. He is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. When he can, sooner or later he will leave these two companies aside and get his own gas. Then the tolls must be considered. He doesn't want to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuela soil can still be sanctioned by Yankees. In case of being detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another route in Colombia. What Nicaragua Grand Canal.mtlnovel.com. He doesn't think about it. After all, it will touch the roots of Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Girardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and it is still the world's largest trading power, then the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the US guys. A 150-kilometer railway can be built without much money. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and unloading, loading, unloading, and loading from the two ports back and forth is also very troublesome. But helplessly, the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans, which costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, is too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of manpower transportation between the two ports. Finally came to the conclusion that, no matter how tossing, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1016 Epoch Making Top Technology. Venezuela's heavy oil is now mined at a price of around $20 a barrel. After China takes over, the cost of transportation back home will increase again. According to the price of international crude oil, the tanker will decide whether to go to the Panama Canal, to Suez, or to go to the Cape of Good Hope. After being transported back to China this way, the cost of each barrel of oil must be added about $10 again. Then there is refining and reduction, and the cost of this piece is another $10. Such a barrel of light crude oil, coming out of a petrochemical project, is already about $45. Send it to distributors at all levels, or the petrol station below. The price is basically around $50 per barrel, Anyway, it's just a drop below the price of domestic oil. At this time, Xiao Feng said that he had come up with a technique that could greatly reduce the extraction and reduction. What do you think Qin Xiaoshen would think? Of course it's standing and watching. Lao Qin was born in the petroleum system and is very familiar with the technology of petroleum refining. When he heard that this reduction technology uses liquefied gas instead of hydrogen, he has already noticed that this technology is different. When he saw the thick oil, which was as thick as pitch, was put into the reactor. After several processes of reaction reduction, it was finally reduced to gasoline and diesel that can be used by cars. This old Qin could no longer remain calm. Mr. Xiao, your technique is not joking, right? Ha! President Qin, do you think it is necessary for me to falsify in this respect? How long does this reaction process take? How much power does the whole process consume? How much does this equipment cost and what materials are used? I really didn't expect that Lao Qin was also an expert. He didn't like other LDs who didn't know how to pretend. He would only ask you vaguely how much this process would reduce the cost. Instead, he asked for various details, so he judged by himself from these details. Fortunately, before Xiao Feng came, Hoffman taught him this whole set of techniques. So at this time he can also deal with them one by one. And when Lao Qin got more and more excited after learning about the technical model in detail, I can't help but he is not excited. It is important to know that this liquefied gas can be much cheaper than hydrogen because it is the material used for reduction. At present, it is not too expensive to produce hydrogen in large quantities in an industrialized way, but liquid hydrogen is more expensive in terms of transportation and storage. Liquid hydrogen needs to be at -270 degrees to ensure it is liquid, and it must be stored in an airtight container. Improper storage can cause a big explosion. Therefore, liquid hydrogen has extremely demanding requirements for transportation and storage conditions, which is one of the reasons why they use hydrogen to reduce crude oil costs. In addition, the process of reducing heavy oil to light crude oil using liquid hydrogen is also very complicated. To be completed in a high temperature and high pressure environment, and to achieve high temperature and high pressure, it is very energy consuming, and the equipment materials will be greatly improved. This will greatly increase the cost. Therefore, to restore a barrel of heavy oil produced in Venezuela, the average cost of technology and equipment is about $10 per barrel. And now that Xiao Feng provides this set of technology, it is much simpler. It is enough to use cheaper liquefied gas, and the equipment does not need to use special metal resistant to high temperature and high pressure. The time consuming is shorter, the energy consumption is lower, and the most important thing is that it is very environmentally friendly. Finally, when the light crude oil is reduced, the excess carbon atoms will become graphite. Excess sulfur and other impurities will become industrial raw materials such as sulfuric acid. Anyway, this technology, people who know how to look at it, will find that it is simply a technology that is so impressive. It can even be said that this is a top technology that can subvert the current petrochemical industry. Why do you say that? Because this technology is really amazing. It can be used not only for the reduction of heavy oil like Venezuela, but also for the reduction of oil produced by other countries. Can greatly increase the oil refining and purification ratio. If you ask you, what kind of oil is extracted? Perhaps the first picture that appeared in many people's minds. It's the kind of black liquid that directly spews out from the ground tens of meters high. Then a bunch of people, holding sand, gravel and mud, went to block the wellhead. Many people may be impressed by the Iron Man digging well, but the fact is that so far, the world can still hit such a spouting area. Except for some oil-producing areas in the Middle East and Russia, only the North Sea and some offshore oil wells in the Gulf of Mexico are left. Oil wells in other land areas, even if they produce oil, are not the black liquid that everyone imagines. It is a dark brown mud mixture. Then the oil company squeezes and extracts the oil from the mud mixture. For details of what this mud mixture is, you can refer to the molded poop. When this mixture was mined, It was like black that was 10 times thicker. And the oil extracted in the northwestern region of the country, and the shale oil of the United States, or the oil sands produced in Alberta, Canada. Probably it is like this: the purity of the oil is not high, and then it is the process of refining. In the refining process, a series of methods such as fracturing are used to restore. Moreover, in order to ensure the high quality of the gasoline and diesel produced, high temperature and high pressure hydrogenation reduction methods are used in the purification process. This also greatly increases the cost of petroleum refining in various countries. For example, Lomi's shale oil costs around $4,060 a barrel. Among them, at least $510 is the cost of reduction, purification and refining. This is still the case of Lomi's oil refining technology, the world's leading. If Chinese oil companies are allowed to do it, the cost will definitely be higher. And if this technology of adding liquefied gas is used, the hydrogenation process in the petroleum refining process will be replaced. Then the whole process is calculated. The cost of refining per barrel of oil will be reduced by $57. After listening to Xiao Feng's final summary, Qin always couldn't keep calm anymore. The cost of refining a barrel of oil is reduced by $57. What is this concept? 1 year can save tens of billions of dollars in the country. We must know that the crude oil we currently import in China is bought by others after refining and refining. As for the Persian countries that have a close relationship with us, the oil they produce is this kind of very low quality oil. If they import a large amount of their unprocessed crude oil and then return to China for refining, how much can you save in the process? There is also the oil produced in the domestic Huaichang and Siking oil fields. If this technology is used to extract and refine the oil, how much can the cost be saved? After going back and forth here, the benefits can be greatly increased. So how can President Qin remain calm? Leaving aside the distant ones, let's just say that these heavy oils were obtained from Venezuela. If in the oil storage base in the north of the Carapag Islands, how much can it earn if it is directly refined and transported back to the country? And not to mention transporting it back to the country to sell. It is to sell to those island countries in the Pacific in South America. Then you can make a lot of money. So if this technology is true, it can really subvert the entire current petroleum refining system. At this time, Qin really couldn't pretend to be calm anymore. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Feng seriously. Mr. Xiao, can I visit this laboratory and meet with the person in charge of this laboratory? No problem. Well, it's too early today. I will ask them to prepare. I will take you to see them tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Xiao, that's it. President Qin didn't talk nonsense. He got up and left the living room with Xiao Feng. This is a big deal, so he has to be careful. When he left the meeting room, he immediately took out the phone and called back to China, and sent back the video that Xiao Feng gave him. The purpose of his call is very clear, that is, to organize an expert group in China to come and inspect. Once it has been verified that the technology Xiao Feng said is true, then there is so much to talk about next. At that time, let alone $30 billion, $50 billion, $100 billion, he will be able to persuade the above. Because of mastering this technology, that year can save the country $30 to $50 billion. $100 billion can be saved in 2 years. So Mr. Qin didn't care about whether it was midnight in the country either, so he called his immediate boss directly, and his superior, after enduring his anger and listening to his report, watched the video again. Immediately make a decision. www.intelnovel.com immediately organize the company's expert team to take a charter flight overnight, and strive to arrive in the Carapag Islands by noon tomorrow. This time everyone is determined to win this project. Xiao Feng returned to Lijiadao that night, and then he found Hoffman. Let him be prepared to receive a group of experts for inspection. The next day, Mr. Qin brought a team to Lis Island until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Feng had already made preparations long ago. and President Qin brought more than 30 people here this time. 5 or 6 of them are the main leaders of the company's upper level, and the rest are all experts. President Qin gave everyone a brief introduction, and then Xiao Feng had no ink stains, so he led everyone into the laboratory directly. And here Hoffman was already prepared. When everyone came in, he immediately led his assistant to start the experiment. In front of everyone, a batch of heavy oil was put into the reactor. The next step is the reaction process, but this process naturally does not require leaders to follow the whole process. The experts they bring will naturally follow the whole process. The entire reaction process takes at least a period of time. During this time, Xiao Feng naturally wanted to do his best to be a landlord. I led a group of leaders to visit Ligia Island, and then returned to the main island of Moa Island. Give everyone a delicious reception to the host and the host, and then let it go. 3 days later, the experts who had been watching Hoffman's experiment in shifts returned to Moa Island from Lee's Island. And then Mr. Qin and the others immediately asked the experts to report on their work, and the meeting was 1 day. In the end, the experts unanimously assessed that this is definitely an epoch-making top technology. We must learn and master. Chapter 1017. If you can run, the monk can't run to the temple. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe? It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do. At least in his opinion, it is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund account and path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Dorado Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Dorado. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tet's so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela soil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself, so the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Jirardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen www.mtnovel.com and is also the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. High-speed text handwriting ability does not allow me to look chapter list. Chapter 1018. Who is the one who sent you to the door? Don't you cheat you? Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak Xingkai. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States. But after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States. The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business. And Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Girardot Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles. Otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Girardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xing-kai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xing-kai with a smile, and Lee Xing-kai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Lee Xing-kai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maugsan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, The only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Li Xingkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Li Xingkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Li Xingkai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Li Xingkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Li Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Li Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here, hungry. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months, this will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it, but it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Mentalnovel.com. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials, don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. High-speed text handwriting ability does not allow me to look chapter list. Chapter 1019. If you want to play, then you might as well play bigger. After Evans heard Xiao Feng's instructions, He was also taken aback, but he also understood in an instant that the boss obviously wanted to scare off this group of people. In fact, before, he also smelled something wrong in it. But he has been reluctant to think more about it. After all, the temptation of the $200 million is too great. It made him feel in a daze. Even if he vaguely thought it was a bait, he couldn't help but want to go up and take a bite. But at this moment, thinking about it carefully, the money is a bit too easy. The other party came to raise money for Juice King, but he was definitely not optimistic about his own business ability. It's even less likely to be interested in juicers and coffee shops. The gambling agreement behind this is the real killer move. If you just signed this agreement so silly, if the other party is secretly resorting to any means, if the security is not complete, the company will change hands in a few months. Don't look at the rules when doing business in the US, but it's just for honest people. As for the guys who play finance, there are a lot of tricks, kidnappings, intrigues, and all kinds of harassment operations. In order to make money, they even dare to fabricate a reason, and dare to start a war. What's the point of pitting yourself together? So at this time Evans also had an epiphany, and he didn't make too many rebuttals. Instead, he went back to the room and conveyed Xiao Feng's meaning to Terry in its entirety. At this time, Terry's face suddenly became ugly. He didn't expect that Evans actually returned such a big move to himself. He was just a puppet who was pushed to the front desk, and it was the big man behind him who really made the decision. This time it was his turn to be the master, so he could only call the big guy behind him and ask what to do next. Stanley, Jonathan, and Jason, who had been waiting for news at the New York headquarters, were also stunned after listening to Terry's feedback. No one thought that the other party would play so big as soon as he opened his mouth. Terry and Trident are the snakes they arranged to put bait on the Juice King. They don't care about financing conditions, and their only hope is that Evans, a greedy guy, will accept their money as soon as possible. Once Evans took their money, the next thing was much simpler. They even blow up the balloons by Evans and Juice King to allow more investors to participate. Then all they have to do is to puncture the balloon, and then the Juice King will not only compensate them for the money, also compensate other investors for money. Maybe Xiao Feng Qian can afford it, but the key is that his reputation is stinking. At that time, see what qualifications he has, and compete with them for control of Vogelin. They had already calculated everything, but they didn't expect Xiao Feng to have such a big appetite. 20% of the equity, you dare to ask for $1 billion, or US dollars. This is how to do. The three people in Stanley's office couldn't help but stare at each other. $1 billion, for them. Saying more is not too much, but it is definitely not too little. What do you do now? Can't you accept the move? Stanley touched his big bald head and looked at Jason and Jonathan. Jonathan also hesitated at this moment. So Xiao Feng dared to ask so much? Did he notice something? Or, he has absolute certainty of his own coffee chain business? At this time, Jason lowered his head, slowly sipping the coffee in his hand. The coffee they drink is instant coffee made from inside the Juice King brought over from Silicon Valley. Recently, this coffee is very popular in Silicon Valley. Even some employees of Juice King will quietly bring some from the company to share with outsiders. And anyone who has tasted instant coffee is full of praise for the taste of the coffee. Americans like this kind of rich and sweet drink. The Juice King company also adopted an attitude of acquiescence with one eye and one eye closed. So this coffee is currently hyped on various social software. In the past few days, in order to calculate the Juice King, they also deliberately got this coffee and tasted it. And this drink is really impressive. Addicted once. Now the other side turned them into an army, and the two guys Stanley and Jonathan were shocked. Jason's eyes flashed sharply. Since he wants to play, he might as well play bigger. We give $2 billion and want 40% of his campaign's equity. Are you crazy? After listening to Jason, Stanley and Jonathan said almost in unison. They all knew that Jason hated the people above, especially he and Xiao Feng seemed to be having a holiday. But now is not the time to be arrogant. $2 billion for 40% of the company's shares. This is simply a decision made by a madman. But Jason Lee smiled slightly at this moment. He looked at Stanley and Jonathan and said, "You've drunk this coffee. How do you think it tastes? What do you think of the Juice King's plan to move to an entity chain?" Stanley and Jonathan fell silent immediately after hearing this question. Indeed, the feeling that this coffee brings to people can only be described as stunning. With this unique taste of coffee, it is really not difficult to make a brick-and-mortar chain store. Even Stanley, who was born as a physical entity, can tell at a glance that the coffee has great potential. If the entity chain is really done, it may be a bit exaggerated to catch up with Starbucks. But fighting against Starbucks is absolutely fine. But that's really doing a good job of operation, and they are just to make bad money and make quick money. They never thought about running this company well. You said that if we help hold him up and then burst their balloons, will he compensate us with $6 billion? If he wants to go wrong, we will fight him. This is our home court. And once a lawsuit is taken, can he fight with us over Vogelin? Without this competitor, Vogelin can only accept our offer obediently. And if he doesn't plan to compensate us at that time, and we take over the Juice King, then we can earn back the fare by relying on this coffee formula alone. Even if we are not going to be a physical coffee shop at that time, if we sell this recipe to Nestle, do you think they will buy it? Jason's words silenced Stanley and Jonathan. Indeed, the reason they want to bait the Juice King is to make this company a wound that Xiao Feng cannot heal. Let this company become his Waterloo. And their ultimate goal, in fact, was Vogelin. And that was the big deal. Compared with the tens of billions of business, what does it mean to spend $2 billion here? And these $2 billion are not in vain. If it is the Juice King who only had a juicer before, they certainly don't like it. But now this coffee recipe alone is worth $2 billion in their opinion. Looking at it this way, it seems that the sale is really not a loss. But Jonathan also expressed his worries at this time. The reason why that guy would offer such a high price is obviously alert. Moreover, he adjusted the future business thinking of Juice King as soon as he came up. This way, it greatly weakened the power of fierce materials in our hands. If you can't overthrow him at that time, it will be a big trouble. At this time, Jason chuckled. Even if we don't have enough juice to shake him, what if we add ingredients to his coffee? When Jonathan and Stanley heard this, their faces changed. This guy really doesn't have a bottom line. This is a matter of stubborn life. He can do it all. However, such a Jason is a good dog. We like it. In the face of absolute interests, what a few lives can count. Jonathan and Stanley were not indecisive, and the two exchanged glances. After weighing a little, he nodded and agreed to the deal. Okay, do it. In the evening, Juice King reached a financing agreement with Trident and completed the company's series of financing. Trident Capital will acquire 30% of Juice King at a price of $2 billion. They want 40%. But where would Xiao Feng agree? Just give 30%, love or not. In the end, the Trident could only count the amount of money. www.metalnovel.com added a clause to the gambling agreement, which increased the final compensation amount to 4 times. And they also made regulations on the funds invested, that is, the funds obtained by the company. 75% can only be used to build chain stores in the United States. As for the research and development of juicers, they did not make any requirements. The agreement was signed that night, and the news has spread throughout Silicon Valley. Immediately the entire Silicon Valley was shaken. Who would have thought that the Juice King that everyone was not optimistic about, in such a short period of time, he killed a beautiful back carbine? It took less than a month for internal adjustments to usher in a $2 billion series of financing, and Yirong is $2 billion. Isn't this a dark unicorn? $2 billion in exchange for 30% of the shares. Does this show that the investors' valuation of this company has reached $6.7 billion? You must know that more than a month ago, the valuation of this company was less than $1 billion. Not even a unicorn. But now, he has already revealed the temperament that he wants to be the overlord among the unicorns. According to this trend, Isn't this the next Uber? One night's incident, Silicon Valley investors went crazy, and even the venture capitalists with Wall Street went crazy. Everyone took a magnifying glass and began to study carefully the Juice King. I want to see what magical ability this company has that can attract such a large amount of financing at once. All kinds of rumors about the Juice King were very uproar and rumors. Their coffee has not been officially listed. It has become the most talked about hotspot on major social media. Chapter 1020 Fueling the Flames vs Magical Pen. Xiaofeng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these piers, which were naturally used to sell flour like the United States, but after Xiaofeng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first, his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there are no Americans behind, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States. The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. This Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from the completion of the construction of the canal in 1914 to 1974 in the 65 years of the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans. It was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974, but in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once agitated the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the scales of the Americans. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a single pass? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is also controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiaofeng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business. And Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger when taking the Panama Canal to transport oil, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, then I'm afraid it must be done by the Americans. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiaofeng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Girardot Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles, otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogotá and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just an elongated oval shape, and there is not much radiating from other parts of the country. The railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Girardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the operating conditions of this company have been in good condition. Now Lee Xingkai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of this company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. In this way, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xingkai with a smile, and Lee Xingkai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Okay, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Lee Xingkai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before. But from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, you suddenly had a lot of Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it's Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot. What do they use to pay the wages of the Magsang people? Only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Magsang is not lacking in oil, so even if Magsang gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Taking into account the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xingkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xingkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But Lee Xingkai shook his head after hearing this. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. In addition, why should I denounce like Americans? I hope more people will come to dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I am not satisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the US. Looking at Lee Xingkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. Lee Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, they have been no less than their brothers. After speaking, Lee Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount. Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here. Hungry.mtlnovel.com. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to propose a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that success is less than success and more than failure. If you want to do something, before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Peru.s. lawmakers will certainly come forward to oppose it, but it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult task. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the round worm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials, you don't have to worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. Chapter 1021 The King of the Hottest Topics in America. At the same time, in New York, Jonathan, Jason and Stanley were also dumbfounded. Obviously, none of them expected such a result. In fact, this incident was also initiated by them. After signing the contract yesterday, it was also the news they deliberately leaked out. In fact, the purpose is to build momentum for the Juice King. It's just that their purpose of creating momentum for the Juice King is not out of good intentions, but to put the Juice King on the fire. The faster the Juice King fires, the more conducive to their next operations. But they didn't think. They just ignited a few sparks. And there was someone in the back who poured gasoline directly into the fire. And this person who splashed gasoline, they had no idea that it was Xiao Feng. In fact, after Terry agreed to Ivan's condition yesterday, Xiao Feng basically concluded that there must be something strange in this matter. Who would exchange 2 billion for 30% of the shares in a company that hasn't done much yet? Even if this company does have a very good prospect. But even the venture capital companies in Tatai will not invest at this time. The other party actually did just that, and also offered to sign a gambling agreement. In this way, Xiao Feng concluded that this venture capital company was weird, and it must have ulterior motives. They didn't know whether they came for the Juice King or for themselves. So who is this guy? What are they trying to do? After thinking about it, he thought of Jonathan. When this guy transferred the Juice King to himself, he didn't feel at ease. And now that a venture capitalist named Trident suddenly jumped out of it, Xiao Feng would not believe it if there was no his shadow behind it. However, in Xiao Feng's view, this guy simply sent himself money. And his purpose is nothing more than the fourfold compensation clause at the end of the gambling agreement. And he must know the secret of Juice King's juicer. To be honest, if the Juice King is still the previous company that mainly sells juicers, then this is what Jonathan has in his hands. It's definitely a big shot. If it bursts out, it can really destroy the Juice King in minutes. But now, not to mention that Juice King has already started to transform into a coffee chain under his guidance. Even if the Juice King is still in his old business, he can't be ruined by Jonathan. But since this guy is willing to be the taker, he is willing to give himself money. He naturally has no reason to refuse. These $2 billion for him can be said to be $2 billion in vain. I just borrowed $30 billion from President Kin, plus this $2 billion, and there are $15 billion from 10,000 young masters. Now the funds for the acquisition of Vogelin are even more abundant. The $2 billion that Jonathan sent, in his opinion, it must have been back and forth. He had even expected Jonathan's tricks. It's nothing more than waiting for the Juice King to raise money for himself when he is financing. It's a pity that they made a wrong calculation, and they didn't even plan to take his move. It doesn't matter if he intends to explode the juice as raw materials, or he intends to do something about the coffee shop. Xiao Feng didn't even plan to give him a chance. So as soon as the contract was signed last night, he asked Evans to send all the staff out. The goal is to get all the stores done before the news gets hot today. And don't care about the money. This time their goal is those cafes that have already opened. In the United States, there are not only large chain coffee shops such as Starbucks and Dundole. In the main neighborhoods of major cities, there are many cafes run by shops. Some of these cafes have good business, and some have mediocre business. The purpose of the people sent by Xiao Feng was to acquire these shops as quickly as possible. The price offered is naturally difficult for those shopkeepers to resist. He wants to operate the Juice King's coffee shop as quickly as possible, because once the news that the King of Juice will open a coffee shop, it will spread throughout the United States. In many shops they want to enter, it is inevitable that there will be behaviors of sitting on the floor and raising prices. Another point is the speed of Laum. If it is just buying stores and renting new stores, it takes time to decorate, and work with the speed of old beauty. It will probably take half a year for these new stores from design to decoration. But he can't afford to wait. So his first task in sending people to major cities in the United States this time is to close the store. The CBD, where white-collar workers gather in major cities across the United States, and the forming cafes in the wealthy areas are their main goals. If the owner is not happy, then other nearby beverage shops can also become alternative targets. Anyway, it is a store that can be opened without redecorating or simply remodeling. As for employees on business trips, each person will be subsidized 1 month's salary. If the task is completed with guaranteed quality and quantity, then 1 month's salary will be added as a reward. In addition, there will be bonuses at the end of the year. Although there is no mention of equity incentives, in the face of such generous cash rewards, the employees are all motivated one by one. Don't say anything that Laum prefers to return to the family and doesn't like nonsense like working overtime. In today's economically difficult era, countless people take the initiative to work overtime for free every day in order to be able to keep their jobs. Even in Silicon Valley, there are plenty of people. What's more, at this time Xiao Feng took out a lot of real money. Therefore, all the employees of Juice King were energetic and flew to various places in the United States. Everyone knows what the boss means is to open a physical chain store in the shortest possible time. After the physical chain stores are opened, there will be B rounds, C rounds, and even D rounds of financing immediately. Before that, bosses generally would not give employees equity incentives. But there are certainly no shortage of cash rewards. These cash rewards alone are very impressive. Those with a lot of points can become millionaires by relying on these cash rewards alone. Those with a small share can also buy a house worth hundreds of thousands with the money. And until the company really goes public, there will definitely be equity incentives. By that time, everyone will become millionaires, and even multimillionaires will not be a dream. So the employees are very active. As for the popularity of the news that got up the next day, it was naturally the result of Xiao Feng's success. In fact, Xiao Feng had already guessed it since signing the contract last night. If this venture capital came with bad intentions, then after the contract is signed, it will definitely stir up the Juice King first. The purpose is to put them on the fire and roast them. After hyping their enthusiasm to a certain level, then it will naturally be the step of drawing a salary from the bottom of the tank. What Xiao Feng had to do was just push the boat along the way. They wanted to stir up the Juice King, which naturally saved Xiao Feng a lot of trouble. And when it comes to creating topics on the internet and hype, this is quite familiar to Xiao Feng. Speaking of hot topics and manufacturing networks, this is a piece of cake for Xiao Feng. In recent years, I have been eating melons in the country, and I have seen all kinds of show operations. Now, as long as these methods are directly used, it is okay. For Xiao Feng, this is a pediatrics. So last night, he contacted Helen and Evans and asked them to hire Cyber Navy. Started to warm up this matter on the internet. Although he hadn't done it in China, he didn't know about finding the Navy. The Celebrity Chef Group had competed with the domestic Navy several times before, so they also knew some people. This time he asked Xie Hongtao to contact those people, and when they heard that they were going overseas to do things, they were all gearing up. In fact, they have never done any speculation overseas. For example, the big bowl of noodles and the new song of a certain lamb man did not airborne the famous song list in the United States. At that time, there was a big international joke. But this time it's just for them to bring rhythm on the internet, which is a trivial matter for them. However, this time Xiao Feng put forward very high requirements, and those naval forces must be proficient in English. Don't even rely on Google Translate. To be honest, Xiao Feng has seen a lot of that before, helping the country with rhythm abroad. But by looking at the name and the way of speaking, you can know where it is. I have poor grammar, spelling errors, and often make common sense mistakes. To be honest, sometimes reading their replies on the internet www.mentalnovel.com can really make people embarrassed to have cancer. It's no wonder that foreign media will hold on to it and say that we have raised a group of 50 cents. Although the price might be a bit high in this way, Xiao Feng didn't care about the money at all. Moreover, he asked Xie Hongtao to greet the leaders of the Navy, and he had to comment effectively. If someone grabs the horse's feet, it will be deducted. With the prestige of the legal department of the Celebrity Chef Group, the Navy naturally dare not take their bad money. And Helen and Evans also helped contact the Navy in the United States. And there are a lot of fanboys and scoring parties in Silicon Valley. Even Evans started a relationship and invested advertising fees on YouTube and Twitter. So early this morning, news about the Juice King coffee shop dominated the hot headlines of these two social networking sites. Coupled with the promotion of various naval forces, naturally this coffee shop has formed a posture of unopened fire. Later, the experts invited by Tang and Dole and other beverage shops, and the Navy they invited, launched a fierce confrontation on the internet. This coffee shop to be launched by Juice King is even more propelled to the forefront. For 7 consecutive days, the coffee shop to be launched by Juice King has always been a hot topic of attention by major media in the United States. People in the US can see the news about Juice King every morning when they wake up, and they can also see their news during breakfast. Even if I turn on the radio while driving to work, it is all about their coffee shop discussions. Even if you want to watch a short video when you are shit, you can also watch a video about Juice King coffee. So in just 1 week, Juice King coffee shop has become the king of the hottest topics in the United States. Chapter 1022 One More Floor. Wow, Juice King's coffee is really delicious. Did you drink it today? Anyway, I don't feel comfortable if I don't drink it all day. I heard that their chain store in the US is about to open soon, and I can't even wait. Wow, 30 in Rowland Heights, LA will be the first store they opened, at 9 o'clock in the morning on 30. Everyone click on the link in the lower left corner of my video, and you can get his coupons. Anyway, I must be their first loyal customer. There is also their juicer, which is really easy to use. Although it costs $699, it really saves time and effort. And there is a special offer today. Click on the link in the lower left corner and copy my password for only $499. In addition, they also opened the installment mode. It is said that they are still developing the second generation of products, which will be more advanced than this generation. A woman with unusually thick buttocks, scratching her head in front of the camera, introduced Juice King's Coffee and Juicer. This video has only been broadcast for just half an hour, and the video has more than 5 million likes and more than 10 million reposts. The reason why she is so crazy is entirely because of this woman's current status on American social media. She is the most popular internet celebrity in the US, Kylie Jenner, the younger sister of the famous Kardashian family, the representative of the second generation of internet celebrities in the United States. Her fame history can be said to be an inspirational internet celebrity textbook, and it can even be said that she is the originator of the contemporary internet celebrity world. It can be said that all of the online celebrity routines in the later generations of WAGO have followed her step by step. It is different from the first generation internet celebrity Hilton Fumni's eldest daughter to become famous by taking off and filming. Her fame history is entirely based on studying the preferences of netizens with her brain, and then throwing herself into her own self-hype. The domestic actress is played badly on the red carpet, and occasionally encountered street shooting and webcasting methods. They are all pioneers who pioneered and played badly. Later, she relied on opening beauty tutorials on the tubing, buying cosmetics, establishing her own brand, and a business empire. Just by buying lipstick on the tubing, you can make more than $160 million a year. Do you dare to think about this achievement? At only 20 years old, his net worth has reached $900 million. Become one of the youngest 10 billionaires on the Forbes rich list. It's really not like everyone thinks. Just by exposing the figure, playing cyan sideball, and hyping cyan scandals to gain eyeballs, people can succeed more by using their brains. It's just that she hasn't shown her face on YouTube and Twitter for some time recently. Many people say that she is Jiang Lang's talent, and she has passed away. Some people say that she has become famous, so she is no longer willing to get eyeballs by exposure and playing cyan sideballs as before. But no matter what, her status in the US social network is still very high, and it can even be said to be unshakable. Because this woman is really very minded. After she became the most popular internet celebrity in the United States, she gained both fame and fortune. But he didn't lose himself like other wealthy nouveau riche. Every day he only knew how to spend a lot of money to lead a corrupt life. Instead, she put more energy on the development of her company. She set up an investment company, invested and packaged more internet celebrities, and also joined forces with Supam, created a lot of fashion brands, and packed a lot of fashionistas. So she is definitely the kind. Although Sister is no longer in the arena, but the arena is full of legends of Sister, because her identity has changed from an internet celebrity to a capital boss. This is also the main reason for her unshakable status in the social network of the United States. Previously, she reduced the number of appearances on Related and Twitter. It was because she had a strange eye disease suddenly after getting married and having children. Because of the disorder of hormone secretion, her eyesight declined sharply. For this disease, she also deliberately found many top ophthalmologists in the United States to consult with herself. As a result, the experts studied 163 cases, but failed to find out the specific cause. In the end, only one general conclusion can be drawn, that is, because of pregnancy, the hormone secretion disorder in her body is caused. This leads to the disorder of the pituitary gland, and then the pituitary gland sends out chaotic instructions, resulting in more disordered technical secretion. The vicious circle led to the current result. If you want to correct this disorder, you need to have surgery to remove part of the pituitary gland to see if the hormone secretion can be corrected. Moreover, this operation is just a reasoning attempt, and they cannot guarantee that her vision will be restored after the operation. After learning this news, the internet celebrity originator collapsed on the spot. Originally thought it was just a problem with the eyes, but how did you think of using a knife in your head? In the unlikely event that there are two shortcomings during the operation, even if she does not burp on the spot, she may become a carrot. The most hateful thing is that even if the operation is successful, it may not guarantee her vision recovery. Originally, Jilly had collapsed, but unexpectedly a turning point suddenly appeared at this time, and this turning point was an eye drop brought to her by her friend Helen. Kinglan eye drops from Hwago Sunshine Hospital. Jilly had never heard of this product before, but she knew about it at Sunshine Hospital, because her company has many internet celebrities who go there for plastic surgery. It can be said that the reputation of the current Sunshine Hospital is no longer limited to Asia. It has spread to the world. Now beauty lovers all over the world know that if you want to be more beautiful, if you are not satisfied with a certain part of your body, then go to the Sunshine Hospital in Binching, Hwago. There are not only the world's top medical beauty experts, the top medical beauty technology, and the top medical beauty materials. It is different from other plastic surgery hospitals that use products with side effects such as silica gel and hyaluronic acid. The materials used in this hospital are all top-notch. It is said that many fillers use the most expensive stem cells and small molecule collagen. Use this material to do breast augmentation, or buttocks augmentation, or face pad, nasal synthesis, bone removal and other large-scale plastic surgery. You definitely don't have to worry about sequelae, even if the stem cell bag leaks. If the stem cells are absorbed by the body, it can also achieve special effects in treating certain diseases. It is precisely because this hospital holds the top medical aesthetics materials in the world, so they have become the South Wave Bear, recognized by everyone in the world's medical beauty industry. Jilly Jenner only knew that this hospital was famous for plastic surgery. She even thought about waiting after giving birth, if a certain part of her body was defective due to the birth of a child. She is going to this hospital for a plastic surgery. Anyway, she hasn't done it before. Unexpectedly, the first encounter between her and this hospital was actually because of a clear eye drop launched by this hospital. It is said that this eye drops uses a liquid contact lens manufactured by nanotechnology. The main material is a kind of stem cells extracted from the body of Xenopus levis. Products made by cutting and programming DNA. Put this kind of eye drops into your eyes, and you can have the effect of myopia. One drop at a time, lasts for 4 hours, without any side effects. This product sounds like a fantasy, but it has indeed become popular throughout China. If it weren't for Helen to hear that she was suffering from eye diseases, she would get this product for her from China. Jilly Jenner really didn't know that there was such a magical product on the other side of the earth. She is a well-known top internet celebrity in the United States, so she often attends and organizes various parties to engage in entertainment. Because of this, he became a customer of Helen, and later a good friend. She was very grateful for Helen's help this time. And in the heart of holding a try, after using this eye drops, Jilly Jenner was immediately shocked by the magical effect of this clear eye drops. After months of seeing everything blurry eyes, after dripping eye drops, it's refreshing to see everything at once, even better than the vision before the disease. She also went to the doctor to check it up, but even the doctor was stunned. As the top ophthalmologist in the United States, dentalnovel.com Keel Hutchison didn't expect it either. On the other side of the earth, such an epoch-making product was actually developed. Dr. Hutchison excitedly told Helen that as long as she used such eye drops every day, she would not need surgery, and her endocrine changes will not cause any harm to her health and life. After hearing this, Jilly Jenner felt like she was reborn. It's just that she didn't expect it to be in such a way. In order to express her gratitude to Helen, she naturally followed Helen's request. Take the initiative to help Helen endorse the Juice King coffee and their juicer for free. At the end of the show, Jilly Jenner couldn't help mentioning Kinglan eye drops. In addition, I would like to recommend a good thing to everyone, that is, a clear eye drop from Hwago Sunshine Hospital. Everyone knows that I was ill before, suffering from a serious eye disease, and even reaching the point of blindness. But it was this product that drew me back from the darkness. The pioneers of the US internet celebrity circles have all stood up for the Juice King platform. Needless to say, the impact of this is that the Juice King, who is already a hot topic, immediately became more popular. Originally Kylie Jenner's attention is not very high. She has more than 100 million fans on INS. There are also tens of millions of followers on Twitter and YouTube. And she is also the main partner of the top US fashion brand Supam. It can be said that her every move is the vein of the American trend. At this time, she stood up and spoke for the Juice King. And the Juice King's coffee tasted suddenly. Chapter 1023 From Feelings to Street Fashion. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Ha! Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiaofeng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiaofeng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiaofeng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiaofeng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiaofeng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiaofeng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Lee Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andres are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Lee Xinkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Lee Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Lee Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the 2 largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. www.mtnovel.com. He doesn't have to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these 2 companies aside and engage in oil by himself. so the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Dorado, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1024. It's still more reliable off shelf. So Jonathan was shaken. In fact, it wasn't just him. Jason and Stanley were also shaken. If they continue to follow their original plan and continue to implement it, it will be difficult to make ends meet with the money. And this is contrary to the most primitive purpose of capital. Stanley didn't speak anymore. He had a business background, and his thinking style was different from that of Jonathan and Jason, who played capital. He felt that if the Juice King could really do well, it would actually be pretty good. At this time, Jonathan was more concerned about the $2 billion they invested. In just a few days, it has already appreciated by a third. If the Juice King continues to develop, by the time of the B round, the $2 billion may be doubled. The money comes easier than the wind blows. Isn't this the favorite situation for their capital players? As the initiator of the plan, Jason Lee, his mood at this time was extremely contradictory. The Juice King coffee chain became popular all over the United States in this way, which was beyond his expectation. What makes him even more troublesome is whether he wants to continue taking Vogelin, but his father, and the common goal of several big men behind the fund in his hands. The situation in my hometown is not quite right recently, and it seems that the upper part is going to be real. So everyone is thinking about running away, but now the global economic situation is not stable. They seem to have a lot of money in their hands, but if they don't find a suitable parasite, everyone will feel frustrated. Although they didn't want to admit it, there was still Chinese blood in the veins after all. Therefore, there is still an indelible demand for entities. In ancient times, the ultimate goal of this demand was land. And now the goal is a variety of stable and value-added assets, or companies with stable operations. For example, Lau Li is very shrewd. After running to the sea, he almost controlled the entire UK's hydropower and coal infrastructure enterprises. Although it seems that the money coming is very slow, companies controlled by others can bring stable cash flow every year. Moreover, he not only controls the United Kingdom, but also controls half of Canada. But Jason's family, and the other bigwigs behind his control of the fund, do not have the strength of Lau Li. Therefore, everyone can only look for a stable, value-preserving company that can bring stable cash flow every year. Choosing to choose, Vogelin became the most suitable target he was optimistic about. First of all, this enterprise is large enough, worth tens of billions of dollars, and has thousands of branches across the United States. Secondly, he also holds 19% of the prescription rights of hospitals in the United States. even though the pharmacy is currently losing money for 2 years. But they are confident that as long as they take over the management, they can turn the pharmacy back into profit. But at this moment, a Cheng Yojin was killed halfway through. Xiao Feng and Wang Gongcai suddenly stepped in. And he was very strong, and Voglin's helm was more willing to talk to them. Before, Jason had already used sly tricks to persuade Lord Wan to retreat. But he didn't think that the remaining Xiao Feng was so alive. He obviously dug a hole for this guy. However, this pit has turned into a rocket booster in the hands of this guy. This guy not only didn't fall into the pit, but also soared into the sky. The current situation is that both Jonathan and Stanley hesitate, and Jason is also in a difficult position at this time. But he must not let Stanley and Jonathan lead by the nose. So he made a statement at this time. No, I think a broken Juice King is better for us. Gentlemen, don't forget our ultimate purpose because of a little immediate benefit. Remember, our goal is Voglin, a mature chain pharmacy with an annual profit of $7 billion now. No matter how good the Juice King is after opening, how long will it take for him to achieve an annual profit of $7 billion US? And please remember that if the Juice King goes down, we can maximize our profits. Do you think that if the Juice King becomes bigger in the future, how much benefit can we gain? But what if he falls? Then the entire Juice King is ours. At that time, whether we operate our own business or sell it in packaging, we will be able to earn much higher returns than dividends. When Jason said these words, he was very emotional and very contagious. After all, he has learned this set of speaking skills. Don't tell me what he would say. He really bluffed Jonathan and Stanley. The two people who were already a little shaken were silent at this moment, because what Jason said makes sense. At this time, Stanley also remembered his ultimate goal of joining this group, which was to win Voglin, kill CVS's biggest competitor. After all, operating chain pharmacies is the root of their Bear and Kin family. At this time, there was a sudden drop of water on Jonathan's tablet, and the guy received a new email. After reading the email, he looked up at Jason and Stanley with a wry smile. It seems that even if I want to disagree, it won't work. Saying that, he pushed the tablet down in front of Jason and Stanley. When the two looked at it, the expressions on their faces immediately became serious. It turned out that while they were calculating the Juice King, Xiao Feng was not idle. After disappearing for 2 days in the United States, this guy quietly killed him back. After a short rest day in San Francisco, the guy flew to Las Vegas. There he again met with Voglin's current head Stefano, and Stefano has persuaded more than 20 minority shareholders, and those people have agreed to transfer their shares to Xiao Feng. Of course, the stock price is also different. Those who are eager to spend money, or because they are not optimistic about Voglin's future, are eager to cash out and bid lower. There were also some people who wanted to bargain. Finally, after seeing Stefano's report, Xiao Feng gave up the research report, and they all gave up resistance. The quotations of these minority shareholders ranged from $42 to $55. A total of 20% of the shares have been cleared by Stefano's agent and transferred to Xiao Feng's hands. They have completed the transfer of ownership this morning. Stefano actually tried it out, but when he saw Xiao Feng turn on the hose, he directly transferred the money and wrote the check. Stefano didn't hesitate anymore. He had some shares before, which had already been pledged to the bank, so he could not transfer them immediately. But now, after verifying Xiao Feng's true strength, he immediately decided, when you go back, you can find a bank or financial institution to get those shares back. Then transfer to Xiao Feng to complete the rest of the transaction. After all, what Xiao Feng gave was real money. And now Voglin's stock price was falling one by one every day. What he has to do is to help Xiao Feng complete the privatization of Voglin before Voglin's stock price drops to insolvency. And with this 20% equity, he is not in vain. At the same time he received it, he also earned the difference from Xiao Feng. This gave him sufficient motivation to go on. And Stefano's series of actions can't be concealed from Jonathan's informants in Voglin's company. As a capital player, in fact, He and Jason and Stanley have different goals. Jason and Stanley, after acquiring Vogelin, hope to keep the company in good order. If they succeed in the acquisition, Vogelin will merge into the CVS Group and become a part of the group, and Jason will become a major shareholder of CVS because of holding. As for Jonathan, from start to finish, he intends to speculate on Vogelin's stock price through this merger. Then the arbitrage left. As for who will take over the shares in his hands, he doesn't care at all. The reason why Jason and Stanley were able to accept his behavior was entirely because he was able to bring sufficient funds for the acquisition. And he has more connections and skills that Stanley and Jason don't have. For example, the informants placed inside Vogelin, as well as some small and medium shareholders, have inextricably linked with him. Therefore, he was able to receive important information about Vogelin in the first time. MentalNovel.com. Now that Xiao Feng has officially started on Vogelin, Jonathan received the news as soon as possible and became vigilant. But after he showed the news to Jason and Stanley, the situation that had been difficult to overcome suddenly became clear. Everyone agreed an agreement almost instantly, so we must return to the main line. After all, compared with the illusory growth space of the Juice King coffee chain, Vogelin is the real fat. We can't wait any longer, we must complete the attack on Stefano before that guy gets the shares in Stefano's hands. Otherwise, our previous actions have no meaning, Jason said with a grim face at this time, and the bold Stanley's face became cold at this time, and then he nodded. If Xiao Feng got 40% of Stefano's shares, he could complete the absolute holding of Vogelin. Even if they had quietly acquired 10% of Vogelin's shares now, they would still be defeated. Because they have become the absolute largest single shareholder, they can play whatever they want. They have no show at all. So even if the prospects of Juice King were alluring, they couldn't wait any longer. If you unify your thoughts, then the next thing will be easier. Jason, Jonathan, and Stanley picked up the phones one after another and started to contact Hans. At this time, Evans in Mountain View was just as confident as to be ready to reach the pinnacle of life. Because tomorrow, their Juice King chain coffee will be in several major cities in the United States. The first 10 stores in New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco and other places are about to open. Chapter 1025. Hot online. Kelly and her boyfriend Brian came to Sunset Boulevard early, because at 9 o'clock this morning, the Los Angeles branch of Juice King Coffee Shop will open on this avenue. The location of the shop is at number 399. It used to be a cafe, but the taste is very ordinary. It also relied on the good location, mixed driving for some years. But in recent years, with the rise of new beverages such as milk tea and fruit juices, this little featured cafe has become unsustainable. When Kelly passed by here 2 weeks ago, he also saw the sign of this store for sale. It's just that she didn't expect that the last one who took over this shop was actually the Juice King coffee shop. She felt a little excited when she thought about Juice King's coffee. As a white-collar worker in the banking industry, she has heard about the Juice King's coffee a long time ago. It is said that the coffee introduced by Juice King has a very distinctive taste, which is not the same as the coffee they have drunk before. As a follower of pure American life, Kelly wanted to try this legendary coffee for a long time. As a child from a redneck family in central China, she has been drinking coffee since middle school. A cup of coffee every morning has become her habit for many years. Like her parents, she first liked pure American coffee. It's black coffee without sugar or milk. To be honest, when I first started drinking this kind of coffee, the taste was really unacceptable. But once you get used to the bitter taste of coffee, you can slowly taste the quality of the coffee. But the downside of this kind of coffee is that once poor quality coffee beans are used, the coffee will taste sour. Drinking it can also make the stomach acid reflux. It is precisely because of this that later Italian cappuccinos, as well as mocha with sugar and milk and other different flavors of coffee, began to become popular. After all, not everyone likes bitter coffee and sour coffee. Since graduating from college and finding a job in Los Angeles, Kelly has gradually changed his tastes. She doesn't like pure black coffee anymore. And the most powerful thing that has been uploaded on the internet in recent times is the coffee launched by Juice King. There are numerous comments on the coffee launched by Juice King on the internet, but the final conclusion of many people is that their coffee is like a cocktail in coffee. The taste level is very rich, completely subverting people's impression of traditional coffee in the past. So as a deep coffee lover, how could Kelly miss this good opportunity to open the Juice King coffee shop? Since 2 days ago, she told her boyfriend that she would try it on the first day of the store's opening. If not, she won't be able to mix in the circle of friends. Anyway, her friends are now almost talking about Juice King's coffee, especially Haley's name. But she only has a boyfriend who works in Silicon Valley. Her boyfriend brought her a few instant coffees from Juice King. This is amazing. This woman shows off in front of some of their colleagues almost every day. It seems that I have eaten a few more elixir pills than others every day. It's terrible. So today Kelly is going to drink Juice King's coffee anyway. And Haley can't continue to pretend be in front of herself anyway. But when she and her boyfriend Brian came to Sunset Boulevard, they were startled. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, but the front door of Juice King Coffee Shop number 399 was already full of people. The person in the front actually slept in the tent. And this group of guys had obviously been in line since last night. And after turning his head and looking back, the team that had been discharged had already stretched out of Earlideye. There are even a few police cars on the other side of the road. Obviously, these police cars saw people gathering here, ready to come and maintain order. Kelly looked silly at the time, and his boyfriend Brian even cursed. Brian was the manager of an Apple electronics store in Los Angeles. He had only seen this situation when Apple released new products on the market. But that is the latest and trendiest electronic product after all, and this is just a coffee shop. But now in order to drink such a cup of coffee, these people actually came in line the night before. Brian felt very incomprehensible whether these people were crazy. It's only 8 o'clock, you know. In order to rush over for a cup of coffee, they left the house early. After all, after drinking coffee, they still have to go to work. Kelly and Brian regretted it at this time. They absolutely cannot treat Juice King in the same way they treat ordinary coffee shops. At this moment, there was a roar of motors in the distance. Several black Cadillac Escalades rushed in and stopped in the parking lot on the other side in a short while. Then a few drivers came down and talked with the first few people in the line. In less than 10 minutes, the drivers negotiated with the first few people, and then a pile of green tickets was put in the hands of the first few people. The few guys who were in the front line smiled and left with the tickets, and there was a scream from the long line behind. Everyone knows that this must be a rich and powerful guy who has spent money to buy a ranking. Although everyone is very upset with this behavior, it can only be helpless. After waiting for another half an hour, Juice King's store is finally about to open. The lights on the doors and windows of the shop are all on, and everyone can see the shop assistants in the shop, making the final preparations intensively. At this time, the people in those SUVs got out of the car and came to the front of the team. As soon as these people showed up, they caused a commotion in the team. Fuck, it's really Jilly. Jenna and his husband? Ha, and her sister, and mother. Wow. Are all the Kardashian family dispatched? My eyes are not flowery. It's Britney, and Uncle Greasy. These internet celebrities are here. The appearance of several of the top internet celebrities in the United States immediately caused a sensation. Fortunately, several police officers got off the police car that had been parked on the side of the road. Some of them were standing in front of the store. Some just stood at the top of the team, plus 5 or 6 black and hard bodyguards brought by the Kardashian family poked at that. The crowd behind did not rush forward. But after a while, when the cafe shop opened wide, the crowd immediately became agitated. Although there are clerk and police trying to maintain order, the door of the shop is still crowded into a mess. Dear viewers, you see such crazy crowded scenes. It is not the entrance of the supermarket on Black Friday, nor the new product launch site of the Apple Electronics Store, but the Juice King coffee shop that opened today. because of the increasing interest and consumers' curiosity about the drinks at Juice King Coffee Shop. When the coffee shop opened today, it ushered in such a crowded scene. Okay, now please follow our shots and go to the store to take a look. Almost all TV stations and news media in the United States followed up and reported the grand ceremony on the opening day of Juice King Coffee Shop. After all, this coffee shop is a topical beverage shop that has dominated the screen for more than a dozen days in a row. Everyone wants to see what will happen on the day this store opens. The reality did not disappoint everyone. Almost every one of the first 10 stores opened in this store was full. In front of each store, there was a long queue, and the scene of the city was like a city. According to media reports, the chain store had sold 100,000 cups of coffee as of 12 noon. You know, there are only 10 stores and only 3 hours of purchase. This means that each store sold 10,000 cups of coffee within 3 hours. There are 3,300 cups of coffee per hour, and 50 cups of coffee are sold every minute. The most important thing is that their coffee is not cheap. Starbucks has a large American latte for only $2.75, but his home cost $3.50, which is 75 cents more expensive than Starbucks, but people are still eager for it. So after seeing the picture of Juice King Coffee Shop being so popular, all the US media went crazy. And those banks and investment institutions are all crazy. This is a fairy chain. As soon as it opened, the banknote harvester became popular online. If this is possible to open thousands of stores in the United States. Until novel.com, then there will be basically no Starbucks in the United States. If you don't find them for investment at this time, what are you waiting for? What is even more unexpected is that at the same time as the opening of Juice King Coffee Shop, their coffee machines have also ushered in a wave of sales peaks on the internet. Originally, when Juice King announced the adjustment strategy, it was ready to enter the physical coffee chain market. Their juicer sales have fallen into a low ebb, unexpectedly, with the great success of Juice King in the field of physical coffee shops. Their juicers have once again brought enthusiasm. Their juicer sales actually started to pick up. That day was the same morning, and they sold 10,000 juicers even with various orders. The news of the success of both lines quickly spread throughout the West Coast, and then quickly spread to the East Coast. Almost all US investors now believe that Juice King is the darkest horse in a few years. Even in the hearts of many investors, Juice King has been regarded as another Uber. Countless people couldn't even wait for the sales date of Juice King in the afternoon to come out. So they took all kinds of transportation and went straight to Mountain View. But at 5 o'clock this afternoon, these investors hadn't even seen Evans. Suddenly a news came from the market. Juicer King's juicer is an IQ harvester, suspected of fraud. At the beginning, people thought they were jealous of their peers, so they spread rumors on the internet. But I didn't expect that in only half an hour, the news would be spread with nose and eyes. And the turmoil intensified. When it was 6 o'clock in the evening, a video suddenly appeared on the tubing. Chapter 1026. This is your key to solving the problem. The video content is very simple. Just two software engineers from Silicon Valley. As loyal lovers of fruit juices, these two people started with Juice King's juicer when it was just launched. During the 2 days of vacation, the two of them were bored at home, so they studied this juicer, thinking that this juicer claims to provide 2 tons of pressure. The fruit in their juice compression package should be very hard, right? So they squeezed the juice with their hands. But they didn't think they would squeeze the juice directly with their hands. This time, they felt that their IQ had been insulted. A juicer bought for $799, and you have to drink a juice pack of $30 a month. The imaginable healthy squeezed juice turned out to be this product. This juice can be squeezed out with your hands. What's so special? What else do we buy your juicer for? Wouldn't it be better to just buy your fruit and vegetable bag? The more they thought about it, the more angry they became, and then they simply took the fruit and vegetable bag for inspection again. After all, even the juicer can be faked. and the two deeply doubt whether the fruit and vegetable bag of the Juice King is also fake. After all, this fruit and vegetable bag, which is known as green fruit and vegetable, can actually squeeze so much juice with your hands. Are the fruits and vegetables in it unreliable? And they concluded after inspection that the fruits in this fruit and vegetable bag have indeed been specially treated. Fruits and vegetables are all frozen, so they are particularly prone to juice. Otherwise these fruits and vegetables, it is very difficult to squeeze so much juice out of manpower alone. This video was put on the internet and immediately caused an uproar. Only when the short video was put on the YouTube website, it immediately attracted the onlookers and forwarding of countless netizens. Of course, most of these so-called netizens are actually naval forces invited by Jonathan. As for these two engineers, they are naturally the actors arranged by them. In fact, Jonathan discovered the secret of this juicer a long time ago, precisely because it feels that the Juice King will sooner or later succumb to it. That's why he transferred the Juice King to Xiao Feng, and this secret has become the killer he prepared. But he knew that Xiao Feng had already discovered this secret long ago. As soon as this video was released, it was immediately available across the United States and attracted great attention. After all, half a month ago, the name Juice King can be said to have flooded the headlines of major news media. The common people can see the name of this company almost every day, and can hear the name every day from the programs of those economic experts. Therefore, the Juice King is familiar to the people of North America for a long time. Even their family history has been smashed. Although they buy coffee now, they are worth their money and they started their business with a juicer. It's fine now. Their juicer was smashed, and it naturally attracted countless people's onlookers, and a large part of people are gloating. Juice King has been so high profile some time ago, it has already caused dissatisfaction among many people. Some of these people sell coffee, and some sell juicers. There are many people who really hate the high profile of Juice King. And after this video broke out, all these ghosts and monsters suddenly jumped out. Juice King, big liar. Give me back hard-earned money. Just ... return the goods. We request to return. Asshole. Such a scam company is simply a shame to the United States. Such a company that dares to cheat on the juicer. Do you dare to drink the coffee they make? Asshole. I want to send their coffee for inspection to see if there is anything else in it. Hurry up and close down. For a while, all major social media have become a battlefield against the King of Juice. And Evans, who was still proud of his horseshoes, was knocked out by the blow. 45 minutes ago, the door of his office was crowded with representatives of major banks and financial institutions from all over the United States. This group of guys waved the check in their hands, waiting to meet with him to discuss cooperation. But 45 minutes later, the door of his office was already in front of him. Those bank managers and fund representatives all went to the empty building and disappeared. This is the real American financial elite. It will always be the icing on the cake. No one will give you charcoal in the snow. At this time, he also faintly understood the boss' intentions. He had mentioned it to his boss many times before, saying that so many financial institutions came to the door. Do you think we can sign some contracts with them and get more money? According to the current development momentum of Juice King, if you want to make money, it is simply so easy. As long as you take out 20% of the shares, you can get billions in every minute. With this money, they can continue to expand across the United States. But the boss did not let go, and did not agree. At that time, he still felt that the boss was too conservative. The typical thinking of a Chinese businessman was that he wanted to eat alone. He wanted to tell his boss several times that this would not work, especially in the United States. But a few times, the words reached the lips and swallowed back. Only then did he understand why the boss disagreed. If the boss agreed before, then Juice King must be over now. With a certain amount of shares, you can raise billions. But is this money so easy to take? Those guys will definitely be the same as the previous Trident Capital. They have to bet against you. If this is signed, it is estimated that the Juice King is more than simply going bankrupt. I am afraid that the will be lost. Because just 5 minutes ago, he had received a call from Mr. Terry, the president of the Trident. On the phone, Terry was not as good at talking as before. This guy actually scolded himself with a stern tone and said that he would give himself 3 days to get this thing done as soon as possible. Otherwise, according to the contract, he will make himself 4 times the compensation to the Trident. 4 times the compensation. That is $8 billion. At the thought of this number, Evans felt a burst of scalp tingling. The current situation is very clear, that is, someone wants to be a fruit juice king. According to the current trend, this storm will certainly not pass so easily. According to his understanding of public opinion in the US, after a whole night of fermentation, the matter will not reach a high C until tomorrow morning. When the time comes, those who eat melons, and the competitors of Juice King, will use the turbulent public opinion to tear the Juice King to pieces. Thinking of this scene, Evans couldn't help but feel a little grateful. Fortunately, now the company's main business has been transferred to the coffee chain. If this only sells juices as before, it is estimated that I have been cold now. But now he can't help but worry about how much this storm will affect Juice King's coffee shop. Although the Juice King has now transformed, it is inevitable that their coffee chain will be affected by this trend. The only thing that is uncertain is how much the impact will be. Thinking of this, Evans felt a pain in his brain. And at this moment, there was a sound of long running and tiger-stepping footsteps from outside the door. Before Evans went out to see the situation, the door of his office was pushed open. Then Xiao Feng walked in with several entourages. Seeing Xiao Feng coming, Evans, who was originally distraught, suddenly felt a sense of bottom in his heart. I don't know why, as soon as he saw Xiao Feng, he felt that he saw the Dinghai Shenzhen. An inexplicable feeling suddenly arises in my heart, that is, if the boss is there, there will be nothing wrong with the company. Boss, Just as Evans was about to speak, Xiao Feng raised his hand. Don't talk first, look at this thing first. With a wave of his hand, Clone Security Owen next to him picked up a black box and placed it on his counter in front of Evans. When the box opened, it turned out to be a machine. After just one glance, Evans could see that this was a juicer. It's just that this juicer is different from the ones he has seen before. The transparent juicer cup, there is a transparent box next to it, and a tube in the middle is connected to the juicer cup. Owen plugged in the device, then threw 2 oranges into the box on the left. Next to the box, a high-pressure water mist was sprayed to clean the oranges. Then a robotic arm popped out, and a fork hit the orange. Mentalnovel.com, and then a knife popped out next to it, and started peeling the orange. The whole process is visible to the naked eye, and then the peeled orange is sent through the pipe to the juicer cup on the other side. Then came the juicing process. And what surprised Evans the most was, after the final juice is finished, this juicer also has a self-cleaning function. Automatic cleaning can be completed by filling water. The remaining fruit residues were all washed away by themselves. The entire juicing process does not require human involvement at all. Isn't this completely his original design philosophy? The whole process of squeezing fruit juice does not require human hands at all. People just throw the fruit into the juicer. It's just that he didn't succeed in research and development, so he could only choose to rely on cheating to sell his juicer. And the juicer that Xiao Feng brought this time is a real technology and hard skill. Although this machine looks a little bigger than his juicer, it takes a little longer. But other people's ability to squeeze juice is real. Finally, they also tested the juice from apples, strawberries, and even watermelon, pineapple and other fruits. Everything is perfect. After watching a series of operations of this juicer, Evans was already stupid. At this time, not only was he stupid, but also tears filled his eyes with excitement. This is what he has always dreamed of making, the ideal juicer. Unexpectedly, in the end, the boss actually realized his wish. At this moment, he turned his head to look at Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng smiled at him. Then he pushed the juicer down in front of him. This is your key to solving this crisis. Chapter 1027. You hurt me. Still want to laugh it off? Dear viewers, welcome to watch Fox TV's financial program, Imbabra. A video was uploaded to the oil pipeline network last night, and the appearance of this video caused an uproar. The protagonist of the video happens to be the Juice King, who has recently become popular in the United States. The video producer questioned their juicer fraud in the video, and this video, without exception, caused all the Juice King juicer consumers to criticize and criticize. Everyone feels that their IQ has been insulted. Please see our reporter's interview below. The TV flicked from the blonde hostess, and then switched to a street interview. The interviewees were all consumers who bought the Juice King juicer. At this time, these people had already gathered in front of the headquarters of Juice King in Mountain View. Most people are holding signs in their hands, and the content on the signs, without exception, is a protest against the Juice King. The first fat man interviewed by the reporter, and this fat man was filled with indignation. This is deceit, Kaiguoguo's deception. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. The Juice King must give us a clear answer. If they don't give us an answer, then we will go to their coffee shop to protest tomorrow. Yes, we will go to their coffee shop to protest. A few more protesters rushed into the picture, and then they spoke to the camera and said what they meant. It is nothing more than that everyone feels cheated by the Juice King, and the Juice King must give a satisfactory answer to everyone. At present, the Juice King hasn't given a clear answer. The camera switched back to the blonde hostess in the live broadcast room. The hostess made a final summary. At the same time, countless North American television stations are broadcasting almost the same content. Discussions about whether the Juicer King's juicer deceived consumers appeared on major TV stations almost simultaneously. After all, this melon is too big and delicious. Half a day ago, this Juice King was still a rising star in the business world. Almost everyone is optimistic that they can challenge the status of Starbucks. Even in the eyes of many people, this will once again be a star company in the United States, which is on the rise. But who could have imagined that this company would be exposed to fraudulent equipment and deceive consumers in less than half a day? There are even programs where some legal experts are invited to discuss whether Juice King does what it does to deceive consumers. But after the legal experts came to power, the answers they gave surprised everyone. Juice King's juicer does not involve deceiving consumers at all, because in the sales process, they have never exaggerated the function of this machine. Their equipment, the juice extraction function, is real, but the high-tech content inside, in fact, they are all made up by consumers. And as for why consumers have such guesses, that may be because the company was born in Silicon Valley and designed the juicer to be very siffy. This explanation really stunned everyone. By this time Evans had to admire the boss' foresight. It turned out that after Xiao Feng completely took control of the company, the first thing to do was to rectify the places where false propaganda was involved in the company's previous advertisements. All have replaced some ambiguous vocabulary to stimulate consumers' imagination as much as possible. This avoids the possibility of legal disputes. Even their fruit and vegetable bag was adjusted at Xiao Feng's request, because the fruit and vegetable bags in the past were actually processed. In order to ensure the sweetness of the squeezed juice, Evans actually secretly added the finished juice to the original fruit and vegetable bag. The first thing Xiao Feng did after taking over the company was to replace all the original fruit and vegetable bags. Nitrogen freezing is used to process the fruit and vegetable bags, although the cost will be higher. But at least it will not be grabbed by people, and if the juice is not as sweet as before, add more fruit. Although this will increase costs, it avoids being caught. As for the fruit and vegetable bags originally sent, they contacted the customers all and recovered the fruit and vegetable bags on the grounds that they were improperly preserved. And the people who buy their fruit and vegetable bags are all people who cherish their lives very much. When it is learned that the fruit and vegetable bags have expired due to improper storage, then those fruit and vegetable bags will not be moved, and they adopt a free replacement method. which naturally makes those customers happy. Therefore, all the fruit and vegetable bags that were originally sent have been returned, which further eliminates the risk of being caught by others. At that time, even if someone talks about the original fruit and vegetable bag, they can also say that there is a problem with the storage of the original fruit and vegetable bag. Anyway, the lawyer hired with so much money is not for nothing. In this way, all previous loopholes have been blocked. Even now on TV and online social media, Juice King is already facing a situation of being criticized by word of mouth. But at this time Evans had a bottom in his heart. Xiao Feng left him a dozen juices, and then drove away from the underground garage to leave the Juice King. The rest of the matter was naturally handed over to Evans to solve it. Evans also knew what the boss meant, which was clearly a test for him. But at this time, he was already confident. He picked up the phone. At 12 o'clock at midnight, the Juice King's mansion was brightly lit. All the employees of the company looked downcast at this time, and none of them left. It's not that I don't want to leave, but the company has been surrounded by protesting consumers, and reporters from various TV stations are also blocking the door. They just want to go, but they can't go, and everyone is worried about the future of the company. Obviously everyone can't figure out why this is the case. Obviously, the company has just gotten on the right track, and it is about to usher in a bright and smooth road. But suddenly there was such a mistake. In this way, whether this company can continue to operate is a matter of course. What if you really get a lawsuit? Class action lawsuits are the favorite of US litigators, and the biggest headache for big companies. If they really got involved in the lawsuit, if they really were sentenced to lose, they would lose money. Then the company wouldn't have to go on. So it is inevitable that people are panicking at this time. But at this moment, the company's CEO Evans suddenly opened the door and walked out of the office. He smiled without fear. Under the company executive and security, he pushed the door directly to the door. The protesters who were blocked in front of the company's door to protest were surprised to see Evans suddenly appear. The news reporters of major TV stations waiting at the door seemed to smell the sharks. He rushed in front of Evans at once, but fortunately, Evans brought a few big-waisted security guards to maintain order. Facing the reporters who rushed over, and the guns in their hands, his face was calm and undaunted. Evans, many people say you are liars. How do you respond? Evans, how do you restore those consumers who trust you? Evans, your Juice King's coffee is as unreliable as your juicer. All kinds of unkind reporters, all kinds of unkind questions. At this time all kinds of open guns and dark arrows came towards Evans. But they still underestimated Evans. A man who can fool the US talk show Queen AI Pooler and the richest man in the US, Mr. Gate, to the platform. The skin is at least thicker than the Kevlar armor with ceramic bulletproof plates. The cynicism of these reporters is nothing to Evans. First, he raised his hands and pressed it down, and the scene immediately became quiet. First of all, I apologize for the trouble our products have caused to all consumers. However, our product must be no problem. First of all, I apologize. And secondly, if you say that there is a problem with my product, that is definitely not right. Our product is okay. The problem is your IQ. SHHH, fart. There was a roaring sound at the scene, and everyone understood the first two sentences of Evans. What do you mean? You hurt me? Still want to laugh it off? How can you be so shameless? But Evans quickly let everyone know what a slick capital spokesperson www.mentalnovel.com. I will definitely not admit to my own problems or mistakes. If you continue to keep your mouth steady, it is the spring and autumn period. But I apologize for the trouble caused to everyone. Regarding the behavior of the Juice King cheating consumers, sorry, what are you talking about? Have not heard. Do not know. After such a lap to deal with, the reporters at the scene were all itch. This guy is definitely a very high hand. Just when the consumers at the scene were about to be offended by Evans' Taikai, this guy turned the topic again. and immediately moved the topic to the solution. I know everyone is around here. That's dissatisfaction with our juicer. It's okay. New things are always liked by some people, and some people don't. Then I will give a solution to this matter. The originally noisy scene immediately fell silent after Evans said this sentence. Everyone wants to see how Evans plans to resolve this matter. Evans clapped his hands, and soon there was an assistant who took out a tablet. On the computer screen, the scene of the juicer working that Xiao Feng had brought was playing. Squeeze orange juice, apple juice, strawberry juice, watermelon juice, pineapple juice. The design concept can be said to be in line with the concept of the first generation juicer of Juice King, but it is actually a lazy juicer. It is to allow consumers to drink freshly squeezed juice in a short time without having to do it. You don't need to wash the fruit yourself and cut the fruit, and you need to clean the juicer after. You do not have to squeeze the juice. Chapter 1028. What is Nubility? This is it. This time this juicer is compared with the first generation product launched by Juice King. It can be said that the concepts past are the same, but the processing methods are absolutely different. The first generation juicer used fruit and vegetable bag juice extraction mode, which was completely a dark box operation mode. The entire juice extraction process of this second generation juicer is completely transparent. Consumers can see the whole process from washing the fruit, peeling the skin, and finally squeezing the juice through the transparent container. The performance of this juicer shocked the audience. Although it is only a juicer, looking at the operation of the juicer, it has a sense of industrial beauty. The operation of the entire juicer is as orderly as an industrial machine tool. And the countless thugs who were sitting on the TV and watching the live broadcast in front of the computer, ready to stab them, were all stunned by this video at this time. Is this Nema still a juicer? This is really an industrial robot. If you say how advanced the concept of this juicer is, it won't be enough. In fact, anyone who is knowledgeable can see that this is the reduction of the large-scale industrial juicer used in the factory into a household product. But the principle is simple to say, but if you can really do this step, it can be difficult. Even speaking of the technical content of this juicer, it is no better than the Tesla running on the road. Where is the technical content? It is reflected in the fruit cleaning bin of this juicer and those mechanical arms. Its high-pressure water mist washes the fruit, and a mechanical arm is inserted to fix the fruit, and then a mechanical arm controls the process of peeling the fruit by the knife. Just like the machining process of the machine tool, the fixture fixes the material to be processed, and then the robotic arm uses different cutter heads to cut and mill the iron material. It's just that this is a weakened version, which only has a cutting function, and it only cuts fruits. However, the principle of this kind of equipment seems very simple, but it is difficult to make it truly. What Evans wanted to study before was this type of equipment. But because many components cannot be made, even if they can be made, the cost is too high. So he gave up this design concept and changed it to a black box operation. Xiao Feng realized all his ideas, because he has a group of cloning experts on Karapag Island who have been leading the world for thousands of years. Making such a juicer is a piece of cake for those mechanical experts. So when Xiao Feng met with Karapag Islands to discuss loans with President Qin, he asked the cloning machinery experts to help build several such juicers. I didn't expect to use it as soon as I came back. Whether it was the reporters or the troubled consumers at the scene, they were all shocked by this industrial-grade juicer. Americans like this high-tech tune most. The juicer in the video looks very cool and full of technology. And this time, everyone can clearly see the whole process of juicing with this juicer. This is definitely not a juicer operated in a dark box. The Americans are the least resistant to this kind of technology full of products. How did Apple and Tesla become popular back then? The first is that the product has a sense of design and a strong sci-fi style, very much in line with people's fantasy settings for future technology. The same is true for this juicer in front of us, which satisfies people's fantasy settings for the future juicer. Although there is no streamlined design, The square and square design makes this product full of industrial punk style. The fully transparent fruit processing cabin allows people to see the process of washing and peeling the fruit. It's like showing everyone the working process of a machining center. This gives this juicer a full sense of science fiction. So when the video content on this tablet is watched by everyone, immediately, all the consumers who had made trouble on the scene became silent. Everyone just glanced at this juicer and decided to love it. Such a juicer should be our Southwave Vape product. Such a juicer is worthy of the title of your Juice King. At this time, the big guys all raised their heads and focused their fiery eyes on Evans. At this time Evans smiled and said to the spear and short cannon in front of him, "This second generation juicer was originally planned to go on sale after some time. But in view of the current situation, we plan to put this juicer on sale in advance." The original price of this juicer was $1,099. But considering the distress caused to consumers by our previous generation of juicers, then all customers who own a first-generation juicer can bring your first-generation juicer to our company for free in exchange for a second-generation juicer. However, due to production capacity, this second-generation juicer may take about 3 weeks to deliver substantially. Of course, if you are unwilling to wait, or are unwilling to change the second-generation juicer, you can also choose to take the juicer directly to the coffee shop that our company opened in the nearest coffee shop to your home, but choose to return it. We are willing to refund you directly. As for those customers who are willing to wait for the second-generation juicer to be sold in a large area, in order to express our apologies for your patient waiting, we will distribute a large number of our company's coffee shop coupons to these consumers. These coupons include cash discount coupons for buying coffee in the store, discount coupons for snacks, discount coupons for instant coffee, etc. In just a few words, Evans caused an uproar on the scene. Let me just say, our US company is authentic. Yes, our US company is atmospheric enough. Nemu is authentic. The original price of $1,099 juicer can actually be replaced with a Generation 799 juicer. If I don't want to wait, I will refund the cash. It is really refreshing. Hey, I'm willing to wait, because I think their coffee is very good and they can receive discount coupons, which is very cost-effective. Yes, their coffee and snacks are very good, but I prefer their coffee cups and bags. I don't know if they have discount coupons in this area. Consumers who were originally full of anger were soothed by Evans after all the hard work. At this time, no one was calling Evans and Juice King a liar, because the result of other people's handling of things really leaves you speechless. They did not admit their company's mistakes from beginning to end. Although this is a bit annoying, everyone understands that this is their bottom line. But in the end, everyone was quite satisfied with the solution they gave. 799 things can be exchanged for 1,099 things. If you are willing to wait, you can also get a coupon for their coffee shop. If you don't want to wait, you will be refunded. Looking at this series of operations, no matter how you look at the consumers, there is no loss. If someone still wants to continue making trouble, it seems a bit unreasonable to make trouble. After all, their juicer is different from that kind of medical equipment or cigarettes. Those medicines or medical equipment, as well as cigarettes, or other chemical products, if suspected of fraud, it is very likely that it will kill people. But their juicer didn't kill anyone, and they have also given a very reasonable solution. If there are people who insist on cheating them, that obviously has ulterior motives. Ordinary consumers think that the treatment plan like Juice King is very reasonable. As for those experts in finance and markets, they were all stunned after watching Evans' sorrowful operation. This hand of Evans turned things around, and it was so beautiful to play. When the Juice King was attacked by consumers and competitors before, it was completely precarious. But now he only launched a second-generation machine, and he played with it with a shake of his hand. This technology is really amazing. And the original price of 799 yuan for the original generation machine is already very high. Many people are slanderous about this pricing. If they follow the normal process to launch the second-generation machine, The price is $1,099. Then many people will call them crazy and have no conscience. A juicer costs $1,099. This is a complete robbery. But now he has put the second generation machine on the market by replacing it. Not only did it appease the consumers of the first generation of smartphones, it also allowed more people to unknowingly accept their pricing for the second generation of smartphones. Metalnovel.com. This hand is really high. If he sets the second generation machine at the price of 799 yuan, those consumers of the first generation machine will feel that they have been cheated before, even if they change the machine. Let you tell him that you used the first generation machine with $799. But I replaced the second generation machine with $1,099. This will make them feel that they are taking up $300, so that they will not complain about this treatment. In fact, the production of the two generations of juicers is all done in China, and the total cost is calculated. The cost of a juicer is only 1 or 200 soft sister coins, including various freight, taxes, labor, water and electricity, etc. The cost is only $300, and a juicer can bring a net profit of more than $700 to the Juice King. And through such a disturbance, it is undoubtedly another great advertisement for the Juicer King's juicer. Consumers in the US, even if they think this juicer is a bit expensive, they can still accept it. After all, this juicer can not only save juice lovers from unnecessary trouble. The key is to let everyone see the whole process of juice processing. Such a juicer is not only very interesting, but also very shaped. With such a juicer, many people who didn't like to drink juice can't help but use it once a day. And Juice King CEO Ivan's public relations skills are overwhelming. That is enough to be written into the textbook, so that future generations will worship. What is nubility? This is it. Chapter 1029. One wave is not flat, one wave rises again. The footage of Ivan's temporary press conference last night is being shown on TV. At the same time, several other TV stations have invited experts from all walks of life to analyze the second-generation juicer launched by Juice King. Even more exaggerated is that NBC TV station actually got a second-generation juicer from nowhere. They not only used various conventional fruits to squeeze juice in front of audiences across the country, he even put a few pieces of cut sugar cane into the juicer. This operation of Naima God immediately attracted countless eyeballs. You must know that for all juicers on the market today, this sugar cane is definitely a natural enemy, because the fiber is thick and hard. It is definitely not something that an ordinary household juicer can handle. But an unexpected scene happened. The host of the show first changed the juicer to a juicer cup, and then pressed a few buttons. This juicer has done the same again, first washing and peeling the sugar cane. Then it is sent to another juicer cup. And this juicer cup is different from the ordinary juicer cup, which uses knives to break the fruit. This juicer cup is actually in squeeze mode. After the cut sugarcane chunks are thrown into the juicer cup, they are quickly crushed by the mill in the juicer cup to squeeze out the juice. This machine can actually be used for multiple purposes. No wonder people dare to sell $1,099. This function has indeed thrown the $399 juicer on the market out of 8 streets. In front of the TV, I watched the lively discussion about the new generation of Juicer King juicer. In the office, Jonathan, Stanley, and Jason can be said to have lost their faces. Originally, they had invited the Navy and gunmen to launch a fierce attack on the Juice King today. I planned to make a big effort and go the Juice King directly. But how can I think of it? This fruit Juice King seems to be an unbeatable Xiaoqiang. Before dawn, it only took a few hours to turn the tide of the battle for them. It can be said to be a one-sided unfavorable situation, because Americans hate this kind of technology fraud most, and it is still a fraud that insults the IQ of consumers. Even if there is no loophole in Juice King's behavior for a while, there will always be countless lawsuits who are willing to engage in collective lawsuits. Even if you can't knock down the Juice King all at once, it will damage their reputation, drag them into the quagmire of the lawsuit, even if they cannot be defeated in the end. In the end, it can be mixed with an out-of-court settlement, and in the end, the Juice King has to compensate the consumers tens of millions of dollars. In this process, they can also continue to exert pressure on the Juice King through the Trident Company. Finally knocked down the brand, and then took it as their own. This is their plan. According to the normal pattern, this should also be the most reasonable ending for Juice King. But none of them thought that they wouldn't even be able to use one night. In just a few hours, Juice King resolved the crisis. They carefully arranged a series of routines, and even the fur of Juice King did not hurt. Evans, the CEO of Juice King, just said a few words in front of the camera and played a scene of the second-generation juicer. A Tobito stroke of 1,000 catties diffuses their offensive. Not only did they diffuse their offensive, but they even gave a verbal and written press conference. It has become an exhibition site for their second-generation products. By the next morning, no one cared about whether the juicer in the Juice King area was fraudulent to consumers. The attention of the masses of people who eat melons has all been put on this second-generation juicer full of industrial style and science fiction elements. As for the price of this juicer at $1,099, not many people think it is expensive this time. On the contrary, I feel that if someone has such an innovation, it should be worth the price. What makes a few popular fans even more crazy is that although the second-generation machine of Juice King has not been officially launched for sale, but on Amazon's official website, they have already received more than 100,000 orders for the second-generation juicer. It seems that many American families are very interested in their Siffy juicer. This NEMA. Obviously, a pit was dug, ready to bury the Juice King. But how do you feel now that what they dug was not a pit, but a servant who had been repairing the steps for a long time and carrying a sedan chair? A large group of Navy sprayers and gunmen who had been invited were all silent at this time. Although they have collected their money, you can't stare at this time and talk nonsense, right? At this time, if anyone dares to take the initiative, he will say something bad about Juice King on the internet. It will definitely be blown to death by fans of Juice King. Yesterday, Evans brought millions of fans to Juice King at a press conference. In the face of problems, the company not only proposes a remedy policy of replacing the old with the new, but also refunds you if you are unwilling to exchange it. Can you compensate you for some coffee shop discount coupons? What else do you have to complain about? If you are not satisfied, then you are obviously suspected of being messy. If you are going too far, then the legal department of the Juice King is not a vegetarian. These big companies spend so much money on raising these lawyers every year. At this time, I don't know how many law firms are gearing up to take the Juice King's order. If someone dares to provoke at this time, it is estimated that those lawyer companies will be able to swallow the provocative guy alive. Don't you see? No one jumped out at this time, saying that they want to protect the rights of the consumers of the Juice King generation juicer. The lawsuit sticks are not stupid. If they are sure, they would have jumped out the first time. After all, it is a good thing to get fame and fortune on behalf of consumers and big companies. Those litigators like to do this most. But now that no one jumped out, it means that everyone is not optimistic about going head-to-head with the Juice King. At this time, Jonathan and Jason, as well as Stanley, were already going crazy with depression. Originally, the Juice King company, but they designed Xiao Feng for an unhealable wound. But now it seems that the plan has failed for more than half. Terry, I have received a call from Evans. On the phone, Evans informed Terry that because of the previous series of unkind actions by the Trident, they have been regarded as hostile funds. In the future B round, C round financing, Trident will all be excluded. Gentlemen, what this means, I think you should all know it. Stanley stood up even more angrily when he heard it, and Jason fell to the ground severely with the coffee cup in his hand too. This NEMA is too aggrieved. $2 billion US. Isn't that equivalent to a white investment? It seems that they acted too hastily yesterday. As soon as the Juice King came out of negative news, he asked Terry to give Evans an ultimatum. Originally, he was thinking about forcing Xiao Feng to pay them $8 billion US. which disturbed his military spirit. How could I think that they would diffuse their offense in a light flutter, and it was defined as hostile funds by others. Once this label is affixed, it will be miserable. Now Xiao Feng is the absolute controlling shareholder of Juice King, occupying 80% of the company's shares. In the future, people can conduct Series B and Series C financing in accordance with the contract. But the whole process of the Trident has to be excluded. That is to say, it doesn't matter how much money is raised by others. The Trident can't get a penny, and they have to bear the consequences of the dilution of their equity. Even if it survives until the day the company goes public, the Trident will only be worse. It is estimated that by then, the equity in their hands has been diluted to only a few percent. It can be agreed in the contract that even if the company goes public, they will not be able to sell the equity within 3 years. When the time comes, people will control the company, they will not pay dividends, and they will squeeze you out. At that time, your equity will still be used, can only be played to death alive. No way. This is the sorrow of minority shareholders. The controlling stake does not exceed net-third, and there is no way to apply for a shareholder meeting. So no matter what the company does, it's the people who have the final say. The thought of 2 billion, just like this, Jonathan, Jason, and Stanley felt painful liver tremors. That's $2 billion, not 2 million. Think about the series of sorrows that a few people had done before. Not only didn't get the Juice King, instead, he buried himself in www.mentalnovel.com. Isn't it a pit for yourself? The thought of this made a few people feel heartbroken. No, I can't just forget it. Yes, we have to start from other aspects. At this moment, Jonathan and Stanley looked up at Jason. This guy said before, he should do something about coffee. Jason Yinin smiled at this moment. Don't worry. Leave this to me. I won't let him relax. The next day Juice King was in this cafe on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. The size of the cafe is not small. It was already more than 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it stands to reason that it was past the peak dining period. And it's still in the afternoon. In order to ensure a good night's sleep, rarely would choose to drink coffee at this time. But this cafe is still full of people and crowds. All the decks in the cafe were full of guests, and there was still a long line in front of the bar. Even the people who lined up were already on the avenue outside the door. Those who can't wait for the deck can only choose to buy coffee and then take it away for a drink. While people were drinking coffee and talking about the storm yesterday, suddenly a guy was by the window. A fierce boy fell to the ground, and then he vomited blood out of his mouth continuously. What? Someone screamed in the cafe immediately, and many reporters suddenly appeared outside the cafe, holding a long gun and a short cannon. It was a shot at the guy who vomited blood. Many people understand it by just looking at this scene. At first glance, this scene has a very obvious design and traces of posing. There is a high probability that someone is targeting the Juice King. This is obviously a wave of unrest and another wave. Chapter 1030. No matter you are the King of Heaven, I have to bear the anger of Lozi. An accident occurred in the Juice King coffee shop. Some consumers vomited blood and fell to the ground and were taken to the local hospital. What is the secret of Juice King's coffee? Shocked. A coffee that can make people vomit blood. What kind of seasoning is mixed in Juice King's coffee? Will it cause harm to our human body? Unscrupulous profiteers launched unknown drinks without verification, harming consumers' health. And at first it was just an understatement, but later when various shocking bodies appeared frequently on major social media, the turmoil gradually changed its flavor. When such a thing happened, the media was not good at speaking out. After all, it is still unclear what happened in Juice King's coffee shop. The customer who vomited blood, the reason why he vomited blood, is it related to the Juice King coffee? But then, in the Juice King coffee shop in San Francisco, more than 30 customers vomited and suffered collective food poisoning. Now these media finally feel that they have something to say. Before, everyone just guessed secretly that there might be a problem with Juice King's coffee. But if a customer has a problem, it doesn't explain much. But when there are problems with more than 30 customers, it means that there should be a problem with your store. It is very likely that there is a problem with your coffee, which has caused so many people to suffer from collective food poisoning. The Juice King Company, in the past 2 decades, has been very successful in the United States. Even if it is necessary to die, and software giants like Google, when they were born that year. It's not like this company that has such a high level of topicality. Before, this company relied on switching from the juicer field to become a coffee chain. It attracted enough attention, and raised $2 billion in one time, and once boarded the column of all US media business editions. Then they invited a series of top internet celebrities in the United States to promote them on the platform. This allowed them to earn enough eyeballs, and then it was even more popular on the day of opening. Just when everyone thought that this company would go on the road to unicorn smoothly, the market suddenly broke out of their juicer fraud scandal. But then this company used a perfect public relations to let everyone know what it means to turn hands for the cloud and turn hands for the rain. But here has just settled the fraud of the juicer, and news of a large area of food poisoning unexpectedly broke out in their coffee shop. This Nima, there are too many topics on this company, right? Wave after wave, never ending. This is so much fun for the people who eat melons, and there are big dramas to watch every day. And more happily it is the various TV stations and media reporters. They all want to award a Pulitzer Prize to the Juice King. This company is simply their food and clothing parent. Originally, everyone had a headache about what kind of news to write every day. But now with this company, you really don't have to worry about having no subject matter to write about. The media came out on the platform to express their views at this time, and more demons and ghosts also jumped out at this time. What am I talking about? Sooner or later there will be something wrong with this Juice King. A juicer company. You can produce your juicer well. You have to go to a coffee chain. Do you have that ability? That's right, it's okay now. Drinking food poisoning for so many people, just compensation can pay them to death. Ha ha, let's reveal the stuffing. They also said that their coffee is delicious. Don't know what they add to their coffee. It should have been mixed with contraband, and it was not well controlled. As a result, so many people were hospitalized for drinking. The internet is full of gloating and falling down sounds. It was the Navy that Jonathan and Jason invited to take the lead. But later these Navy forces didn't have to exert much effort at all, and countless people jumped out and took the initiative to help them fight the Juice King together. And these people are naturally the competitors of Juice King. For example, Don Indo, the second largest coffee chain in the United States, Zumba Juice, or other juicer manufacturers arranged. Some time ago, they had also been on TV and on the internet, despising the juicer of the Juice King and their coffee. How can I think of a series of operations by the Juice King later? The speed of light slapped my face. Although everyone was very unconvinced in their hearts, they could only hold back. Who made the Juice King at that time be so strong? Even if everyone wanted to crusade him collectively, they couldn't find any excuses and reasons. It's all right now. Suddenly there has been such a large group of food poisoning incidents. This provides them with a perfect excuse. As a result, a group of companies have a collective high C, and they have invited various naval forces to spare it. The Juice King sprayed on the internet is not perfect. WTF. Send someone to check it out for me. The entire supply chain must be thoroughly investigated for me. Roars broke out in Evan's office at the Juice King headquarters in Mountain View. Even if the clay figurines still have 3 points of earthiness, let alone being calculated like this time, Evans is definitely not a fool to be able to make the company such a scale. He had already noticed several changes before, that there was such a force that had been watching the Fruit Juice King in secret. Even several times in a row, they stumbled in secret. Thanks to Xiao Feng as a man at the helm, they were able to easily overcome danger several times, and Xiao Feng had reminded him on the safety of the ingredients in this drink before, asking him to be careful not to leave room for hands and feet. After the storm yesterday, Evans was even more cautious. Before going to work this morning, I called all the people in charge of 10 stores. They must be careful about the safety of the ingredients, so as not to jeopardize others. But how can I think of it? I was still hit. Say there is a problem with Juice King's coffee. Evans thought it was pure fart. He drank Juice King's coffee every day, but he didn't see him in the hospital. How come some people vomit blood after drinking, and there are more than 30 people who have been hospitalized after drinking food poisoning? And what's the matter with those reporters? Are you squatting in front of their coffee shop every day? Why are these talented people in trouble, and these reporters are in place without waiting for the ambulance and the police to arrive? This is because no one dug a hole for them, and he didn't believe it if he killed him. So after learning the news of the accident, the first order Evans gave was a thorough investigation. See if the supply of ingredients has been tampered with by the other party. Their coffee shop, coffee bins are specially provided by Xiao Feng. Even the coffee machine was specially designed by Xiao Feng for cloning experts. The spice jars prepared by the experts will be locked in the coffee machine. When each cup of coffee is ground and brewed, a fixed proportion of coffee mate will be added. So coffee is definitely okay. But their coffee shop does not just buy coffee. I will also buy some desserts, such as donuts, muffins and other snacks. There are also milk and sugar that match the coffee. These ingredients are provided by outside suppliers. So Evans wondered if something was wrong with these ingredients. However, the managers of the following stores quickly responded, and there was no problem with the supply of ingredients. Those ingredients are monitored and checked every step of the way, from ordering, to transportation, and to the warehouse where they are loaded. Outsiders have no chance to do tricks. So how did this food poisoning incident come about? At this moment, an notification sound of receiving mail suddenly came from his computer. He turned on the computer and just saw an email sent to him by his boss Xiao Feng. Open the email. There is actually a video inside. When I opened it, Evans was immediately blown into my lungs. It turned out that this video happened to be taken by the camera of the San Francisco branch. The more than 30 food poisoning guys are all in the same group. Before the accident, they all secretly added something to their coffee, because the time to take over these stores was relatively short before, although there are some cameras in the store, but it is not able to cover the entire scene in the store. It is only concentrated in the cashier area. At this time, the traditional thinking of American businesses was mainly because they were afraid of someone coming to rob the store, and also because they were afraid of cashiers doing tricks when collecting money. And they don't care much about the situation in the store. But Xiao Feng kept his eyes on him. He used to be in China when his Sunshine Hospital was on fire. MTLnovel.com. Some people thought of doing hands and feet on the blood supply package of his hospital. Now he opened a coffee shop in the US, and he was obviously playing against other people again. Then there must be someone who is thinking about tampering with the food safety of his coffee shop. So long before the 10 stores reopened, he sent his security expert Owen to the store. Cameras are installed in hidden corners of the store, and they are all hidden. In this way, if someone is doing tricks in the store, he can also see it. In fact, this was also a pit he dug when he was fixing the Union in Chicago, that Kevin confessed to him, and it was Vogelin's old rival CVS who was against Stefano. The other party must also know his existence, and he and Stefano have completed a period of transaction. The second phase of the transaction is about to be completed, which is definitely not hidden from the other party. Then the other party will definitely do it on himself before he completes the second phase of the transaction. The trident should have been sent by them before, but the plan to claim compensation from oneself through the trident has been broken. The other party will definitely come up with a backup plan. Then after a round of scrutiny, only the chain coffee shop of Juice King can become the focus of the opponent's attack. That's why Xiao Feng sent people to several stores and secretly installed cameras. The video was given to Evans, and he naturally knew what to do. At the same time, he was also planning a counterattack. Just being beaten is not his Xiao Feng's habit. As the saying goes, It's also not to be indecent. Don't think this is your home court. I dare not fight back. If you provoke Lao Tzu, even if you are a heavenly king Lao Tzu, you have to bear Lao Tzu's anger. Chapter 1031. Turn your hands for the clouds and cover your hands for the rain. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andhras are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tet's so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the 2 largest donors of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these 2 companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives. and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Dorado, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen www.mtnovel.com and is also the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. High-speed text handwriting ability does not allow me to load chapter list. Chapter 1032. A model of the American dream. After watching this video, the atmosphere immediately burst. The reporters were already crazy, no longer caring about the Hulk-like security guards in front of them, and they all squeezed forward frantically. The content of Juice King's counterattack today is really amazing. First, it directly exposed those food poisoning guys, the inside story of the poisoning. Then he turned out the old bottom of the guy who vomited blood. There is really too much content worth digging, if anyone can dig it well. This year's promotion and salary increase, that is the right thing. So these reporters immediately went crazy. Evans, those food poison people, how are they now? I don't know much about this specific situation, but they are all in St. Mary's Hospital in San Francisco now. In addition, we have already reported to the police, and we have already sent the other evidence to the police. The evidence that should be released has been released, and the atmosphere on the scene has been completely reversed. Previously, these reporters had no good intentions, they had come aggressively, and prepared a lot of difficult questions. But now no one dared to ask questions. After all, hearing is not, seeing is believing. The King of Juice has already released all the video evidence. At this time, if he wants to deliberately criticize others, maybe it will be beaten by the fanatical supporters of the Juice King behind. Not only these reporters came to the scene, but there were also many fans holding signs to show their support for Juice King. Not only reporters broadcast the entire press conference, but these fans also shared what Evans just said. And the content of the video was recorded and put on the internet. Now the internet is noisy. The next press conference naturally entered the question and answer session, but at this time, few reporters dared to carry guns and sticks. The attitude has eased a lot, and asking questions is not as aggressive as before. The situation has reversed, and Evans naturally answered calmly. What about that guy named Charles? Well, we also reported to the police. Although Mr. Charles' situation is worthy of people's sympathy, this is not a reason for him to trample on the law at will. Moreover, his behavior has also brought a very serious impact on our Juice King, so the necessary punishment is still necessary. But we plan to intercede for him when the judge decides. Evans will naturally not miss this opportunity to buy a set of people. It is not popular in the United States that whoever is poor is justified, even if you are poor and sick, and your life experience is pitiful. This is not the reason for you to trample on their law. And these few answers from Evans really won the favor of reporters. Does Evans have any ideas about who is trying to frame you behind? This is the job of the police. We are just a company, not a detective agency. Then do you have anything else to say? Well, I want to say that I am very disappointed with the performance of the FDA and CDC. They closed our store before we knew the truth. This caused us very serious losses. I don't understand. Are they always reacting so fast, or are they reacting so quickly to our Juice King? What Evans said was a gun and a stick, and the reporters at the scene understood. Everyone couldn't help but blossoming in their hearts, and now there is a good show to watch. Someone has even contacted other colleagues to interview the directors of the FDA and CDC. But what is unexpected is that it was not long before this piece of news was broadcast. The FDA and CDC staff have quietly gone to the door of several Juice King stores to remove their seals. The ban on the Juice King coffee shop was also quietly revoked. Jonathan has a good connection on the West Coast, and Evans is not a vegetarian. Prior to participating in various charitable activities every year, I also made donations to the retirement funds of some government agencies. The donation of these money is naturally to see the return. What's more, they have already turned all the stone hammers out in this matter, and the FDA and CDC are naturally going downhill. Quietly pulled the seal and the ban, so as not to be entangled by the reporters. And Evans' reversal method this time is also very clever. He did not complain too much in front of the camera, nor did he express his position too much. It just released the material of the stone hammer and let people judge by themselves. In this way, the small grievance image of Juice King being wronged by others is naturally established. When people mention this company, they will inevitably think that this is a hard-working American company. They were still able to fight unyieldingly in the face of the dirty water splashed by their opponents and the open guns and the dark arrows. This is the American dream that everyone has been preaching. Such an enterprise is simply a model of the American dream. So this naturally adds an indomitable personality to the Juice King coffee shop, allowing more people to walk into this coffee shop naturally. As a result, the next day, when the Juice King opened again, their store once again ushered in a burst of grandeur. In the branches of Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York and other places, there were all-night queues and 10-mile-long queues. The American people are expressing their support for Juice King in this way. At the same time, Xiao Feng, who had been paying close attention to this matter, also let go of his hanging heart. He was very satisfied with Evans' performance. From the beginning to the end, he only provided a few pieces of evidence, and then stayed out of the matter. Just want to see Evans' ability, and sure enough, Evans' performance did not let him down. Ability is no problem. The next step is to examine his loyalty. If he can pass the next performance, Xiao Feng doesn't mind getting him promoted and raised. The Juice King Cafe has completely gone out of the crisis. In the next 2 weeks, they will continue to open 400 to 500 stores across the United States as originally planned. Anyway, there are $2 billion from the Trident, as well as a steady stream of cash flow in the field of juicer sales. Anyway, the current Juice King is not bad at all. As for the B round and C round financing, he never thought about it. As for the Trident, it seemed to him to be a fool. Since knowing that this company was the bait that the opponent came over, he hadn't planned to let the other party take the money back. As an absolute majority shareholder, he has 10,000 ways to kill this guy. At this time, Ding Dong's email notification sound came from his tablet. He opened the email, which was a compressed package asking for a price, and unzipped it. Various information photos popped out. The photos were taken from various angles. The most exaggerated is Stanley's office taken from the CVS headquarters building in the opposite building. In those few photos, Jonathan, Jason and Stanley can clearly see the three of them gathered together to discuss the scene. And from the multiple entrances of the building, you can see the photos of Jonathan and Jason entering and exiting the building. It can be seen that the three of them have colluded together for some time. To be honest, Jonathan and Stanley colluded. Xiao Feng was not surprised. After all, they are all figures in the top circles of the United States. It is normal to cooperate for a certain goal. Moreover, Xiao Feng had always suspected that Stanley was so accurate in his own moves that he did it this way. When he saw Jonathan, he understood. After all, he had dealt with Jonathan before, and this guy was looking for someone to investigate his background and understand his actions. which was normal. It's just that the appearance of Jason Lee surprised Xiao Feng very much. Although he has only met once, Xiao Feng has a deep memory of him. After all, this guy is not a good person, and he has not left a good impression on him. It turned out that the three of them got together to disrupt their plan to acquire Vogelin. In this way, it's normal to put yourself on top of the Juice King. Thinking of Jonathan's transfer of the Juice King to himself before, Xiao Feng suddenly enlightened. It seemed that the other party had known for a long time that he might have planned to acquire Vogelin, so he stumbled upon himself on the Juice King. Just to stumble yourself. But they still miscalculated, and they must have never thought that they could break free so quickly. Then, you guys just wait to face the gust of wind. WTF. That Ashley, what's the matter? Before he sent someone there, didn't he check whether there was a camera in the store? And why does Charles www.mentalnovel.com turn the water so easily? It must be the on the Juice King's side, promised to give him better conditions. Then sent someone to contact him immediately and ask him to change his mouth. As long as he changes his mouth, we will give him more money. But now, we can't find him at all. Asshole. In the New York office, Jonathan, Stanley and Jason Lee were frustrated. A battle that I thought was sure to win. I didn't even think it would be turned over by others like this. The most frightening thing is that someone caught the bag on the spot and took a video. At this time, their previous efforts can be said to have been completely abandoned. Now it seems that I really want to steal the chicken and lose the rice. If you can't get the Juice King, you can't drag Xiao Feng's pace. Even if this pit was dug in vain, the most hateful thing was the 2 billion they had thrown in through the trident. It seems that it might really be thrown away for nothing. Just then, suddenly Stanley's secretary opened the door and walked in. Mr. Barankin, something has happened. The expression on the blonde female secretary's face was blunt. She knew that Stanley didn't like others to rush into his office. But this time she had to bite the bullet and break in. Oh, what happened? Stanley pressed his anger and asked the female secretary. It's the CO-19 vaccine. We have a problem with the vaccine at Washington Heights Hospital in Brooklyn. Stanley's expression changed when he heard the female secretary say this. The news leaked out. Yes, a reporter has already called to consult about this matter, and it seems that NBC has also reported on this matter. Asshole. Chapter 1033 Face the Wind. Stanley, whose skin was sickly pale, flushed suddenly. Even his bald scalp suddenly turned white, and in his anger, he stood up and overturned the table in front of him. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Check it out for me. Who has leaked the news? Stanley's sudden eruption not only scared the female secretary into tears, even taking Jason Lee and Jonathan in the room was shocked. The female secretary came out of the office with a crying voice, while Stanley said to the two with a sullen face, "Sorry, I just lost my mind." Jason and Jonathan exchanged glances. Well, it looks like you have something urgent to deal with, then well leave first. Stanley didn't keep them either, and they came out of the office in a tacit understanding. As soon as Jason and Jonathan were gone, Stanley immediately slumped on the sofa as if his spine had been pulled. If the CO-19 vaccine leaked out, it would be big or small. But the trouble to CVS, it will certainly be no small. It turns out that although CVS used to be a chain pharmacy, in recent years, it has overwhelmed my old rival, Green, in marketing. Moreover, the insurance business they are doing has improved greatly, so CVS has begun to enter the pharmaceutical industry in recent years. And this CO-19 is the first blockbuster product they researched. It turns out that in the United States, there is an outbreak of influenza virus almost every year. In recent years, the influenza outbreaks that have occurred frequently in recent years are almost all derived from H1N1 as the prototype virus. Now all major pharmaceutical companies in the United States are developing vaccines against this flu almost every year. At present, there are 7 or 8 vaccines on the market. And about 3 years ago, CVS had already begun to develop this flu vaccine. Over the past 3 years, They have invested more than $7 billion in the research and development of this vaccine. Finally, at the beginning of this year, I saw the results. So they contacted Washington Heights Hospital in Brooklyn, where they had a good relationship, and began to promote the vaccine. In fact, this vaccine has been undergoing clinical trials in India for some time before. But to be honest, the effect can only be said to be average, with a cure rate of 90%. But it will be accompanied by various sequelae, and those sequelae, because of the different physical fitness of patients, and show different states. If the body is good, the patient may have a headache, brain fever, or diarrhea a few days past. If the physical fitness is relatively poor, it may be accompanied by severe pneumonia, bronchitis and other symptoms. Even severe cases can cause liver damage, kidney failure and other symptoms. So if strict standards are followed, the development of this vaccine has actually failed. But the management of CVS and Stanley could not accept this statement. After all, they have invested more than $7 billion in research and development funds on this vaccine before and after. If you just admit that the development has failed, then the $7 billion will be in vain. So Stanley bit the bullet and put this vaccine on the market. As for the Washington Heights Hospital, the majority shareholder behind this hospital is actually their CVS Group. So they are not worried about what will happen in the promotion of this hospital. Moreover, those who come to this hospital for treatment are generally from lower middle-class families. They don't have much resources and contacts. The most important thing is to keep their lives and not to get sick to keep their jobs. They can only get this vaccine because it is cheap and can be reimbursed by medical insurance. What they don't know is that medical insurance is actually provided by CVS, and the state will pay for it in the end. The original plan was that if Mimi did it quietly, they would be able to recoup the capital after a while. But I didn't expect that not long after the vaccine was launched, more than a dozen people had accidents due to vaccination. There are 3 or 4 people who have lost their lives, and the others have more or less other sequelae. And if this matter is exposed, it must be a big scandal. Fortunately, they were all suppressed by the joint efforts of the hospital and CVS. But how can I think that someone stabbed it out at this time? It's great fun now, thinking of the consequences. Stanley picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Dear viewers, behind me is Washington Heights Hospital. Recently, it was reported that at least 4 patients had been vaccinated with the CO-19 flu vaccine in this hospital, which resulted in serious complications and finally passed away. "I'll go to your uncle." Stanley waved his hand and slammed the remote control onto the TV. He couldn't figure it out. How could NBC always sing opposites with them? NBC was the first to favor the Juice King in public opinion. But now there is something that NBC has taken the lead in exposing his old bottom. Could it be that the Chinese bought NBC? Isn't it possible? It is certainly impossible for the Chinese to acquire American media. He really didn't guess wrong. Xiao Feng would naturally not buy NBC. But he and Leshimo, NBC's major shareholder, are good friends. So NBC was biased in reporting this incident, which is natural. At this time, his phone rang frantically. Stanley turned his head and glanced at the phone number, and couldn't help smiling wryly. The company's major shareholders obviously can't sit still, so let's call them to discuss countermeasures together. Anyway, when the plan was released, everyone made the decision together. Something happened and it was impossible for him to resist Thunder by himself. After leaving the building, Jonathan did not agree to the invitation of Jason Lee to have lunch, and left after finding an excuse. This makes Jason feel very surprised. This is not like Jonathan's personality. But he didn't think too much, and got into the car directly. The driver drove him to his residence in Greenwich. Where did he buy a house in his early years, and he liked the atmosphere very much. Industrial loft style, very to his taste. But not far after the car drove out, his phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was his dad who actually called and only then got on the phone. I heard his dad's swearing on the other side of the phone. Shall I? Did you provoke someone to come to Carmo in the US? What's the matter? Old Bean? Jason asked nonchalantly. Although he could hear his father's anger, he didn't take it seriously. After all, he is not a kid anymore. Not to mention he is still at the helm of tens of billions of funds. What's the matter? Your second uncle was arrested? Do you know that? Hey, talk. Some explanation? Isn't the second uncle's identity well covered up? Will he be arrested? Hearing what his old Bean said, Jason couldn't sit still immediately. The reason is simple. His second uncle is the big water pipe of their house. Their family started from his grandfather's generation. His grandfather made his first pot of gold by acting as a comprador for the British. But I didn't think that after only making a few years of stable money, the above actually wanted to take back Hong Kong Island, which naturally aroused their dissatisfaction with the Lee family. His father was sent to England by his grandfather to study law, and after returning to Hong Kong Island, he became a master. Later, he climbed up to the high branches of his mother's house, and this was the transformation of their family. But in fact, Lauder still has a younger brother, but this younger brother is an illegitimate child and has never been made public. When his old Bean was sent to study in the UK, his second uncle was also sent overseas. It's just that I didn't go to the UK, but to an island country of Belize, which is a dependent country of the UK in the Caribbean. Later in 1997, his grandfather's line suffered a severe financial crisis. He almost didn't go bankrupt, but it was thanks to his second uncle's funding that he was relieved. Since then, his father's position in his grandfather's house was also established in one fell swoop. Before that, his dad was at his grandfather's house, and that was a son-in-law who smashed the door. But he was not very welcome. And the reason why his second uncle can be so rich is because after he mixed up with a business in Belize, he returned to the top as a foreign businessman to invest and start a business a long time ago. It turns out that although their family is very upset with the above, they also know that the general situation cannot be violated. The rise of the mainland is visible to the naked eye, so although they look down on the people above, it does not prevent them from wanting to make the money. But because of the unfriendly attitude towards the upper side, www.mcnovel.com, his grandfather and his father did not dare to return to the upper side. So he took his second uncle as a dark game, sent it to Belize, mixed his identity, and then placed it on the mainland. And his grandfather also has a wave of like-minded righteous men. Everyone is upset, but they want to make money. So the money of this group of people passed through his second uncle to the mainland, and then relied on everyone's network resources. He just let his second uncle become the star enterprise above. In his early years, he did a lot of fraud, and later took advantage of the economic boom from above. But it really made a lot of money. At least 75% of their Lee family's net worth was earned through his second uncle. It can be said that eating inside and out, picking up chopsticks to eat, and putting down the bowl to scold their mother, is their true portrayal. But they are still very comfortable. Originally they thought they could continue to do this kind of thing. How could I think that his second uncle was arrested this time? How can this make Jason Lee not shocked? Whether his cheap second uncle is dead or alive, he doesn't care. What he cares about is, without his second uncle, wouldn't their Lee family's big water hose be gone? Moreover, his second uncle has a lot of properties on it. Will these properties also be confiscated? Even if they are not confiscated, their family dare not send someone to take over. After all, their family was on the blacklist, and one of them must have been arrested. It's no wonder that his old Bean spurts at him so violently on the phone. It was Jason Lee, and he felt painful when he thought of the assets his second uncle left on top that might be worth more than tens of billions. What a coincidence. This happened at this time. Chapter 1034. Could it be that I just sit and wait for death? No, I think I can still. Just when Jason Lee was still feeling a headache for the arrest of his cheap second uncle, Jonathan, who had just returned to the East Hampton mansion, also received a call, and there was a storm on the other end of the phone. Jonathan scolded Jonathan directly. "You bastard, bastard, what the are you doing?" Something went wrong again. Do you know how much money I have invested in this project before and after? How much time did you waste me, you bastard? The other party directly greeted Jonathan's 8th-generation ancestors, but Jonathan did not dare to have any dissatisfaction at all. Mr. Pompeo, what happened? To be honest, the other party scolded Jonathan as soon as he came up, making Jonathan quite dumbfounded. Don't you know, God, you can turn on the TV and watch. Well, Mr. Pompeo, I will answer you later. Jonathan hung up the phone and threw the phone away fiercely. He cursed and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV, and the news was playing on the TV. According to the reports of the former 100X employees, the company falsified genetic sequencing data, especially the number 103 project serving Ruihui Company. Seeing this, Jonathan's head buzzed. The one who should have come is here. He had an ominous premonition when he saw something happened on Stanley's side. I'm afraid that guy's counterattack has come, but he prayed all the way on the way back. I prayed that I was overhearted, but I didn't expect that the one that was supposed to be here was here. The other party had already started so soon. It was troublesome now. And the company that the other party started with is actually his weakness. The 100X company. He found investment in this company and even supported it with one hand. He has a lot of hopes for this company, but for this company, after investing more than 1 billion yuan, I just waited for this company to double the money back after it went public. The performance of the previous 100X company has also lived up to expectations, and ABCD has received several rounds of financing. The valuation has already broken through $30 billion, which is just a little bit worse than Uber back then. But what makes this company better than Uber is that it can make money. According to Jonathan's prediction, the company's performance after going public is definitely better than Uber. After all, Uber doesn't look at its size, but in fact it has been losing money. Everything was going very smoothly originally, but it was not thought that some time ago, before this 100X went on the market, Xiaofeng slammed it fiercely. It was the scandal of data fraud that caused the company to postpone its IPO. Later, he found Xiaofeng to be softened, and then they let him go. Originally, he thought, keep a low profile for a while, let time dilute the 100X scandal, and spend more money on public relations by the way. So after waiting for a month, 100X will be listed. But how can I think that at such a critical moment, the 100X scandal actually broke out again? For him, this is definitely a heavy blow. What's more, what the guy who broke the news said on TV is also true. 100X did make a fake on some data in the project entrusted to Ruihui. Ruihui is the top pharmaceutical giant in the United States. Every year, I don't know how many companies want to cooperate with them and get their subcontracts. And 100X was awarded Ruihui's contract only through Jonathan's relationship. Otherwise, how could they be favored by Ruihui for such a fledgling gene sequencing company? As for why Jonathan was able to get Ruihui's contract, it was because of his relationship through Washington, and Mr. Pompeo was his most important friend in Washington. At the same time, Mr. Pompeo is also his client and investment target. This guy is the big red man next to US 1, the spokesperson of the White House, and the first secretary of the US. Where he is known as the Chief Minister of the United States. Really a position above 10,000 people under one person. Ruihui was able to give the contract to 100X, but he nodded because of Pompeo's face. Jonathan also knew about this project. In fact, it is to do a gene sequencing to provide Ruihui with data to help them develop a targeted drug for a certain cancer. As for whether there are real data frauds, Jonathan is not clear. But based on his knowledge of the person in charge of the 100X company, this data is fraudulent, and it should very likely be true. After all, this company has only 200 people. For such a cumbersome gene sequencing project, the company's scale is really small. But this company actually only spent more than a month before sending the data package to Ruihui. To be honest, Jonathan also knew that it was to prove the company's technical strength and to increase the company's valuation. But whether the specific data is true and valid, Jonathan is also at a loss at this time. Thinking of this, He immediately took out the phone and called Richard, the person in charge of 100x. Richard, is what the guy on TV said true? Did you actually falsify the data? Ha! Don't listen to that bastard's nonsense. That fellow was only expelled from me because he didn't abide by the company's system, so he made nonsense on TV. The voice of Richard, the person in charge of 100x on the other end of the phone, was very excited, but Jonathan could still hear the panic in his voice. He hung up the phone directly, feeling a chill in his heart. It's a joke. Richard, the grandson, definitely didn't tell the truth to himself. If Ruihui finds out the 100x data is fraudulent, if Ruihui knew that they had spent tens of millions, what he bought was a bunch of fake data. What's even more hateful is that they also invested hundreds of millions in research on the basis of these fake data, and now all the money has been lost. What do you say they will do? The 100x will definitely be torn off. 100x will definitely be accused of bankruptcy, and it's over. The investment of more than 1 billion yuan is a waste of money. No wonder Pompeo was so angry. He also devoted a lot of effort to this project. Thinking of this, Jonathan felt like a knife. This Xiao Feng's attack was really too cruel, and his weakness was severely affected by this knife. What can I do now? More than 1 billion. Could it be that such a large sum of money was squandered? He had already lost several hundred million in the Juice King project before, and within a few days, he lost such a sum. Even if his family is rich, he will inevitably feel painful at this time. The most important thing is that the money invested in 100x was released through Flagship Capital. The Flagship Capital is not his own company. This investment company has dozens of shareholders, large and small. So, strictly speaking, the tens of billions are everyone's money. If the money is discounted, many people will doubt his ability. It is not impossible to even hold a meeting to impeach him, even if he can keep his position in Flagship Capital. But what if other shareholders do not trust themselves and they choose to withdraw their capital? And if this investment failure is spread, then I am afraid that no investors will be willing to cooperate with his Flagship Capital in the future. The most important thing is if it really fails this time, then he would definitely offend Pompeo. Even if he pays his own pocket to fill in the hole on Pompeo's side, he will definitely not be playing with him in the future. In that case, he would be miserable to know this Pompeo, but he is very optimistic about the object. And this guy is still a big red in front of the conservative forces in the United States. In fact, he is so hard to befriend Pompeo. In fact, I want to use this guy to get to know the top conservatives in the United States behind him. If you have with this guy this time, it won't just be a matter of missing friends in the future. There may even be an additional enemy. Xiao Feng's knife was really stabbed and accurate, and it struck his life with a single knife. At this time, Jonathan only felt that his heart hurts, his liver hurts, and even his waist hurts. Could it be that I just sit and wait for death? No, I think I can still rescue it. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the phone and directly found the number and dialed out. Xiao Feng looked at the phone that rang again, and shook his head with a wry smile. This unfamiliar number has been rejected 3 times, but he insisted on calling it again. He thought for a while, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I'm Jonathan. Isn't it convenient to come out and meet? Is this necessary? I think there are still some misunderstandings between us. I think it's better to clarify in person. Jonathan insisted on the phone. Xiao Feng thought for a while. All right, when? Just like tomorrow morning, I'll go to San Francisco to find you. Well, that's it. At noon the next day, Jonathan arrived at Helen's villa in San Francisco. Unlike last time, he was alone this time, and Bruce was not an eye-catching fellow with him. Looking at this guy's thick dark circles, I knew that this guy must have not slept well last night. They had already agreed to meet, and Xiao Feng didn't have too much trouble for him. The demeanor he should have is still necessary. Greeted him to sit down, and let him come up with a cup of coffee. Jonathan took the coffee in front of him and drank it. Or.novel.com. Don't tell me. The taste of your Juice King coffee is really amazing. Haha, it's okay. But Jonathan, you are not here to talk about coffee with me when you are looking for me this time. Xiao Feng was straight to the point, and Jonathan also sat up straight. First of all, I want to apologize to you for what I did before. Saying that, Jonathan actually got up and bowed to Xiao Feng. To tell the truth, this Japanese-style apology had confused Xiao Feng. We must know that this kind of apology is not popular among Americans. But since Jonathan did it, he was showing a gesture that he was sincere. Whether he was really apologetic, Xiao Feng didn't know, but at least he did it for the sake of face. In addition, I want to tell you that it was not my own idea to mess with you this time, but Stanley of CVS, and Jason Lee of BlackRock, capital of Hong Kong Island. Chapter 1035 not only is cruel to the enemy, but also cruel to his own people. Of course, Jonathan knew that just apologizing would definitely not work. As the saying goes, the dead Dao friend does not die the poor Dao, so he betrayed his teammates without hesitation. At this time, Xiao Feng looked at this guy's face not changing and his heart beat, and he had to admire his shamelessness. It's no wonder that he can achieve such an achievement as he is today. Just such a thick-skinned skin is an important reason for this guy's success. Before, he asked Helen to find a business investigation team, and he also asked Pablo to send a team. The two teams were originally just to investigate the CVS group, which was also worried about the acquisition of Vogelin. But I didn't think that the investigation team sent by Pablo actually found a lot of information about Stanley, Jason, and Jonathan colluding together. Judging from the secretly filmed videos and photos, these three people are just like brothers. But Stanley and Jason must have never imagined that Jonathan would be so indifferent at this time, so he bought them both. Xiao Feng laughed. I know. With just one sentence, Jonathan was sure that Stanley's sudden outburst must have nothing to do with this guy. Although he and Jason didn't know what was going on with CO-19, they also knew that it must have dealt a heavy blow to Stanley. Think about it again, then Jason Lee shouldn't be easy now. At this time, Jonathan's mind was spinning fast, but he was just wondering how to extract himself from this square wave. Thinking about it, he gritted his teeth again. Anyway, my teammates have already bought it once, and I don't care about buying it again. Mr. Xiao, I know that you want to acquire Vogelin. I decided to withdraw from Stanley's combination, so as not to trouble your acquisition. That's it? Maybe not enough. Xiao Feng smiled. Now he has mastered the initiative of the acquisition. In a few days, Stefano will be able to get back the equity and complete the transaction with him. He owns 60% of Vogelin's equity, and the rest is much easier. Even if CVS is playing tricks behind the scenes, he is not afraid. At this time, Jonathan smiled. Mr. Xiao, I admire your courage and vision. But actually wanting to acquire a company as big as Vogelin is definitely not that simple. In Jonathan's words, the meaning is very long. Looking at the weird smile on his face, Xiao Feng felt that he had tasted something. But for a while, I didn't think too much about it. I also know that you are not short of money, and I also know that Stefano is more inclined to sell the company to you, but I don't think you know yet. In fact, we already have a 30% stake in Vogelin. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng felt a pain in his brain. According to the provisions of the company law, as long as you are an existing shareholder, as long as you hold 1% of the shares, you can request a general meeting of shareholders. But the crux of the problem is that many companies simply will not allow this to happen. After all, no one has the energy to wrestle with trivial matters every day. Therefore, it is generally agreed in the company's articles of association that only shareholders with more than a third of the equity will initiate. Only then can the company's general meeting of shareholders be convened. Generally, a company will set up a shareholder meeting, a board of directors, and a board of supervisors to complete the separation of powers and restrict each other. Shareholders have decision-making powers, the board of directors have executive powers, and the board of supervisors supervises the company's operations. And this gameplay is basically invented by the Americans. Many domestic companies have copied this method to establish the company's authority, but in fact, most of them are just a copy, and most companies are still controlled by major shareholders. In the United States, it is definitely not like that in China, where major shareholders can do whatever they want, especially large public companies like Vogelin with tens of billions of dollars in assets. There are tens of thousands of small and medium shareholders, and your major shareholders want to do whatever they want, unless you can control more than 2/3 of the company's equity. Previously, Xiao Feng had purchased 20% of Vogelin's equity through Stefano. Even if he buys Stefano's stock right again, it will only control 60% of the company's stock. To complete the absolute holding of Vogelin, he must also acquire a 7% stake in Vogelin. But the trio of Jonathan and the others had already quietly purchased 30% of Vogelin's equity. In other words, the two sides have to compete for the last 10% of the equity. He wants to buy 7%, and Jonathan and the others only need to buy 4% of the shares. And 4%, that is definitely much better than 7%. And looking at what Jonathan meant, it was obvious that Vogelin's stocks circulating in the market had been quietly absorbed by them. Even if there are still some diehards who haven't gotten their hands, they are going to cover Vogelin's stock to the ground. As for the remaining small shareholders, those who still have stocks in their hands, and those who have already sold them, Xiao Feng definitely doesn't know, and Jonathan they must know. In this way, this matter is really troublesome. If Jonathan is allowed to control 34% of the company's shares, it will follow the company's articles of association. They can request a general meeting of shareholders, even if Xiao Feng has 60% of the shares in his hand. He is the company's major shareholder. But they can still ask you to come to the meeting every day, and fight with you every day. Anyway, if you want to make any reforms to the company, they will raise their hands against it. By then, you will have enough headaches. It is simply impossible to privatize Vogelin. And if Vogelin is not privatized, then Xiao Feng has many plans that cannot be completed. So at this time Xiao Feng also fell into silence. So we can make an exchange. If you ask that guy to withdraw the charge of 100x fraud, then I can transfer 10% of my shares to you. In addition, I will give you the list of other institutions and individuals that hold shares, so that you can complete the privatization of the company more quickly. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard that. With 10% of this guy, plus 40% of Stefano, he controls 70% of Vogelin's equity, and the rest is easy. As the largest single shareholder of the company's absolute holding, any adjustments and decisions made to the company's operations do not require the consent of other minority shareholders. Anyway, you guys love it. There is nowhere to sue if you want to. Even if a court dared to accept the complaint, the lawsuit would usually last forever. At that time, as long as the major shareholders insist on not agreeing to the dividend, this alone will be enough to make those minor shareholders cry to death. Generally to this point, the minority shareholders can only surrender their guns. Take the initiative to sign the name on the equity transfer letter. Maybe you can sell it for a good price. Otherwise, the major shareholders can really kill you. Seeing that Xiao Feng still hadn't made a big camp immediately, Jonathan gritted his teeth again. Anyway, the teammates are also sold, so you might as well sell them thoroughly, and you can still sell them for a good price. Actually, I have a few more pieces of news that will allow you to get shares in Stanley's and Jason's hands for free. Oh, upon hearing this, Xiao Feng couldn't calm down even more. Stanley and Jason also control a percent of Vogelin's shares. Although Vogelin's current stock price has fallen to less than $60, the market value is only $44 billion. But 20% of the equity is also more than $80 billion. Get these equity from Stanley and Jason without spending money. Xiao Feng is really interested in this proposal. When the opposite Jonathan saw that Xiao Feng had finally taken the bait, he was also relieved. Jason, Stanley, don't blame me, as the saying goes. A fellow Taoist is not a poor Taoist. I just drop you off. So please go all the way west obediently. Xiao Feng didn't speak, and Jonathan didn't hesitate anymore. CVS has entered the pharmaceutical industry before, and their main research and development products are not just influenza vaccines. There are also some daily toiletries, which are also planning to go on the market recently, and these toiletries contain a lot of catabolism. Xiao Feng's face was dumbfounded. Medical? What is this? However, although he didn't know what the hemp was, he could guess it. mentalnovel.com. This shouldn't be a good thing. Why do they add catabolism to their toiletries? Jonathan glanced at him. Isn't it to fight the ninth laboratory? Fight with the ninth lab? As far as I know, the ninth lab's products have not entered the US market in large quantities. Yes, there is no large-scale entry, but Mr. Xiao, if you buy Voglin, will the healthcare products of the ninth laboratory enter the US market on a large scale? Xiao Feng was silent. It seems that there are many smart people in this world. Although he has never disclosed his identity as the Behindthesens boss of Lab 9, there are not many people who can find him. Many people in China know it, but in the United States, let alone the ninth laboratory, is so profitable now. You said that the capital wolves of the United States have not paid attention to this company. I am afraid that the ninth laboratory has already been checked. And how can I hide the relationship between myself and the ninth laboratory from these people? At this time Jonathan was looking at himself with a playful face, but Xiao Feng neither admitted, but also did not deny it. So, CVS does this. Is that a precaution? Yes, it is to prepare once the ninth lab enters the US market on a large scale. They are about to launch creams, sprays, deodorants, lotions, and ointments that will contain a large amount of ephedrine. And there is another scientific name for this diphenol, and that is industrial hemp. After hearing this, Xiao Feng finally understood. Damn. This group of Americans are really ruthless. Not only be ruthless to the enemy, but also ruthless to his own people. Chapter 1036. Really bold enough. Xiao Feng really didn't know what the industrial hemp was. But what MRDA is, he knows very well. This thing is deep product. Although there are currently many countries in the world, they have legalized smoking hemp. In Xiao Feng's view, some decision makers in these countries may have really been numbed by MRDA. Either it is the public opinion that is engulfed by populism, and it is helpless. Going with the flow has promoted this natural immunity to all approach. Well, don't you guys want to smoke hemp legally? Then you can just take it out. If you go to see God more, the country can pay less pension. On the US side, in recent years, discussions on the legalization of my university have also been in full swing. Even a few states have passed laws to legalize the University of Massachusetts. At the national level, there are also a group of people who are secretly contributing to the flames, hoping that the country can approve the legalization of MRDA as soon as possible. Of course, in order to take into account the face of the world's number one, the government has always been concealed and half-pushed. It is estimated that it will take some time. In the market, there are still many ridiculous claims that smoking cigarettes is more harmful to the body than smoking cigarettes. But in fact, that are heavy metals, carcinogens, etc. produced by smoking are the same. The only difference is that the nicotine in cigarettes will promote the secretion of dopamine in the body while being addictive, which makes people feel pleasant. And smoking MRDA, the ephedrine contained in MRDA, will make your brain dementia. Now Jonathan tells Xiao Feng that CVS has actually added industrial hemp to some of its own toiletries. This really Nima. Xiao Feng felt speechless. What's the difference between this and the black-hearted merchants in China who add that shell into the hot pot bottom? Although Xiao Feng didn't know exactly what that industrial hemp was, but he is sure that the characteristics of that thing must be stronger. After all, what is produced by industrial purification is certainly not worse than what is grown in the soil. And these grandchildren actually want to add these to creams, sprays and other products. The only purpose is to make people feel that this product is easy to use at the same time. addictive, high. It's really high. Ruthless. It's so cruel. Who said that only profiteers in country X would do things that have no bottom line to kill people? The merchants in the US seem to be more generous. This product has certain anti-inflammatory, antiseptic, pain, anti-anxiety, and antipsychotic effects. Jonathan looked at Xiao Feng as if he didn't quite understand what the industrial hemp had, so he explained a few words to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was speechless after hearing this. In pain? Anti-anxiety? Antipsychotic? Can you not resist it? After smoking that, people become stupid. How can they feel the pain? Of course, this product also has certain side effects, such as slowing down bowel movements. Long-term use can make people obese, constipation, and even cardiac arrest. Jonathan said a series of defects in these products. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing it. As expected, it was the same as the sequel of that or something. But this CVS is really good enough to make money, and they dare to incorporate this thing into their products. If they dare to do this, aren't they afraid of sanctions by US laws? Xiao Feng really couldn't figure it out. Why is this CVS so bold? For the sake of profit, even the lives of people are ignored. How do you say? This thing, the United States does not clearly prohibit its use because it is a new industrial product. Jonathan explained that Xiao Feng understands that this is just a side ball. Then just relying on this, it might not be so easy for Stanley to hand over Vogelin's shares. Since they didn't care about it, Xiao Feng couldn't manage the life and death of Americans. He was more concerned about Stanley's shares in Vogelin. What do you say about this? If you say that we Americans are allowed to smoke Mardia by ourselves, no one will object to it. But if you sneak this thing into your daily necessities, it will definitely not work. You said what if this news was leaked before this series of products went on sale? Jonathan smiled cheaply, and Xiao Feng understood what he meant. This has to be used as a table, and an archway is to be established. It really is the characteristic of it. And after all, this thing can't be put on the table. And CVS certainly doesn't dare to publicize this series of products. Even if it was publicized, it would definitely be the case with Mardodiol, so I won't focus on it. Anyway, just let consumers know that the product is easy to use. As far as I know, they have invested 4 billion yuan in this series of products, and there are investment plans in the future. And Stanley has high hopes for this series of products. Looking at Jonathan at this time, the smile on his face turned out to be even lower. Xiao Feng also came out at this time. This guy has no bottom line than that of Stanley. Not only does this grandson betray his teammates without any guilt, but he can pass himself a knife by the side without changing his face. Xiao Feng has been in the business world for some years, but it is the first time he has seen such a brazen man. But what he said is really right. If it is before the launch of CVS's main promotion of this product, go to Stanley to talk. That Stanley is 9 out of 10, he might be subdued. After all, they have invested 4 billion in this plan, and if it fails, it will definitely bring another blow to CVS. By then, Stanley can still sit on the throne of CVS president is a question. What about Jason? What about his shares? Xiao Feng looked at Jonathan again and got Stanley down. He basically had a bottom in his heart. But what about Jason? This grandson is a die-hard, and his attitude towards him has not been very friendly. Xiao Feng also disliked this guy very much. If he could, he didn't even want to look at this toad at all. Ha, this guy. That's easy. Seeing what Jonathan meant, he also despised that Jason very much. Even the tone of that guy was very frivolous. Oh, let's talk about it. BlackRock Capital, which they control, is secretly acquiring MRE, a Canadian energy company. And MRE is also the target of another company. This company is called Heskey, which is Canada's largest energy company. The boss behind Heskey is Jason's fellow, the former Asian Superman who retired. You said if the big guy knew that Jason was digging his corner, how would he react? Jonathan's words made Xiao Feng raise his eyebrows. Sure enough, there are a lot of interesting stories in it. If what he said is true, then Superman can't take Jason alive. After all, Those who dare to fight him generally have no good end. Well, your proposal, I will consider it carefully. A smart person like Jonathan knew at a glance that Xiao Feng was already tempted. However, he still has to confirm before agreeing to his terms. So he stood up. Well, then I'll go back first, so I won't disturb you, and rest. This guy was simply. Xiao Feng asked him to send him out. Then he immediately sent someone to collect information to verify the authenticity of the things he said. In the evening, the feedback came back one after another. The first is about the series of toiletries that CVS is about to market. Jonathan really didn't lie. A year ago, CVS organized a team to develop this series of products. Originally, I didn't intend to put it on the market so early, but recently I don't know why. It suddenly speeds up the market. At present, many advertising companies have been contacted, and they are waiting to see each other's promotional copy. It is estimated that it will be listed on the market in the last 1 or 2 months. And their products, as Jonathan said, do contain the kind of catabolism. Now, it's interesting. As for the investigation of BlackRock Capital's acquisition of MRE, it took 3 days. Thanks to the strong ability of the team led by Pablo, I got a tip in 3 days. If this is changed to another team, it may not be possible to get it in a few months. Of course, Pablo and the others must have used a lot of advanced equipment and some unconventional methods. 3 days later, their investigation report was put on Xiao Feng's desk. MTLnovel.com. The report was very clear, and what Jonathan said was true. BlackRock Capital is indeed contacting MRE recently and is preparing to acquire this Alberta-based energy company. And Hayski, the #1 energy company in Canada controlled by Superman, has indeed just recently planned to start with this company. The reason why both companies are eyeing this company is because this MRE has mastered a unique auto-financing technology. The principle is to send high-temperature steam underground, directly melt the oil sands into heavy oil, and then pump the heavy oil out of the ground. In this way, a lot of oil sands mines with low mining value can be turned into treasures. Hayski had always been eyeing their technology before. Originally, Hayski had been in contact with MRE for a few rounds, just to get the company's revenue under its command. But MRE wanted to buy itself a good price, so it never agreed to Hayski's acquisition. At present, it is said that Hayski has already launched a hostile takeover plan, which means that they intend to take the bow hard. At this time, BlackRock Capital suddenly hooked up with MRE. Isn't it clear that Superman will be given eye drops again? How can they not know who is behind Hayski? But since he knew it, and had to hook up with MRE quietly, it could explain a lot of things. In this way, what Jonathan said really has a lot of room for manipulation. It is really not impossible for Jason and Stanley to obediently let out the Vogelin shares in their hands. If they disagree, then let them also taste the taste of the Overlord's hard bow. For them, it must not be a good experience, right? Chapter 1038. It's $1 to extend the head and $1 to shrink when the acquisition of a company has reached this point. In order to complete the absolute control of the company as soon as possible, most major shareholders will not do everything. The acquisition of shares in the hands of the remaining shareholders at a premium is a routine operation. On the one hand, it is to take control of the company as soon as possible. After all, time is money. On the other hand, it is also to show demeanor, but also to tell the outside world that we are not so hard to get along with. But at this time, Xiao Feng didn't plan to let Jason Lee and Stanley go so easily. After all, 20% of Vogelin's shares in their hands are worth more than $8 billion based on Vogelin's current market value. Considering the trouble the two men had caused him before, he didn't intend to let them go so easily. What do you mean? Hearing Xiao Feng's answer, Jason Lee was full of anger. Stanley also stared at Xiao Feng fiercely, looking like he couldn't wait to swallow him. Mr. Xiao, you have already won. Shouldn't you show your demeanor at this time? Xiao Feng sneered at Stanley. Demeanor? Ha! I want to know, if I fail, will you show demeanor to me? Jason and Stanley were speechless. Although I haven't studied in the United States, I have read many autobiography of business leaders in the United States. Although those autobiography are all high-sounding, almost all these big guys are written as saints. But you ask yourself, are those books real? Anyway, after reading the autobiography of Rockefeller, Morgan, and Carnegie, I have an impression of these legendary bigwigs. That is, when they do business, there is only one attitude. This is mine, and that is mine. As long as I am interested in it, it is mine. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me die. The big fish eats the small fish, willing to bet and lose. Isn't this the core unspoken rule of your American business community? When Xiao Feng said this, not only Jason Lee and Stanley were stunned. Even Jonathan, who came with him, sounded uncomfortable at this time. Because Xiao Feng's words are not very pleasant, but they are definitely the core purpose of the American commercial society. The legendary bigwigs in the American business community, almost every upper-level history, came out so bloody. For example, Rockefeller, this old gentleman, if you have read his autobiography, then you just look at the superficial meaning, you will definitely think that this man is a saint. I have done so much charity and donated so much in my life. But in fact, this old man, when he started his career, was a well-known bee society in Cleveland. In order to acquire a competitor's refinery, what he did the most was to get his brothers to block the door of the other's factory. He even burned the factories of competitors, and organized a street rush between his subordinates and competitors. The scene was much fiercer than the westerns in the current movie, and all the guns were used. As for Morgan, let alone back in New York, I don't know how many people were forced to destroy their homes. But he is a little smarter that he never shows up in person. There is a saying in the US that the Jews count and the Italians collect the bills, so you know. Other more vigorous is DuPont. The family started as explosives back then. Back then, there was an opponent who relied on a certain patent on explosives to compete with them. Later, DuPont directly arranged for someone to board a plane for that person, and then the whole world was clean. Supplying supplies to the US military, their family has been dominating the family for decades. There is also the Mellon family, which is relatively low. It's just that there was a finance minister in their family back then, and they encouraged the president to sign a prohibition decree. On the other hand, he arranged for his family to play sideballs, not only secretly building a winery, it also controls the special line for smuggling alcohol from Canada to the United States. Magic not? Isn't it an exaggeration? This is the lighthouse country where people sing praises, and the legend of the early business leaders making their fortunes. And now, compared to that time, it is even worse. The only difference is that the current big guys are more concealed. Moreover, they control the nation's mouthpiece media, and no one dared to write nonsense about what they did. So from ancient times to the present, the commercial society in the United States and even the whole world has actually been a jungle world. It's just that because of the need to maintain stability in modern society, some people deliberately put a coat of civilization on reality. Xiao Feng's words left Jason Lee and Stanley completely speechless. Indeed, if they won this time, would they let Xiao Feng go so easily? It was definitely impossible. The tricks they had given to Xiao Feng before had been trying to fix Xiao Feng to death for several times. So at this time, Xiao Feng was just paying back his body in his own way. However, the two of them still found it difficult to accept that they gave up billions of dollars worth of stocks in vain. After all, this is billions of dollars. Jason and Stanley exchanged glances, and the two felt that they could both still struggle. So Stanley spoke. Since Mr. Xiao is not willing to purchase the shares in our hands at a premium, based on our original purchase price, evaluate whether it is okay to purchase these shares. Hey, no. You just die this heart. See what it is? Xiao Feng's words made Jason and Stanley like falling into an ice cave. Why? What do you mean by this? Is it true that we are really planning to take all the shares in our hands without fail? Then don't blame us. You have to fight to the death. But at this moment, Xiao Feng took out 2 more file bags and threw them on the table in front of them. Since I have made an appointment with the 2 of you, I have also prepared some gifts for both of you. You should take a look at this gift first and make a decision. Jason and Stanley exchanged glances, and then the 2 hesitated to open the file bag in front of them. Stanley only glanced at it, and immediately he was stunned. This document bag of his is actually all about the inside story of their upcoming series of care products. Most of them are the quality inspection reports of their products, and these reports are actually made internally by them. It is mainly a description of the functions of these products, the content of the main ingredients, and the main effects, as well as the main side effects that may be caused. On the first page is the asthma spray they are planning to launch recently. This thing is their first batch of flagship products to be launched. In fact, many medicines contain calming ingredients in the treatment of asthma, and their product, in order to improve its effectiveness, is clearly distinguished from other products. In the product, a large amount of hemp diol is added. Of course, the effect is definitely just right, and the sequelae will be very obvious. If you use too much, or the frequency is too frequent, then there is a high chance that it will cause cardiac arrest. The other is drug tolerance. The spray effect of their home is indeed just right. But once it is used, tolerance will definitely develop after a long time, so if you use other medicines, it will not work. The only solution is to increase the dosage. As mentioned before, increasing the amount of medicine may cause the consequences of cardiac arrest. Therefore, if anyone uses this spray, it is likely to have the consequences of an untimely death. But the negative effects, they will definitely not talk about it when propaganda, and even deliberately cover it up. If someone finds out one day, let's talk about it another day. Don't you see that Johnson & Johnson's talcum powder did that way back then? Knowing that the talcum powder mixed in it has a carcinogenic effect, they still added it in order to reduce costs and improve the effect. After buying it for decades, it was finally discovered. So what? The lawsuit lasted more than 10 years. In the end, it lost hundreds of millions of dollars, and people have already made money back. The original CVS Wash Care series were also intended to do this. But now, if Xiao Feng announces these contents when their products are on the market, then their CVS is dead. If you can't eat mutton, you will get a show, which is an inevitable result. Before it goes public, it will lose tens of billions of dollars of market share, and the previous billions of dollars of investment have also been in vain. Stanley felt his liver hurt even after thinking about it. As for Jason beside him, his face was also ashamed at this time. In his file bag, there are all information about MRE, www.metalnovel.com, and the content analysis of his family's current contact with MRE. Although the temperature in the room was not high, the cold sweat on his forehead had already come out at this time. Who on earth was Niang leaking out these information? Xiao Feng mastered these, then it was equivalent to mastering a thunder. The thunder that can smash the bones of their home in 1 minute. Xiao Feng didn't need to do anything, just send these materials to Superman's hands. Superman's family can help him with their Lee family. Knowing that MRE rejected Heskey's $5 billion offer before, it made Heskey quite annoyed, because the quotation they gave before was after careful analysis of MRE's mining area and steam melting technology. A quotation just given, and this quotation already contains a large part of the premium, and this premium is Heskey's sincerity. But I didn't expect it to be rejected mercilessly by MRE. Until now, Heskey hadn't figured it out, why MRE, who had flirted with himself before, suddenly turned his face. Moreover, if you want to let them know that you are secretly doing a ghost, it is estimated that those guys dared to send someone to fly over from Canada to tear themselves up. Jason put down the information in his hand, turned his head and glanced at Stanley, who happened to also put down the information in his hand. At this time, the two of them are facing each other in grief, and the situation is already very clear. The cutting board is ready, and the kitchen knives are all polished brightly, just waiting for them to stretch their necks. Today they stretched their heads with a knife, and with their heads shrunk, It was a knife. This knife is destined to be unavoidable. Chapter 1039. No. The war has just begun. The man made a knife and I was a fish. At this time, the two of them both felt a sorrowful feeling of mermaid meat in their hearts. People have put all the information in front of them. Today this alliance under the city. They can sign or sign if they don't sign, and there is no room for bargaining at all. Jason threw the information in his hand angrily on the table. Well, let's make a price. The percent of the equity in our hands can be transferred to you, but if you want to take it away for nothing, that won't work. Yes, it's a big deal. Let's break the net. Stanley also greeted and said. Xiao Feng looked at the attitude of the two of them, and then secretly figured it out in his heart. After all, the 8 share of shares, if one is not given for nothing, it will definitely not work. He smiled, then said to the two of them, let's do it. How about I buy your shares at 60% of the market price? Jason and Stanley almost broke their teeth when they heard Xiao Feng's offer. This guy is so cruel. $8 billion in stocks. You are about to cut more than half of it. Mr. Xiao, don't you think your offer is very excessive? Jason was so angry that he was about to explode. Originally, I hated the people above very much, but now Xiao Feng, the person from above, is still showing off his power in front of him. The most hateful thing is that this guy also blatantly cut his flesh. While this pained him, he felt even more humiliated. In the past, they were the only ones who used the information gap and comprador's identity to harvest the wool of the idiots above. When did it start? This world actually changed. These idiots from above that they have always looked down upon, have actually begun to ride on them to show off their power. At this time, Jason was about to be on the brink of explosion. The same is true for Stanley. He has already lost hundreds of millions in the Juice King project. After that, the CO-19 vaccine was stabbed out. In the end, it was estimated that it would cost several $100 million. What's so special now is to sell Voglin's stock to Xiao Feng at a low price. And this time the loss is even greater. He felt that he was on the verge of exploding. But just when he and Jason were hovering on the edge of the explosion, Xiao Feng's remarks seemed to be pouring down a pot of cold water. Ha ha, well, the previous offer does seem a bit too much. I regret it. Well, I am willing to buy the shares of Voglin in your hand at half the market price. After hearing this, Jason felt even more humiliated, and he pushed aside the table with excitement and stood up. Stanley also stood up. Well, I don't think we need to talk about it anymore. Xiao Feng was not afraid. He stretched out his hand and made a please gesture. Although you can leave, I don't really care if you have any shares in your hands. It doesn't matter if you don't hand over Voglin's shares. You think about the consequences. If the other two materials are passed out, I think you should know what consequences it will bring to you. As soon as he said this, the two people on the opposite side seemed to be discouraged and sat back on their chairs again. Xiao Feng's hand was too accurate, and he squeezed the two of them by 7 inches. Let the two of them be unable to advance or retreat. At this time, they finally tried to fight to death, and they had already failed. The two have completely lost their fighting spirit. Xiao Feng was right. He was already an absolute majority shareholder of Voglin. It doesn't matter to him even if he has their share of the percentage. Voglin will be his word from now on. As long as they do a few fixed increments, they can dilute the equity in their hands. Originally, there is no right to speak, and then people will not pay dividends. The stocks they bought with billions of real money before are really going to become waste paper. Therefore, there is no point in continuing to resist. What's more, people still have a killer in their hands. The fact that CVS Toiletries contains catabolism is a sword of Damocles hanging over Stanley's head. If this sword falls, then his good life in CVS will be over. Even if his family is the largest single shareholder of this company, once the news is released, he also wants to be the one with the back of the pot, not to mention that he can't continue to be the CEO of this company. At that time, even their home may be driven out of this company. There may be provisions in the company's articles of association that the company's major shareholders must not have any stains that affect the company's reputation. Once he is thrown out of the guts, this taint is washed away, and other shareholders can ask their family to sell their shares and exit the company. This is definitely not Stanley. Bear-Ankin can accept it. As for the secret activity between Jason's house and MRE, it is even more difficult to see. If it were announced by Xiao Feng, it would definitely bring disaster to their family. So after weighing it again and again, after a few minutes of silence in the private room, the two finally agreed to Xiao Feng's terms, acquiring 20% of Voglin's shares at half the market price, which cost them at least $6 billion. You must know that they spent more than $10 billion in acquiring these shares. Although Voglin's share price has fallen recently, it has also lost a lot. But in their opinion, that loss is nothing at all. After a while, when they announce a large-scale acquisition of Voglin, it will definitely cause the stock price to rise. At that time, not only will the losses be recovered, but all participants will also be able to make a fortune. But now, they can only reluctantly cut the meat and leave the field dingy. This compensation is more than $6 billion. Although it was painful for the two of them, but compared with this loss, it was more important to save the dog's life. Xiao Feng invited the lawyer team directly and took the prepared documents. Jason and Stanley also brought in their own team of lawyers, and both parties quickly determined the content of the contract. The transaction was quickly completed in this box. A transaction that originally involved such a huge amount would not be completed so quickly. But neither Jason nor Stanley wanted to procrastinate, and Xiao Feng didn't want to have many dreams at night. So the deal was finalized on the same day. The contract was settled, and the two also completed the equity delivery. In this way, Xiao Feng had already controlled 90% of Voglin's equity, and Pablo followed Jonathan's previous tips and found those who hold the last 10% of Voglin's shares, or buy at a high price, or bully and lure. I believe that within a few days, those shares will be transferred to Xiao Feng's hands. By then, he can complete the privatization of Voglin. After completing the privatization, he will rectify Voglin. I believe that with a series of operations, Voglin will soon be reborn after the rectification. Gentlemen, I wish us a happy cooperation. Xiao Feng smiled and raised his glass to Jason and Stanley. The two people on the opposite side were all blue-eyed at this moment, especially Jason. Okay, the transaction has been completed. I hope you can keep your promise. I don't think you want to see the end of the game. Jason gritted his teeth and said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded with a smile. Don't worry, although I am a little overbearing, I still speak credibility. Since you have shown your sincerity in the stock price, I will definitely be tight-lipped. You'd better keep your promise, otherwise I would rather not work in CVS. And I will kill you in the United States. Our Bear-Ankin family has survived in the United States for several generations. We still have personal connections. Stanley also gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Feng and said, of course. Xiao Feng knew that the most dangerous path is the beast with nowhere to go, so he wouldn't let it go easily. Jason and Stanley were naturally not in the mood to watch Xiao Feng show off here. They turned and left the reception room. Jonathan also got up and left, and Xiao Feng did not keep him. When Jason and Stanley walked to the parking lot, they cursed almost all the way. Although Xiao Feng and the others couldn't deal with it, the two of them had already made up their minds at this time to make that Jonathan look good. Neither of them is stupid, knowing that if Jonathan hadn't betrayed them this time, they wouldn't have lost so badly. And when they saw Jonathan waiting for them in the parking lot. MTLnovel.com, the two were first taken aback. Then he immediately put on a cold smile. Look, who is this? Hey, isn't this Jonathan? Haven't you found your new owner? At this time, shouldn't you be wagging your tail around your new owner? And Jonathan didn't get angry after hearing what they said. He chuckled. Two of you, I am here to apologize to you, and secondly, I want to cooperate with you again. Still cooperating? How do you want to betray both of us? Jason's voice and movements are very exaggerated, and Stanley is also frosty. At this time, They already hate Jonathan to the bone, and Jonathan came to them at this time, naturally wanting to dissolve the emotions of the two before him. Because he knows that if he is worried about by these two people, he will not think about it. So he smiled bitterly at this moment too. I came to you this time with sincerity. Your enemy is not me, and that person is our common enemy. Do you think the war is over like this? Are you willing to just bow your head and concede defeat? No, I came to you this time to tell you. The war has just begun. And when he said this, Jonathan's face was also full of hideousness. It is true that Jason and Stanley were rubbed by Xiao Feng on the ground before, but why is he Jonathan? Jason and Stanley were only cut the wool by Xiao Feng, and he was dug out by Xiao Feng. Jason and Stanley can also transfer their shares to Xiao Feng at half price, and his experience is even worse than these two. Chapter 1040 How to Eat. How to spit it out to me. Jonathan transferred 10% of his shares to Xiao Feng at a price that was almost humiliating. When it comes to cutting meat, he is the one who hurts the most. When Jason and Stanley heard what happened to Jonathan, the expressions on their faces eased a lot. Hearing that others are worse than themselves, it makes them feel much better. And the reason why Xiao Feng was so cruel to Jonathan was naturally because he had guessed that this guy was the culprit who cheated him several times. It can even be said to be the mastermind. Many pitfalls were brought up by this guy and Jason and Stanley on their own initiative, so Xiao Feng would naturally not let him go easily. In order to ensure the smooth listing of 100x, Jonathan actually endured it. As long as 100x can pass the level smoothly, he can quickly make up for his loss. At the very least, he can guarantee that his network in Washington will not be broken. But Jason and Stanley still couldn't accept the result of Jonathan betraying them. I think we need to find a place to have a drink. This is not a place to talk. Seeing that Jason and Stanley did not refuse, it made Jonathan feel a lot easier. People in mixed business know the truth about multiple friends and multiple paths, especially guys like Jason and Stanley. Although he was not afraid of the two of them, it was better than completely offending them to death and being secretly worried about them every day. The group soon arrived at Jonathan's mansion in East Hampton. Before entering the living room, Jonathan took out 2 contracts and knocked them down. Both Jason and Stanley were taken aback. This is my apology. The equity transfer agreement of the 100x company. Each of you can get 2% of the 100x shares at the price of the B round of financing. Hearing what Jonathan said, Jason and Stanley's eyes lit up. This is the past. The turmoil in the 100x company 2 days ago was not small and was reported by former employees. In the end, I didn't know how to fool them, and Rui Hui didn't even prosecute them. It seems that Jonathan really had 2 tricks. After that, the company's plan to go public suddenly accelerated. Originally there was such a scandal, this company should be a little loc. But this company didn't have anything, and instead announced 2 good news. The first is that they have made 2 important breakthroughs in gene sequencing technology, and they have obtained patents. Secondly, they got some new contracts from Johnson & Johnson, AbbVie, and other US giants. After such a hype, the current valuation of the company 100x has actually increased a lot more than before. The current valuation of this company is almost 40 billion, 2%, which is 800 million per person. Although this is more than money, it is much less than the meat they were cut by Xiao Feng before. But isn't this 100x still on the market? Once this company goes public, the stock price will definitely hit a new high within a period of time. When it reaches a certain level, the 2% in their hands will definitely increase its value. At the very least, it can help 2 people recover part of their losses. In this way, the eyes of Jason and Stanley at Jonathan were relieved a lot. Well, you can talk about your plan first. Stanley finally spoke out, and his ability to speak out meant that his attitude had eased. Jonathan also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He was naturally relieved to be able to turn the 2 enemies into friends again. I hope you 2 can complete your business plan as soon as possible. Stanley, you have to speed up the launch of CVS Care products. and at the same time try to dilute the ingredients of contraband. If it can't be downplayed, then the public must accept this ingredient. Okay, Stanley grumbled. He kind of understood what Jonathan meant. Although industrial hemp sounds very scary, but if the people can accept this product, that is equivalent to getting rid of a thunder. As for Jason, I hope your family can complete the transaction with MRE as soon as possible. Whether it is an acquisition or a shareholding, complete the control of MRE as soon as possible. At the same time, I will complete the 100x listing as soon as possible, so that everyone can cash out their shares as soon as the company is listed. Wait until then. Speaking of this, the corners of Jonathan's mouth were already smiling. I want to see what he can do with us by then. Jason and Stanley also suddenly realized at this time. That's right, by then, Xiao Feng's handles that can threaten them will not be counted as handles. But even if the handle he holds is invalid, we still can't deal with him. You know, by then, Bao Qi, he has also completed the privatization of Voglin. After Jason and Stanley looked at each other, they asked Jonathan. Jonathan smiled slightly at this time, and his smile made Jason and Stanley shiver. How can it be that simple? His identity as a Chinese is his original sin. Then I will let him eat it and vomit it out. Jason slapped his thigh, and Stanley stood up excitedly. Yes. Why did we forget this one? Xiao Feng's identity as a Chinese national is his original sin. Where is this place? This is the United States. And what store is the Voglin Xiao Feng wants to buy? This is the leading drug chain in the United States. If you let the American people know that a Chinese capital controlled the largest chain pharmacy in the country, what would you say would be the reaction? This is different from the acquisition of a US cinema chain and the establishment of a glass factory in the US. Those are billion-dollar businesses, and they will not affect the daily lives of Americans too much. But this pharmacy is different. After all, this is a business that permeates every aspect of the daily life of Americans, and a Chinese capital actually controls such an enterprise. Is that okay? I am afraid that even if the American people agree, there will be countless parliamentarians who have nothing to eat and panic to disagree. Anyway, those guys like that Huago talks and shoots most every day. If this is to stab the old man of this company out, then it will definitely be bustling with excitement. It is estimated that the matter of privatization will definitely get stuck with the US Securities Regulatory Commission, and it will be dragged down for you in the end. What if you can successfully privatize? They also have ways to encourage the media to write about you every day, scold you, and ruin your reputation for Voglin. Let the American people no longer go to your store to consume. Think about the case of thinking of acquiring ThinkPad back then. At that time, IBM's laptop computer was definitely the south wave in the industry. Although it suffered losses, it was absolutely famous. But a Chinese company, in the spirit of taking over, thinks that it can rely on this brand to open up and enter the US market. The results of it: they spent more than $1 billion yuan, only to win other people's brands, and did not get any real core technology. After the transaction was completed, the Americans hyped up in the country, and the Chinese came, and they acquired IBM's personal computer business. After that, IBM's personal computer business was completely cold. Since then, Apple has truly embarked on the altar, and you must know before that, despite the fact that IBM's ThinkPad has been losing money year after year, it can still crush Apple's laptop computer. At that time, Apple was the second in 10,000 years old, and sometimes it was crushed by Dell. It was not until the appearance of the bully that Apple turned over. Later, IBM's personal computers, film and television were changed from international brands to domestic brands. What's even more puzzling is that a few years later, this company actually repeated this divine operation again. They spent a lot of billions, only bought a Motorola name. They didn't even buy any core technology. Not much to say. Prone to high blood pressure. So in the US market, your Chinese ancestry is the original sin, and this will also be Jonathan's assassin for revenge against Xiao Feng. After listening to Jonathan's plan, Stanley and Jason felt comfortable. Indeed, I have to say that Jonathan's move is definitely a well-known killer move. If this trick comes out, Vogelin will be completely finished. The tens of billions that Xiao Feng had spent was too big. When the time comes, he really has to eat how he can vomit it out. When I think of such a scene, the two of them are not sore in their waists. Until novel.com their legs are no longer sore, and they are walking energetically. Alipay acquires MoneyGram, Gorge Bridge Capital acquires Lites, and Hongxin acquires Axiang. There are countless examples of China-funded acquisitions of US-funded companies, but their final results have all failed without exception. Because they were all at the juncture when the final negotiations were about to be reached, they were stopped by the US government. So at this time, Jason and Stanley are also excited. At this time they felt that they had found Xiao Feng's life, and this time they would definitely kill that guy with one blow. Now let him jump for a few days, and wait a few days to look for him to pull the list. The 100x company officially landed on Nasdaq today at a price of $8 per share. As of the close of the market tonight, the company's stock price has closed at a price of $12 per share. CVS Group announced that the company's asset series of toiletries will be officially launched today. The biggest feature of this series of products is the addition of ephedrine to many products, and this ingredient will bring anti-inflammatory and calming effects to patients. Today, MRE has reached a preliminary agreement with a consortium on Hong Kong Island. The consortium will charge 24 Canadian dollars, a total of 6.8 billion Canadian dollars. The acquisition of MRE company, Xiao Feng was dazzled by the series of financial news on TV. However, the names of several companies burst out in a row, which made him feel that something was a little bit wrong. This Jonathan, Stanley, and that Jason Lee seemed to move very fast. Jonathan didn't say anything. He was afraid of long nights and dreams, so he let the 100x go on the market in advance. But why are Stanley and Jason? Chapter 1041. Isn't it fragrant that American leaks are not fragrant? This 100x company has become its own weakness against Jonathan several times. So this guy is speeding up the listing of this company. It is estimated that he wants to cash out early, which is understandable. But what is the picture of Stanley? They are going to launch a new series of washing and care products, which contain catabolism, which is very controversial. But this time they actually announced this ingredient on their own initiative, and also invited a lot of experts to public relations on TV. What to say? This product is an industrial product. Compared with natural hemp, the most significant advantage of this product is that it is not addictive. Nima, isn't this talking nonsense with your eyes open? Xiao Feng felt it was very funny, and this also reminded him of a business story about Americans. As early as the 19th century, milk was not the staple food of Americans. Regardless of the fact that the main body of Americans is white, in fact, they also have a large number of people who suffer from lactose intolerance. To put it bluntly, after drinking milk, he will mark the gun. According to statistics, about 40% of people in the US have lactose intolerance. But the people in the Dairy Farmers Association don't care about you. They hire nutrition experts by spending money. Numerous articles were published in newspapers to make people accept the fact that milk is rich in nutrition. Then milk gradually became a frequent visitor at the American breakfast table. This situation continued until the 1930s. But even then, only over 30% of families in the United States accept milk as their breakfast drink. The situation didn't change until World War II. Because of the large amount of supplies, the front line and a few allies must be supplied first. This has caused a certain shortage of domestic material supplies in the United States. In order to ensure the nutritional intake of the domestic people, the US government has launched a milk promotion policy for schools, and this policy later gradually extended to penetrate into individual families. Later, when people in this period grew up, most of them developed the habit of drinking milk. In this way, milk began to be used as a daily drink, and it has truly entered thousands of households. As for the theories advocated by these experts hired by CVS now, in Xiao Feng's view, it's the same reason as when dairy farmers hired nutritionists and advocated milk. Then there is Jason Lee, who doesn't know what this guy thinks. Before they had contact with MRE secretly, but now they started talking with MRE blatantly. What's more interesting is that they actually increased the offer by another 300 million. Finally, MRE was acquired for 6.8 billion Canadian dollars. Is this guy crazy? Isn't he afraid of tearing his face with Superman? It seems that him willing to go all out, and their actions in this way also brought a strong sense of crisis to Xiao Feng. Although the two sides had reached a settlement before, Stanley, Jason and Jonathan ended the dispute by admitting defeat and leaving. But as far as Xiao Feng is concerned, he still holds the handle of the three of them. But as they took the initiative to detonate the thunder, the handle in Xiao Feng's hand could no longer be called a handle. But thinking about it, it's normal. I am afraid that no one would like to be held in a pigtail like this, regardless of them, as long as they don't come against themselves. Xiao Feng suppressed his confusion and turned his attention back to the matter of Voglin's acquisition. Recently, Pablo led the team and has found a few small and medium shareholders. Almost 4% of the shares have been repurchased one after another, but there are still 6% of the shares scattered in the hands of many small and medium-sized retail investors. Going to find these people one by one is really not worth it. According to Pablo's proposal, make an announcement directly and directly invite repurchase. Anyway, many people on the market have heard the news that Voglin is ready to privatize. Voglin's stock price has been rising recently. If you follow the normal operation at this time, Xiao Feng could completely diversify part of his shares, earn part of the price difference, and cut a wave of leaks. Then you don't need to do anything else. Just throw the first quarter's earnings report outside. When those leaks see the first quarter's loss and profit report, it is estimated that they will be panicked. There was no need for Xiao Feng to bid the stocks in their hands, and they couldn't help but sell them. In fact, he can play this way a few more times, and the leaks in the United States are equally easy to cut. But now he was suddenly a little scared of Yi Chang's dreams because of the actions of Jonathan. He always noticed a different taste, so he just wanted to complete the privatization of Voglin as soon as possible. When he had completely controlled Voglin, he wanted to see, what other tricks can those three guys play? Although there is a premium to be paid for the tender offer, in general, it will not increase the cost much. And now he mainly faces those pharmacists, banks and financial institutions. Now Kevin has officially become the chairman of the labor union in the Chicago area, and he has followed Xiao Feng's wishes. Negotiations with Voglin's pharmacist representatives. This time the union's attitude has changed 180 degrees. The union used to support the pharmacists to the end, to make them and Voglin smash. But now the union requires the pharmacists to reach a settlement with Voglin as soon as possible, because Voglin is in a very bad condition. I owed more than 10 billion debts, and my business was losing money year after year. If this continues, I am afraid it will go bankrupt soon. Many pharmacists' wastes flashed during this big turn of the union. Even many people scolded Kevin that they were traitors. Recently, the two sides have fought many times in the newspaper, and the pharmacists feel that they have been betrayed by the union. Kevin also explained to the media many times that they are always on the side of the pharmacist. But everyone knows the actual situation of Voglin. They are now overwhelmed by the debt, plus they have lost a lot of the advantage of prescription rights. Their current operations are already struggling. If this continues, this pharmacy will be finished sooner or later, and each store is equipped with 3 pharmacists, which is really too much. The heavy salary burden of employees has weighed on the company to breathe. If you don't want to see this century-old American company fall away like this, then it is best to follow his advice. The two sides were arguing about whether it was lively or not. The matter has now spread throughout the United States, and many people think that Voglin and the union are doing the right thing. The company is no longer able to operate Do you pharmacists continue to be blood-sucking bugs? Xiao Feng also knew that layoffs did not happen overnight, let alone tens of thousands of people to be laid off this time. And these are all high-income pharmacists with a basic annual salary of 100,000. The layoff of these people is not only unhappy for the Pharmacists Association. The governments everywhere are just as unhappy. Without these people, they will also collect a lot less tax every year. So in order not to intensify the conflict, Xiao Feng could only accept Pablo's proposal and take his time. No way. Who makes it impossible for employees to have a law that can impose compensation for employees because they refuse to work overtime? It's really helpless. On the other hand, the main task of the Pablo team in recent times is to deal with creditors who frequently come to the door. Vogelin used to borrow heavily in order to expand. Borrowed more than $18 billion in loans from banks and financial institutions. Although part of it has been repaid in recent years, this huge debt has now become a heavy burden on them. The debt of $18 billion. The interest to be paid every year alone is several $100 million. Now the company is facing bankruptcy. It is definitely unreasonable to implement the repayment plan in accordance with the original contract. So what Pablo is talking about with these banks and financial institutions is the new repayment plan. It is affirmative to reduce interest, and to extend the repayment period is also affirmative. If they do not agree, then they will find other financial institutions to come in to replace the current financial institutions. To put it bluntly, it is to demolish the east wall to make up the west wall. For these banks and financial institutions, in fact, they are still willing to cooperate with Vogelin. Although the company is losing money year after year, they know the reason for the company's losses best. The reason why this company loses money is not because they are not making money and are not very competitive. It's because of the heavy bank loan interest they are burdened with. www.mentalnovel.com and personnel expenses. And now Vogelin's trend is very obvious. It is to reform from these two aspects. At present, people have begun to build momentum. Bo sympathizes, and wants to lay off employees. Once the redundant pharmacists are laid off, they will be able to save more than 2 billion yuan each year in terms of personnel expenses. It would be much easier to save the money and repay the bank loan, and they will continue to expand into new markets and drugs. From this point of view, the new team taking over Vogelin is not a rash. Maybe in a few years, they will be able to pull Vogelin out of the quagmire. In this way, who wants to have trouble with the #1 chain pharmacy in the United States? They also heard recently that Vogelin is intending to apply for a license from an insurance company. If you can't apply, then buy an insurance company directly. This shows that they intend to enter the insurance field. As far as banks and other financial institutions are concerned, insurance companies are an object that they love and hate, because insurance companies can bring very substantial cash flow. If there are many people insured, their cash flow can even exceed that of the bank. Yes, the insurance company is such a terrible existence. Look at the CVS of Vogelin's same industry. Isn't it just doing a good job in the insurance field? And now it seems that Vogelin intends to do that too. With the strength of their family, it seems that it is not difficult for them to make achievements in this field. Xiao Feng even designed several medical insurances specifically with Pablo's team in view of the high price of American medicines. The leaks from the United States are cut. Isn't it fragrant? Chapter 1042. After all, it was hit. Poverty due to illness or return to poverty due to illness is nothing new in the world. In the United States, nearly 60% of individual bankruptcies each year are caused by illness and hospitalization. Not every US citizen has insurance, because not all companies buy insurance for their employees. In the United States, if you buy insurance yourself, the price is definitely not cheap. People without insurance entering the hospital are equivalent to pigs entering the slaughterhouse. Money is on one side and fate on the other. You can choose for yourself. Don't talk about life's priceless nonsense. At this time, life is valuable to him, and Xiao Feng intends to enter the insurance industry because he has so few drugs that are destined to sell well. For example, the Click serum that is specifically aimed at life-saving cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. There is also the high-level nutritional medicine of human albumin and gamma globulin that can pull people back from the edge of life and death. Or maybe it's the Rejuvenation series of health products from the Ninth Laboratory. These medicines and healthcare products are destined to not be cheap if you get rice and sell them. It may even be that ordinary Americans can't afford it, but how can they be able to consume it? First of all, you can apply for Vogelin's membership card. The second is that you can participate in Vogelin's insurance plan. For example, you can invest a few dollars to buy Vogelin's insurance every week. Then wait until one day, if you are hospitalized and need first aid, use these kinds of medicines. Then you can enjoy the lowest discount and get the right to use these drugs first. This kind of insurance seems very simple. But Xiao Feng and Pablo firmly believed that as long as it is launched, it will definitely be popular. After all, Lam is not stupid. It is everyone's basic need to save his life in the hospital. The insurance in the US is actually not much stronger than domestic insurance. Domestic insurance is fine when it is useless, but you will find out once you use it. This thing will not be compensated in two cases, neither will it be compensated, nor will it be compensated. The United States can be slightly better, but insurance companies also selectively pay for many drugs. Under normal circumstances, there are also agreements. For example, in the rescue, the first drug recommended by their company is used. Generally, the pharmaceutical factory or pharmacy that sells this medicine is an affiliated company with the insurance company. But if this medicine is used to save a life, their affiliated company does not have it. So I'm sorry, this drug is definitely not in their scope of compensation. This is also the reason why the middle class in the United States generally buys several insurances if they are able, because one is really not enough. Because of this, it is conceivable that the introduction of such insurance will be very popular among the people. Some people may even buy several copies. After all, one copy only costs more than 10 yuan a week. This is not a lot of money, and ordinary people can consume it. For Xiao Feng and Vogelin, this will definitely be their best marketing method. Once the real operation of the insurance company develops, then it is a good time to start cutting American leaks. In fact, Xiao Feng originally wanted to set up a bank in the United States for fun. But later, considering that his identity was too special, he had to choose the insurance industry as the second best choice. This is also the main reason why he insisted on acquiring Vogelin, because this chain pharmacy can provide him with a very large customer base and very good customer retention. There is no need to madly send people out to sweep the streets to attract customers like other insurance companies. As long as his store is done well, there will naturally be thousands of customers. It's just that the former leader of Vogelin didn't expect this aspect. And this insurance company must go out independently in Xiao Feng. All plans are proceeding step by step. The tender invitation sent out also received a response. Many small retail investors saw that Vogelin was really moving. It was really going to be privatized. And at this time I was very excited. Originally thought that buying these Vogelin stocks, based on Vogelin's trend in the past 2 years, would have been cool. Unexpectedly, some people are now asking for an acquisition. Countless small retail investors jumped out one after another and reported a high price. No matter how much they offered, Xiao Feng let Pablo and them all eat it. In less than a week, some of the last Vogelin stocks on the market have basically been wiped out by them. Controlled 100% of Vogelin's shares. And this acquisition cost only 40 billion. None of the 45 billion originally prepared could be used. The 30 billion US dollars is an interest-free loan from Huayang Petroleum, and there is also a loan from Wan Gongcai, who is also interest-free. Xiao Feng even wondered whether to return a part of it to Lord Wan first. After all, he brought in a lot of the money, and a lot of it was also from the mortgage of his own assets. He also has a capital cost. But considering the possible changes in the future, He's still left the 5 billion. He plans to use the money to pay off part of the bank loan. Some banks and financial institutions are quite enlightened. They agreed to Voglin's proposal to extend the repayment period and lower the repayment interest. But there must be those who are stubborn and don't understand. These banks and financial institutions require them to implement the repayment plan in accordance with the original contract. As a result, Xiao Feng simply chose to pay them back directly. The reason why he did this is to show other banks and financial institutions. Don't think that Voglin really doesn't work. He really has no money. We can still find other financing channels. At the same time, this is also for the big pharmaceutical companies in the United States. After all, they have 19% of the prescription rights in their hands. That is to say, the main drugs circulating in the US market. They control 19% of the channels. If they show signs of decline, then those pharmaceutical companies must choose to cooperate with other pharmacies. At this time, they put out billions of dollars to fill the holes, which also gave these pharmaceutical companies peace of mind. Don't worry, I just play together, I have money. At the same time, he also asked Pablo to submit an application for the privatization and delisting of Voglin to the U.S. Securities Regulatory Commission. As soon as this application was submitted, it immediately attracted national attention. Although Voglin has been in decline in recent years, although they have been losing money in the last 3 years, they have also given up the throne of the nation's #1 drugstore chain. But after all, this is a legendary company that has been profitable for decades. Now this company has applied for privatization and delisting. Moreover, this company has a market value of tens of billions, has more than 7,000 chain stores in the United States, and employs more than 200,000. Now that this company is applying for delisting, everyone wants to see who has the strength to take this plate. After all, people all over the United States also like to eat melons. Although it is not stated clearly, this is a large-scale merger and acquisition involving tens of billions of dollars. Everyone wants to see what company it is that can eat such a big melon. But when everyone heard about Pennyvera Asset Management, they were all dumbfounded. Where did this company come from? Check the old bottom of this company. It seems that it was only established 2 years ago. But for the first 2 years, the company has been quiet. Who could have imagined that this company will suddenly rise this year? Now suddenly he bought Voglin. In fact, everyone knows that this company must be the big guys behind the scenes overturning the vests of the front desk. It's a pity that I have not found out who is the real boss behind this company. This company is so mysterious. But anyway, they sold the company for real money. The application for privatization has been submitted and is waiting for the approval of the Securities Regulatory Commission. Then it depends on what they plan to do next. After all, Voglin's performance in the past 2 years was so bad that it even made people feel a bit exhausted. Now everyone wants to see what the Pennyvera Asset Management Company can do to bring this company back to life. But just when everyone was holding their breath and preparing to watch the play, suddenly, a shocking news broke out. The owner of this Pennyvera Asset Management Company is a Chinese. This Pennyvera Asset Management Company is not a US company at all, but a Chinese company. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. Everyone must be wary of the ambitions of the Chinese. Moreover, the Chinese have now become a confidant of the Americans. Did everyone just watch? This Huago Capital controls our first chain pharmacy in the United States. Although it was once the first chain pharmacy, it is now the second chain pharmacy in the United States. Originally, the crowds were already sitting in rows, waiting for the fruit to be divided. But how can I think of this sudden explosion of such a huge melon? This melon was thrown out, and it immediately detonated the whole country. The pride and patriotic enthusiasm of the American people was ignited at once. The internet is full of anti-Chinese and anti-Chinese remarks. If Pennyvera Asset Management is really a Chinese enterprise, then I will never go to this pharmacy to buy medicine again. Yes, I will refund my membership card and never go to their house again. Damn idiot. is that who agreed to transfer this American company to a Chinese. I don't dare to go to this pharmacy anymore. I'm afraid they will poison me and poison me to death. Mate, I went to this pharmacy tonight and smashed their door. The American people are not only excited about the online community. The pharmacists who had been soothed had also risen up to make trouble at this time. Before, they had already reached a settlement with Vogelin Company under the coordination of the trade union. But now when I learned that Vogelin was acquired by the Chinese, he was provoked by someone who wanted to. These pharmacists immediately felt that they could still play a trick. Who made the impression of Chinese enterprises in the past is a soft persimmon. On the territory of our Americans, it is the dragon that you have to hold for me, and the tiger you have to lie down for me. Chapter 1043. No reason, just because of my waywardness. As for Vogelin, will he go bankrupt because he compensates our pharmacist? Sorry, that is not something we care about. Who made you a Chinese company? Now almost all the media in the United States are paying attention to this matter. And these pharmacists feel that as long as they make trouble, they won't lose out. After all, Quago Capital acquired American companies and expelled American workers. Originally, anti-China sentiment in the United States is now very high, and it is best for them to make a big deal at this time. There are even several large legal advisory companies in contact with them, ready to take their cases. A lawsuit was filed against Vogelin, and the law firm likes such cases the most. As long as the case is touched by the Chinese, this case will be won, and a large amount of compensation is indispensable. And those litigation sticks can also follow to get huge dividends. In just a few days, the acquisition of Vogelin and the privatization incident have swept the entire country. A company worth tens of billions of dollars was unknowingly controlled by a Chinese capital. This is horrible to say. And this is a pharmacy closely related to ordinary Americans, not a high-end hotel or movie theater like bad assets. This kind of chain stores, but will continue to make money from the Americans. If the US people continue to make money from the Chinese, this is in line with the values of the US people. But if the Chinese are allowed to continuously earn money from the Americans, it is okay if it is sneaky. How can Americans accept this blatant coming? In recent years, only Walmart and other chains have sold Made in China goods in large quantities. How many US people's glass hearts have been broken? Now you, a Chinese capital, control our second largest chain pharmacy in the United States. This is more than just a problem of crossing the border. In the eyes of many Americans, it is simply a treason. The first to verbally criticize Penny Vera Asset Management was the anti-China pioneer Fox Channel in the United States. This is a TV station owned by the Australian tycoon Murdoch and the TV station with the most unfriendly attitude towards China in the United States. They jumped out first and fired the first shot against Penny Vera Asset Management. Then came Colombian CBS, with Japanese participation, after CNN, but ABC and NBC, their attitudes towards this matter were slightly relaxed. This of course has something to do with Xiaofeng and the big bosses of these two companies. While abroad, some netizens on Hong Kong Island and Frog have also collectively raised sea on the internet. A gong-sized capital has penetrated into our Godad's nest. Is there any reason for this? Is there a king far? As a result, there was another round of verbal criticism on the internet. Originally, Xiaofeng had no intention of responding to these media questions. Anyway, Vogelin had all the equity in his hands, and Helen had already greeted the acquaintances he knew. Vogelin's privatization, the procedures are legal and compliant, and no one can fault it. As for the pharmacists who want to rip off, he has a way to make those guys look good. Even in a lawsuit, he is not afraid. What do the lawyers who spend so much money for? Those pharmacists, are their hands and feet clean when they work in the pharmacy? He has 10,000 ways to make those guys worse than dead. Humphrey. When the time comes, just because one is unwilling to work overtime, he will be able to sue these pharmacists and lose all their pants. Everyone must pay my Vogelin $18,000 to let you go. If you have no money to pay, then wait to file for bankruptcy and go to the streets. As for why the compensation must be set at 18,000, no reason, just because of my waywardness. As for those happy media, Xiao Feng also has ways to deal with them. Sugar-coated cannonballs can easily knock them down. Anyway, every year the company has a lot of advertising expenses to spend. Which TV station did you vote for instead of? When the money is in place, those TV stations will naturally shut up. As for those internet scumbags, haha, how about jumping high? I just ignore you. Can you bite me? There is a kind of you to try to smash the glass of my shop and see the iron fist of the American police. Are you protecting me as a capitalist? Or will it protect you Pluto fighters? You really take the slogan of Pluto seriously, right? If you dare to come over and make trouble, let you know who your father is. Therefore, Xiao Feng didn't take these seriously. In his opinion, it was just a disease of mustard moss. Money and time will help him settle everything. In the face of capital, these internet mobs are just a group of native chickens and mobs. I don't bother to compete with you at the end, and I don't even want to talk to you. Firstly, I am afraid of losing my identity. Secondly, I don't want you to rub my heat. How? I'm so headstrong. Dissatisfied. You bite me. But when he saw McGee, after Pompo's televised speech, he finally realized that the development of the situation might be out of control. As a spokesperson for the national interests of the United States, I feel that I must stand up and speak up. As for Benevera Asset Management, I think it is really necessary to check the details of this company. This is for the national security of our country, and it is also for the benefit of our American people. We must not allow any asset management company with a Chinese background to control our American companies. So I have made recommendations to the U.S. Securities Regulatory Commission to carefully review the privatization transaction of Voglin. Look at this deal. Is it in the interests of our American people? After listening to this sentence, Xiao Feng felt that he didn't have to listen to the rest. Although on the TV screen, the fat white man was still talking about benevolence and morality. But Xiao Feng felt that this guy's mouthful of feces was really annoying. He also knew before that this US government is very difficult to lead, and it can even be said to be the worst in recent decades. And the attitude of these guys towards China also took a 180-degree turn from before. It can be said that we are doing the right thing with China everywhere. And this McGee Pompeo, as the first US secretary, has always been a well-known hardliner against China in the White House. Although his anti-China strategy is likely to please voters, but after all, he said and done a lot of things that hurt the feelings of the people of the country. In business, Xiao Feng, as a pure businessman, does not like to go to the political circle in China. It's the same when I arrived in the US. I just wanted to do business on my duty, but I didn't expect the US people would not let it go. Moreover, he is also the first secretary of the US, so the situation seems to be really serious now. After all, it was the trick of Jonathan's grandson. At this time, Helen also opened the door worriedly and walked into Xiao Feng's office. Darling, the news from New York is not very good. The Securities Regulatory Commission has suspended the approval of Voglin's privatization, and there is a senator named Milley in Washington, who has led an investigation team and will come to investigate Benevera Asset Management the day after tomorrow. Helen was worried. At this time, Xiao Feng suddenly relaxed, knowing that doing business in the United States would be troublesome. It has long been known that Americans are more sensitive to Chinese capital. So originally he didn't want to show his face and prepared several vests. But now it seems that the lemon spirits of the United States are still not able to be prevented. Let them go, but they may have to trouble you, dear. Xiao Feng took Helen's hand and patted it lightly. Helen didn't know why. When she felt the temperature from Xiao Feng's big dry hands, she immediately became calm. Don't worry, honey, leave this to me. Well, you can deal with Miles and those people, and I'll take care of the rest. First, all you have to do is to collect this McGee for me. Pompey's information. The more the better. Well, I see. You have to tie the bell to untie the bell. If you want to solve the problem, then the key to the first solution is you, the first US Secretary. Don't look at you in the US power. But Xiao still doesn't take you seriously. That's it. It's clear that everyone's well water doesn't offend the river water, but you just want to stand up for those bastards. Then don't talk nonsense, just let the horse come here. See if I pierce you and you're done. Xiao Feng also had Lai Wei's thoughts in mind. If you want to do business in the u.s.www.mentalnovel.com, there will definitely be all kinds of monsters coming out. He didn't have any thoughts, and he had to deal with them endlessly every day. This time, I just used this McGee who hit the gun to stand up. Even the First Minister of the United States, Lao Tzu, can break his teeth. You other monsters, ghosts and monsters, want to come over and wipe your oil. It all has to be weighed and weighed to see if you have such a good mouth. As for why you have to choose the little boss of hard mode to park when you come up, no way, Xiao is so self-willed. Of course, the reason why Xiao Feng is so confident is that, on the one hand, the Helen family also has a solid foundation in America. It can provide him with a lot of help, and on the other hand, it is also because he has a team led by Pablo around him. Pablo is not the only financial expert in this team. There are 7 or 8 clone intelligence experts transferred from Karapag. These people have been speaking out in this world for some time, and they have basically become accustomed to everything on Earth, and their ability to collect information and intelligence is far more powerful than the CIA, Mossad, and MI5, the most powerful intelligence agencies on the planet. So while he asked Helen to send an intelligence gathering team, he also asked Pablo to cast this net out. These cloned intelligence experts are definitely more than just intelligence gathering. Each of them is actually a top assassin and killer. And they are all the elites of the Star Warriors. In terms of strength, they are even stronger than the security captain known next to Xiao Feng. And unlike those human spies who need the assistance of high-tech equipment, they themselves are human-shaped intelligence collectors. Chapter 1043. It's willful. As for Vogelin, will he go bankrupt because he compensates our pharmacist? Sorry, that is not something we care about. Who made you an H-country enterprise? Now almost all the media in the United States are paying attention to this matter, and these pharmacists feel that as long as they make trouble, they won't lose out. After all, the capital of state H buys American companies and expels American workers. Originally, opposition within the United States is now very high, and it is best for them to make a big deal at this time. There are even several large legal advisory companies in contact with them, ready to take their cases. A lawsuit was filed against Vogelin, and the law firm likes such cases the most. As long as it is on the side of the people of H country, this case will be won. And a large amount of compensation is indispensable. And those litigation sticks can also follow to get huge dividends. In just a few days, the acquisition of Vogelin and the privatization incident have swept the entire country. A company worth tens of billions of dollars was unknowingly controlled by a Chinese capital. This is horrible to say. And this is a pharmacy closely related to ordinary Americans, not a high-end hotel or movie theater like bad assets. This kind of chain stores, but will continue to make money from the Americans. If the US people continue to make money from the Chinese, this is in line with the values of the US people. But if the Chinese are allowed to continuously earn money from the Americans, it is okay if it is sneaky. How can Americans accept this blatant coming? In recent years, only Walmart and other chains have sold Made in China goods in large quantities. How many US people's glass hearts have been broken? Now you, a Chinese capital, control our second largest chain pharmacy in the United States. This is more than just a problem of crossing the border. In the eyes of many Americans, it is simply a treason. The first to verbally criticize Pennyvera Asset Management was the anti-China pioneer Fox Channel in the United States. It is also the TV station with the most unfriendly attitude towards China in the United States. They jumped out first and fired the first shot against Pennyvera Asset Management. Then Columbia's CBS, which has a stake in the Foot Basin, follows closely behind. After CNN, But ABC and NBC, their attitudes towards this matter were slightly relaxed. This of course has something to do with Xiao Feng and the big bosses of these two companies. 30 Capital has penetrated into the nest. Is there any reason for this? Is there a King Fa? As a result, there was another round of verbal criticism on the internet. Originally, Xiao Feng had no intention of responding to these media questions. Anyway, Vogelin had all the equity in his hands, and Helen had already greeted the acquaintances he knew. Vogelin's privatization, the procedures are legal and compliant, and no one can fault it. As for the pharmacists who want to rip off, he has a way to make those guys look good. Even in a lawsuit, he is not afraid. What do the lawyers who spend so much money for those pharmacists? Are their hands and feet clean when they work in the pharmacy? He has 10,000 ways to make those guys worse than dead. Humphrey. When the time comes, just because one is unwilling to work overtime, he will be able to sue these pharmacists and lose all their pants. Everyone must pay my Vogelin 18,000 to let you go. If you have no money to pay, then wait to file for bankruptcy and go to the streets. As for why the compensation must be set at 18,000, no reason, just because of my waywardness. As for those happy media, Xiao Feng also has ways to deal with them. Sugar-coated cannonballs can easily knock them down. Anyway, every year the company has a lot of advertising expenses to spend. Which TV station did you vote for instead of? When the money is in place, those TV stations will naturally shut up. As for those internet scumbags, haha, how about jumping high? I just ignore you. Can you bite me? There is a kind of you to try to smash the glass of my shop and see the iron fist of the American police. Are you protecting me as a capitalist? Or will it protect you Pluto fighters? You really take the slogan of Pluto seriously, right? If you dare to come over and make trouble, let you know who your father is. Therefore, Xiao Feng didn't take these seriously. In his opinion, it was just a disease of mustard moss. Money and time will help him settle everything. In the face of capital, these internet mobs are just a group of native chickens and mobs. I don't bother to compete with you at the end, and I don't even want to talk to you. Firstly, I am afraid of losing my identity. Secondly, I don't want you to rub my heat. How? I'm so headstrong. Dissatisfied. You bite me. But when he saw McGee, after Pompo's televised speech, he finally realized that the development of the situation might be out of control. As a spokesperson for the national interests of the United States, I feel that I must stand up and speak up. As for Benevera Asset Management, I think it is really necessary to check the details of this company. This is for the national security of our country, and it is also for the benefit of our American people. We must not allow any asset management company with a Chinese background to control our American companies. So I have made recommendations to the U.S. Securities Regulatory Commission to carefully review the privatization transaction of Vogelin. Look at this deal. Is it in the interests of our American people? After listening to this sentence, Xiao Feng felt that he didn't have to listen to the rest. Although on the TV screen, the fat white man was still talking about benevolence and morality. But Xiao Feng felt that this guy's mouthful of feces was really annoying. He also knew before that this US government is very difficult to lead, and it can even be said to be the worst in recent decades. And the attitude of these guys towards China also took a 180-degree turn from before. It can be said that we are doing the right thing with China everywhere. And this McGee Pompeo, as the first US secretary, has always been a well-known hardliner against China in the White House. Although his rhetoric and affiliation are likely to be a way to please voters. But after all, he said and done a lot of things that hurt the feelings of the people of the country. In business, Xiao Feng, as a pure businessman, is doing business in China. It's the same when I arrived in the US. I just wanted to do business on my duty, but I didn't expect the US people would not let it go. Moreover, he is also the first secretary of the US, so the situation seems to be really serious now. After all, it was the trick of Jonathan's grandson. At this time, Helen also opened the door worriedly and walked into Xiao Feng's office. Darling, The news from New York is not very good. The Securities Regulatory Commission has suspended the approval of Vogelin's privatization, and there is a senator named Milley in Washington, who has led an investigation team and will come to investigate Penny Vera Asset Management the day after tomorrow. Helen was worried. At this time, Xiaofeng suddenly relaxed, knowing that doing business in the United States would be troublesome. It has long been known that Americans are more sensitive to Chinese capital. So originally he didn't want to show his face and prepared several vests. But now it seems that the lemon spirits of the United States are still not able to be prevented. Let them go, but they may have to trouble you, dear. Xiaofeng took Helen's hand and patted it lightly. Helen didn't know why. When she felt the temperature from Xiaofeng's big dry hands, she immediately became calm. Don't worry, honey, leave this to me. Well, you can deal with Miles and those people, and I'll take care of the rest. First, all you have to do is to collect this McGee for me. Pompey's information. The more the better. Well, I see. You have to tie the bell to untie the bell. If you want to solve the problem, then the key to the first solution is you, the first U.S. Secretary. Don't look at you in the U.S. power, but Xiao still doesn't take you seriously. That's it. It's clear that everyone's well water doesn't offend the river water, but you just want to stand up for those bastards. Then don't talk nonsense, just let the horse come here. See if I pierce you and you're done. Xiaofeng also had Lai Wei's thoughts in mind. If you want to do business in the u.s.www.mentalnovel.com, there will definitely be all kinds of monsters coming out. He didn't have any thoughts, and he had to deal with them endlessly every day. This time, I just used this McGee who hit the gun to stand up. Even the First Minister of the United States, Lao Tzu, can break his teeth. You other monsters, ghosts and monsters, want to come over and wipe your oil. It all has to be weighed and weighed to see if you have such a good mouth. As for why you have to choose the little boss of hard mode to park when you come up, no way, Xiao is so self-willed. Of course, the reason why Xiaofeng is so confident is that, on the one hand, the Helen family also has a solid foundation in America. It can provide him with a lot of help, and on the other hand, it is also because he has a team led by Pablo around him. Pablo is not the only financial expert in this team. There are 7 or 8 clone intelligence experts transferred from Karapag. These people have been speaking out in this world for some time, and they have basically become accustomed to everything on Earth, and their ability to collect information and intelligence is far more powerful than the CIA, Mossad, and MI5, the most powerful intelligence agencies on the planet. So while he asked Helen to send an intelligence gathering team, he also asked Pablo to cast this net out. These cloned intelligence experts are definitely more than just intelligence gathering. Each of them is actually a top assassin and killer. And they are all the elites of the Star Warriors. In terms of strength, they are even stronger than the security captain known next to Xiaofeng. And unlike those human spies who need the assistance of high-tech equipment, they themselves are human-shaped intelligence collectors. Chapter 1044 From Italian Cannon to Rainbow Maker. Human spies also need monitors and binoculars to monitor distant targets. And these cloning intelligence experts don't need any equipment. They only need to appear within 1 kilometer of the target, and after a special frequency modulation, they can hear what the other party is saying. Without a telescope, you can see clearly what the target is doing a kilometer away. Even they have a sharper sense of smell than hunting dogs, even if the target is out of their visual range. They can also complete the tracking of the target based on the other's unique smell. They are not so much humans as they are transformed future superfighters with abilities. It is precisely because of his confidence in these people that Xiaofeng is not afraid of the challenge from the First Secretary of the United States. But as a politician, few are clean. This group of politicians really want to find out, isn't that full of sorrow? I really have to take off my pants and take a good look. Who hasn't got a few dirty in my pants? Anyway, as long as you have the strength to lift their crotch, then you can see all kinds of weird things, everything. Oh yeah, gentlemen, I think we should celebrate. Looking at the opposite TV wall, various TV stations had numerous reports on the privatization of Pennyvera Asset Management Company and Vogelin. There are also netizens from all walks of life, on various social media, almost endless, all kinds of abuse against Vogelin. Jonathan, Jason Lee, and Stanley, who had been suffocated for a long time, felt that they could finally vomit the suffocation in their chests. During this time, they tried their best to dig holes for Xiao Feng. But in the end, he was rubbed on the ground several times by this guy. Not only was his face used as a shoe shining cloth by this guy, he also kept cutting the land for compensation. Just cutting the meat to this guy would have lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Thinking about this account makes everyone painful. Well, now, we don't want to plot your Vogelin. We also blew ourselves up, and the handles against us in your Xiao Feng's hand are useless. I think, what can you do to us? Of course, if we do this, we won't get any benefits. Although it is detrimental to others, is it possible to be happy at any rate? Moreover, after the investigation by the Securities Regulatory Commission is completed, the Senate will also initiate a hearing regarding the acquisition. At that time, I see you Xiao Feng dare not show up. If you dare to show up, the people of the United States can drown you with a single spit. If you dare not show up, then we will help you and poke you out of your last hole bottom. Several people have already planned it out, and when the final drama comes to an end, they must let Xiao Feng spit out all the food they had eaten before. When I landed on the island, Vogelin's piece of fat, maybe everyone was not without a chance. I just found a few good college students on the Sugar Daddy website. How about I call them? Stanley chuckled and said, this guy had divorced his wife because of stealing. Fortunately, his property is placed in the trust, so he is not afraid of splitting his wife's property. After the divorce, this guy became even more sloppy and a loyal user of Sugar Daddy's website. He doesn't like call girls very much, but he likes Sugar Daddy's sweethearts more, because he thinks those women are cleaner. Okay, hurry up and contact a few. Jason Lee was also excited, and finally let Xiao Feng collapse. This makes him happy. Stanley actually offered a treat. He naturally had no reason to be polite. On the other side, Jonathan smiled and refused their invitation. He likes his secretary Xiaoying better than those American sweethearts. He prefers to plant some grass on his assistant Bruce's head to the sugar girl who is only for money. If Bruce can plant a grassland on top of Bruce's head before retirement, it will fill his heart with a sense of accomplishment. 2 days later, the investigation team led by Senator Miley arrived in San Francisco. It was Helen who went to deal with them. Before figuring out the details of these people, Xiao Feng didn't plan to show up too early. At the same time, he also received the information sent by Helen and Pablo's intelligence investigation team. The content of this information is naturally all about that McGee, Mr. Pompous. And after reading about this guy's resume, Xiao Feng had to sigh that this guy is really special. This McGee Pompeo comes from a family of Italian descent from California. My father worked as a radio soldier in the U.S. Navy in the early years, while my mother came from the same town. His grandfather ran a billiard hall, but there were many children, and his mother was only one of the 12 children in the family. So what are the advantages of their family? Apart from many children and brothers, there is really nothing else. But when it came to the generation of McGee Pompey, their family's ancestral tomb was finally in smoke. This McGee has been very good in school since he was a child. In high school, he not only had good grades, but also ranked first in the school. He also played basketball well, so after graduation, he was recommended to go to the West Point Military Academy. After entering the West Point Military Academy, this guy continued his extraordinary road. He also graduated with the first grade at West Point. After graduation, he joined the army and was stationed in Germany for 5 years. What's more amazing is that after this guy was discharged from the army, he went to Harvard to study law. After successfully obtaining his qualifications as a lawyer, he went to New York to join a law firm and worked as a lawyer for several years. Then I felt boring again. So I went home to start a business and started an airline. But although this guy is very good at reading, he has no brains in business. He soon lost the more than 1 billion invested by the business leaders he met in New York. But the guy's luck was so good that he was going bankrupt. But he actually met a rich woman. Because of a bad stomach, he could only eat soft rice. So he soon won the favor of the rich woman. After getting married with a rich woman, he entered the political world, and since then started the road to a peaceful life, relying on the family network resources behind his wife and financial support. He soon became a member of the US Congress, and when he first became a member of parliament, he became famous because of his stunned air. At that time, President Owagwenhai and later Sisters I were once the targets of his bombardment. Because he is a fanatical conservative, and it is precisely because of his tough actions. It also attracted the attention of the US Elephant faction, so he soon changed from a small figure to a rookie in the party, and quickly emerged, and soon became a senator. You must know that in the United States, you can stand out from the House of Representatives and become a senator. That is definitely a step up to the sky. Not long after being elected, this guy clashed with the current US one. At that time, the number one in the United States was not yet in the top position, and was competing for the top spot with another opponent in the party. At that time, McGee was a supporter of another candidate in the party. He was very optimistic about the current US one. He even bombarded the current US one in public many times, and this series of actions has won him the reputation of a famous Italian gun in the Senate. Everyone knows that there is such an Italian gun in the Senate that everyone dared to blast. Unfortunately, the current US number one is still stronger and finally won the general election. What everyone didn't expect was that the previous high profile and the current US number one antagonized the tune. Even Mr. McGee, who bombarded him publicly many times, suddenly changed his face. After a sudden change, he became a fan of America's number one fan. What is even more surprising is that this guy was selected by the US number one and entered his cabinet and became the CIA's brother. Many insiders analyzed the reason why the US one did this. On the one hand, it is to show off to the outside world that he is open-minded. On the other hand, he was also expressing a compromise with the forces behind McGee. You must know that behind McGee, there is a strong conservative force known as the Octopus. In the White House, in the Senate, there are at least dozens of people, all from that faction. So even if the US number one is successfully elected, it would not be a good idea to tear up the skin with the family. So in order to show them good www.mcnovel.com, McGee was selected as his own, and he was appointed as the first brother of the CIA. And this McGee's next performance is even more jaw-dropping. He was originally known as number one black, but after entering the cabinet, this guy turned into a fanatical number one fan. Number one likes Twitter to govern the country, so he often posts on Twitter to cater to number one's opinions. For example, after this guy became the first brother of the CIA, on the first day he took office, this guy gave a speech. There is a very interesting sentence in it, and that's what it says. We want to regain the arrogance of the US. Who said this sentence? The famous General of the United States, Patton. But Patton is the number one in the United States, mentioned many times in public, his favorite historical celebrity. After that, this guy also tweeted several times to echo the number one. Moreover, most of the published articles are quotations from the classics, quoting the famous words of the General Patton. So this McGee got another very interesting nickname, the rainbow-making machine behind No.1's butt. It is precisely because of the beautiful rainbow made that he is more and more appreciated by the US one. So he worked in the position of the first brother of the CIA within a few years before being transferred and promoted to the first secretary of the US. And this position can be said to be the number one butler, with even greater power than the prime ministers of other countries. He was in this position when he was only in his 50s. This shows that number one attaches great importance to him with the elephant. Even many people have predicted that this Mr. McGee, the future is likely to be directed at the position of the US one. It is very likely that in the next session, he will become a strong candidate. Chapter 1043 Capricious as for Vogelin, will he go bankrupt because he compensates our pharmacist? Sorry, that is not something we care about. Who made you a Chinese company? Now almost all the media in the United States are paying attention to this matter, and these pharmacists feel that as long as they make trouble, they won't lose out. After all, Quago Capital acquired American companies and expelled American workers. Originally, anti-China sentiment in the United States is now very high, and it is best for them to make a big deal at this time. There are even several large legal advisory companies in contact with them, ready to take their cases. A lawsuit was filed against Vogelin, and the law firm likes such cases the most. As long as the case is touched by the Chinese, this case will be won, and a large amount of compensation is indispensable. And those litigation sticks can also follow to get huge dividends. In just a few days, the acquisition of Vogelin and the privatization incident have swept the entire country. A company worth tens of billions of dollars was unknowingly controlled by a Chinese capital. This is horrible to say. And this is a pharmacy closely related to ordinary Americans, not a high-end hotel or movie theater like bad assets. This kind of chain stores, but will continue to make money from the Americans. If the US people continue to make money from the Chinese, this is in line with the values of the US people. But if the Chinese are allowed to continuously earn money from the Americans, it is okay if it is sneaky. How can Americans accept this blatant coming? In recent years, only Walmart and other chains have sold Made in China goods in large quantities. How many US people's glass hearts have been broken? Now you, a Chinese capital, control our second largest chain pharmacy in the United States. This is more than just a problem of crossing the border. In the eyes of many Americans, it is simply a treason. The first to verbally criticize Penny Vera Asset Management was the anti-China pioneer Fox Channel in the United States. This is a TV station owned by the Australian tycoon Murdoch and the TV station with the most unfriendly attitude towards China in the United States. They jumped out first and fired the first shot against Penny Vera Asset Management. Then came Colombian CBS, with Japanese participation, after CNN, but ABC and NBC, their attitudes towards this matter were slightly relaxed. This of course has something to do with Xiaofeng and the big bosses of these two companies. While abroad, some netizens on Hong Kong Island and Frog have also collectively raised sea on the internet. A gong-size capital has penetrated into our godad's nest. Is there any reason for this? Is there a king far? As a result, there was another round of verbal criticism on the internet. Originally, Xiaofeng had no intention of responding to these media questions. Anyway, Vogelin had all the equity in his hands, and Helen had already greeted the acquaintances he knew. Vogelin's privatization, the procedures are legal and compliant, and no one can fault it. As for the pharmacists who want to rip off, he has a way to make those guys look good. Even in a lawsuit, he is not afraid. What do the lawyers who spend so much money for those pharmacists? Are their hands and feet clean when they work in the pharmacy? He has 10,000 ways to make those guys worse than dead. Humphrey. When the time comes, just because one is unwilling to work overtime, he will be able to sue these pharmacists and lose all their pants. Everyone must pay my Vogelin 18,000 to let you go. If you have no money to pay, then wait to file for bankruptcy and go to the streets. As for why the compensation must be set at 18,000, no reason, just because of my waywardness. As for those happy media, Xiaofeng also has ways to deal with them. Sugar-coated cannonballs can easily knock them down. Anyway, every year the company has a lot of advertising expenses to spend. Which TV station did you vote for instead of? When the money is in place, those TV stations will naturally shut up. As for those internet scumbags, haha, how about jumping high? I just ignore you. Can you bite me? There is a kind of you to try to smash the glass of my shop and see the iron fist of the American police. Are you protecting me as a capitalist? Or will it protect you Pluto fighters? You really take the slogan of Pluto seriously, right? If you dare to come over and make trouble, let you know who your father is. Therefore, Xiao Feng didn't take these seriously. In his opinion, it was just a disease of mustard moss. Money and time will help him settle everything. In the face of capital, these internet mobs are just a group of native chickens and mobs. I don't bother to compete with you at the end, and I don't even want to talk to you. Firstly, I am afraid of losing my identity. Secondly, I don't want you to rub my heat. How? I'm so headstrong, dissatisfied. You bite me. But when he saw McGee, after Pompo's televised speech, he finally realized that the development of the situation might be out of control. As a spokesperson for the national interests of the United States, I feel that I must stand up and speak up. As for Benevera Asset Management, I think it is really necessary to check the details of this company. This is for the national security of our country, and it is also for the benefit of our American people. We must not allow any asset management company with a Chinese background to control our American companies. So I have made recommendations to the U.S. Securities Regulatory Commission to carefully review the privatization transaction of Vogelin. Look at this deal. Is it in the interests of our American people? After listening to this sentence, Xiao Feng felt that he didn't have to listen to the rest. Although on the TV screen, the fat white man was still talking about benevolence and morality. But Xiao Feng felt that this guy's mouthful of feces was really annoying. He also knew before that this US government is very difficult to lead, and it can even be said to be the worst in recent decades. And the attitude of these guys towards China also took a 180-degree turn from before. It can be said that we are doing the right thing with China everywhere. And this McGee Pompeo, as the first U.S. Secretary, has always been a well-known hardliner against China in the White House, although his anti-China strategy is likely to please voters. But after all, he said and done a lot of things that hurt the feelings of the people of the country. In business, Xiao Feng, as a pure businessman, does not like to go to the political circle in China. It's the same when I arrived in the US. I just wanted to do business on my duty, but I didn't expect the US people would not let it go. Moreover, he is also the first secretary of the US, so the situation seems to be really serious now. After all, it was the trick of Jonathan's grandson. At this time, Helen also opened the door worriedly and walked into Xiao Feng's office. Darling, the news from New York is not very good. The Securities Regulatory Commission has suspended the approval of Vogelin's privatization, and there is a senator named Miley in Washington, who has led an investigation team and will come to investigate Benevera Asset Management the day after tomorrow. Helen was worried. At this time, Xiao Feng suddenly relaxed, knowing that doing business in the United States would be troublesome. It has long been known that Americans are more sensitive to Chinese capital. So originally he didn't want to show his face and prepared several vests. But now it seems that the lemon spirits of the United States are still not able to be prevented. Let them go, but they may have to trouble you, dear. Xiao Feng took Helen's hand and patted it lightly. Helen didn't know why. When she felt the temperature from Xiao Feng's big dry hands, she immediately became calm. Don't worry, honey, leave this to me. Well, you can deal with Miles and those people, and I'll take care of the rest. First, all you have to do is to collect this McGee for me. Pompey's information. The more the better. Well, I see. You have to tie the bell to untie the bell. If you want to solve the problem, then the key to the first solution is you, the first US Secretary. Don't look at you in the US power, but Xiao still doesn't take you seriously. That's it. It's clear that everyone's well water doesn't offend the river water, but you just want to stand up for those bastards. Then don't talk nonsense, just let the horse come here. See if I pierce you and you're done. Xiao Feng also had Lai Wei's thoughts in mind. If you want to do business in the u.s.www.intelnovel.com, there will definitely be all kinds of monsters coming out. He didn't have any thoughts, and he had to deal with them endlessly every day. This time, I just used this McGee who hit the gun to stand up. Even the First Minister of the United States, Lao Tzu, can break his teeth. You other monsters, ghosts and monsters, want to come over and wipe your oil. It all has to be weighed and weighed to see if you have such a good mouth. As for why you have to choose the little boss of hard mode to park when you come up, no way, Xiao is so self-willed. Of course, the reason why Xiao Feng is so confident is that, on the one hand, the Helen family also has a solid foundation in America. It can provide him with a lot of help. And on the other hand, it is also because he has a team led by Pablo around him. Pablo is not the only financial expert in this team. There are 7 or 8 clone intelligence experts transferred from Karapag. These people have been speaking out in this world for some time, and they have basically become accustomed to everything on Earth. And their ability to collect information and intelligence is far more powerful than the CIA, Mossad, and MI5. The most powerful intelligence agencies on the planet. So while he asked Helen to send an intelligence gathering team, he also asked Pablo to cast this net out. These cloned intelligence experts are definitely more than just intelligence gathering. Each of them is actually a top assassin and killer. And they are all the elites of the Star Warriors. In terms of strength, they are even stronger than the security captain known next to Xiao Feng. And unlike those human spies who need the assistance of high-tech equipment, they themselves are human-shaped intelligence collectors. Chapter 1044 Change Human spies also need monitors and binoculars to monitor distant targets. And these cloning intelligence experts don't need any equipment. They only need to appear within 1 kilometer of the target. And after a special frequency modulation, they can hear what the other party is talking about. Without a telescope, you can see exactly what the target is 1,000 meters away. Even they have a sharper sense of smell than hunting dogs. Even if the target is out of their visual range, they can also complete the tracking of the target according to the other's unique smell. They are not so much human beings as they are transformed future superfighters with abilities. It is precisely because of his confidence in these people that Xiao Feng is not afraid of the challenge from the First Secretary of the United States. But as a politician, few are clean. This group of politicians really want to find out, isn't that full of sorrow? I really want to take off my pants and take a good look. Who hasn't got a few dirty in the pants? Anyway, as long as you have the strength to lift their crotch, you can see all kinds of weird things. Oh yeah, gentlemen, I think we should celebrate. Looking at the opposite TV wall, various TV stations had numerous reports on the privatization of Pennyvera Asset Management Company and Voglin. There are also all kinds of netizens, on various social media, almost endless all kinds of abuse against Voglin. Jonathan, Jason Lee, and Stanley, who had been suffocated for a long time, felt that they could finally vomit the suffocation in their chests. Nima, during this time, they tried their best to dig holes for Xiao Feng. But in the end, he was rubbed on the ground several times by this guy. Not only was his face used as a shoe-shining cloth by this guy, he also kept cutting the land for compensation. Just cutting meat to this guy would have lost billions. Thinking about this account makes everyone painful. Well now, we don't even try to plot your Voglin. We also blew ourselves up. And the handles in your Xiao Feng's hand against us are useless. I think what can you do to us? It is true that we will not get any benefit by doing this, although it is detrimental to others. Can you be happy at any rate? Moreover, after the investigation by the Securities Regulatory Commission is completed, the Senate will also initiate a hearing regarding the acquisition. At that time, I see if Xiao Feng dare to show up. If you dare to show up, the people of the United States can drown you with a single spit. If you dare not show up, then we will help you and stabbing you out of your last old bottom. Several people have already planned it out, and when the final drama comes to an end, they must let Xiao Feng spit out all the food they had eaten before. When I landed on the island, Voglin's piece of fat, maybe everyone was not without a chance. Ha! I just found some good college students on the website, how about I call them? Stanley chuckled and said, this guy had divorced his wife because of stealing. Fortunately, his property is placed in the trust, so he is not afraid of splitting his wife's property. After the divorce, This guy is even more vain, a loyal user of a certain website. He doesn't like call girls very much, but he likes college students who are on the internet more. You like me, and they are clean. Haha, okay, hurry up and contact a few. Jason Lee was also excited, and finally let Xiao Feng collapse. This makes him happy. Stanley actually offered a treat. He naturally had no reason to be polite. On the other side, Jonathan smiled and refused their invitation. He likes his secretary Xiaoying better than those American sweethearts. He prefers to plant some grass on his assistant Bruce's head rather than throwing seeds to the sugar girl who only wants money. If he can plant a grassland on top of Bruce's head before retirement, it will fill his heart with a sense of accomplishment. 2 days later, the investigation team led by Senator Miley arrived in San Francisco. It was Helen who went to deal with them. Before figuring out the details of these people, Xiao Feng didn't plan to show up too early. At the same time, he also received the information sent by Helen and Pablo's intelligence team. The content of this information is naturally all about that McGee, Mr. Pompous. And after reading about this guy's resume, Xiao Feng had to sigh that this guy is really special. This McGee Pompeo, from his home in California, came from a family of Italian descent. My father worked as a radio soldier in the US Navy in the early years, while my mother came from the same town. His grandfather ran a billiard hall, but there were many children, and his mother was only one of the 12 children in the family. So what are the advantages of their family? Apart from the many children and brothers, there is really nothing else. But when it came to the generation of McGee Pompey, their family's ancestral tomb finally burst into blue smoke. This McGee has been very good in school since he was a child. In high school, he not only had good grades, but also ranked first in the school. He also played basketball well, so after graduation, he was recommended to go to the West Point Military Academy. After entering the West Point Military Academy, this guy continued his extraordinary journey. He also graduated with the first grade at West Point. After graduation, he joined the army and was stationed in Germany for 5 years. What's more amazing is that after this guy was discharged from the army, he went to Harvard to study law. After successfully obtaining his qualifications as a lawyer, he went to New York to join a law firm and worked as a lawyer for several years. Then I felt boring again, so I went home to start a business and started an airline. But although this guy is very good at reading, he has no brains in business. Soon, he lost more than $1 billion invested by the business tycoons I met in New York. But the guy's luck was so good that he was going bankrupt, but he actually met a rich woman. Because of a bad stomach, he could only eat soft rice, so he soon won the favor of the rich woman. After getting married with a rich woman, he entered politics. And since then he has opened the road to a peaceful life, relying on the family network resources behind his wife and financial support. He quickly became a member of the House of Representatives, and the process was not generally smooth. And when he first became a member of Parliament, he became famous because of his aversion to the air. The former president and later Sisters I were once the targets of his bombardment, because he has always shown himself as a conservative. And it is precisely because of his tough actions. It also attracted the attention of the US Elephant faction, so he soon changed from a small figure to a rookie in the party, and quickly emerged, and soon became a senator. You have to know that in the United States, you can stand out from the House of Representatives and become a senator. That is definitely a step forward. Not long after being elected, this guy clashed with the current US one. At that time, the number one in the United States was not yet on the top, and was competing for the top spot with another opponent in the party. At that time, McGee was a supporter of another candidate in the party. He was very optimistic about the current US one. He has even bombarded the current chief in public many times, and this series of actions has won him the reputation of being a tough Italian gun. Everyone knows that there is such an Italian gun in the Senate that everyone dared to blast. Unfortunately, the general leader who participated in the election was still stronger, and finally won the general election. And what everyone didn't expect was that the previous high profile and the commander antagonized the tune. Even Mr. McGee, who publicly bombarded him many times, suddenly changed his face. After a sudden change, he became an avid fan of the commander. What is even more surprising is that this guy was actually selected by the chief to enter his cabinet and became the brother of the world's most powerful intelligence organization. Many insiders analyzed that the reason why the leader did this, on the one hand, it is to show off to the outside world that he is open-minded. On the other hand, he was also expressing a compromise with the forces behind McGee. You must know that behind McGee, there is a strong conservative force known as the Octopus. In the White House, in the Senate, there are at least dozens of people, all from that faction. So even if the chieftain is elected smoothly, it is not easy to tear his face with the family. So in order to show their favor, McGee was elected to his cabinet and made him the first brother of the intelligence department. And this McGee's next performance is even more jaw-dropping. Originally known as Number One Black, after entering the cabinet, this guy turned into a fanatical Number One fan. Number One likes Twitter to govern the country, so he often posts on Twitter to cater to Number One's opinions. For example, after this guy became the first brother of the intelligence department, on the first day he took office, this guy gave a speech. There is a very interesting sentence in it. That's what it says. We want to regain the arrogance of the US. Who said this sentence? Famous General of the United States, Patton. But Patton is the Number One in the United States, mentioned many times in public, his favorite historical celebrity. After that, this guy also tweeted several times to echo the Number One, and most of the published articles are quotations from classics, quoting the famous words of the General Patton. So this McGee www.mtlnovel.com got another very interesting nickname, the rainbow making machine behind No.1s. But it is precisely because of the beautiful rainbow made that he is more and more appreciated by the US one. So he worked in the position of the first brother of the intelligence department for a few years before being transferred and promoted to the first minister, and this position can be said to be the Number One butler, with even greater power than the prime ministers of other countries. He was in this position when he was only in his 50s. This shows that Number One attaches great importance to him with the elephant. Even many people have predicted that this Mr. McGee is likely to hit the upper ranks in the future, very likely to become a strong candidate in the future. Vertex. High-speed text handwriting ability does not allow me to look. Chapter list. Chapter 1045. Why do women embarrass women? Now this guy obviously helped Jonathan and them come forward. Thinking about this guy, Xiao Feng really feels a bit of a headache when he thinks about the status and power of this guy in the United States today. This bone is not easy to chew. But since the other party has already come to the door, he naturally has no reason to shrink back. No matter how hard the opponent's bones are, Xiao Feng is sure to beat him to pieces. Obedient, submissive, then raise it obediently. Disobedient. He gave him all the ashes of this guy. Miley drove a lot in San Francisco in the car. Their investigation team just got off a luxury yacht in the Greater Bay Area. Today everyone went out to sea fishing, and also took a look at the nearby whales. It was Helen who led someone to arrange the hospitality, and the senators took every opportunity. Working so hard every day. Of course, we must combine work and rest, but we can't exhaust my body. Miley and others are naturally willing to accept everything. After all, Helen is the subject of their investigation this time, the person in charge of Penny Vera Asset Management. And he is the best young generation member of the Hamilton family on the West Coast. If it is not a last resort, even if they are classified as senators, they are not willing to tear their faces with such a big family. The two houses of the US Senate and the House of Representatives are actually similar in nature to those of the United Kingdom. The upper house in Britain is the House of Nobility, the lower house is the House of Common People. The upper house is the old aristocracy, and the lower house is the representative of the squire. The configuration of the US Senate and House of Representatives is actually similar to this. However, in the United States, the House of Representatives is elected by civilians, and the term of office is only 2 years. Senators in the Senate have a 6-year term. In fact, These people are the real decision-making elites in the United States. Those who are interested know that these senators are actually representatives of the major families and consortia in the United States. Members of the House of Representatives are mainly acting to collect the wishes and voices of the people. Then the bill was introduced, in name, to seek welfare for the common people. In fact, it is the representatives elected by the people to negotiate with the ruling institutions. And what does the Senate do? It is responsible for the amendment and approval of bills proposed by the House of Representatives. To put it bluntly, they are representatives of the capital and the ruling class. They will submit the bill to the House of Representatives for trial to discuss whether it will be passed or amended to pass it. At the same time, they are also responsible for restricting the president's rights. For example, bills submitted by the president must also be heard and passed by the Senate. Therefore, the rights of senators in the United States are actually very large, and their term of office is 6 years. Their general considerations are very far-reaching, mainly for the development of the United States in the next 40 to 50 years. Therefore, many people say that the United States does not have a long-term national development plan, which is actually wrong. On a deeper level, the US Senate has been doing a good job. Of course, many people don't believe this, and don't know it. They will only see the information that others want them to see. However, no matter how powerful these senators are, they are very afraid of the traditional rich and famous people in the United States. Especially the Hamilton family behind Helen has been inherited on the West Coast for more than 100 years. Such a family has more than 200 members in the West Coast region, with families from all walks of life on the West Coast. Miley and her investigative team had to deal with them carefully. Even if the senators have great powers, after all, they have a term of office. Once 6 years have passed and they step down, when their rights are not there, it is easy for the opponent to counterattack. Such examples are countless in the United States. The senator has a bargain with a certain family, and the incumbent senator may be able to suppress others by virtue of his power. But once they retire, the family's revenge will come, and many senators may end up in ruin. Some even harm family members. These senators are just puppets who were elected to the stage by these families and danced under the baton. Such a doll can be abandoned at any time. So Miley was very careful this time, even though she came with McGee's instructions. But she didn't dare to overdo it as soon as she came up. She and her investigation team have been in San Francisco for several days, and the head of Pennyvera Asset Management, Helen, Ms. Hamilton, only met them on the first day. But a few days later, they kept avoiding them. Whenever they mentioned it, they would say that it was very busy this day. The previous itinerary had been arranged, and there were important people to see. Either it has important things to do, and it looks like it's busier than the president. If someone else did this, I'm afraid Miley would have gone crazy. After all, the identity of the senator is not a vegetarian. Even if the governor comes, he still has to give them a bit of face. But in the identity of jealous Helen, they did not dare to go wild easily, and Helen's care is also very good. Stayed at the best Ocean View Hotel in San Francisco, eating various steaks and seafood every day. Every day, people take them to different areas for fun. If they were ordinary people, they would have been defeated by such sugar-coated shells a long time ago. But Miley came with McGee's orders after all. She was picked up by McGee with one hand, and she worked in a New York law firm in her early years. Later, he returned to California with McGee to start an airline, and even finally entered the political arena. It was the place where McGee helped her put it in, and she was able to enter the Senate because of the blue smoke from her ancestral grave. She knew that if she could wait until the day when McGee's yellow robe was added, she would be like McGee today, sit in this position above 10,000 people under one person. But that is only the future, and now she can't get arrogant. But after waiting for 3 consecutive days, the female senator finally couldn't help it. This morning, when the people from Pennyvera Asset Management came to the hotel again, Miley had already moved away from the hotel with the investigation team. And when Helen saw Miley and the people in the investigation team at the door of her office, a look of surprise flashed across her face. But soon, The shock disappeared. "Ha, it seems Miss Miley, have you made a choice?" Hearing Helen's question, Miley naturally knew what she meant. If she just stayed for a few days in a daze, and then went back to Washington, handed in a dodgy report, whitewashing, then she will naturally be a good friend of the Hamilton family. But now she leads the team to appear here, which shows that she chose to become the enemy of the Hamilton family. Sometimes, there are many things that don't need to be said, everything is silent. Now that he had chosen the side to stand in line, Miley would naturally not give Helen a good face. "Thank you, Helen, for your hospitality. But this time we are here with a mission and mission. I think this hearing can no longer be delayed. We have a lot of questions that we want to ask you. If Miss Helen finds it inconvenient, then we can send the hearing to Congress in Washington and hold a public hearing." The constant pressure from McGee finally made Miley make a decision. The Hamilton family seems to be offended and convicted. If so, it might as well be cruel. "Let's talk about the future." Helen looked at Miley with a smile at this time, but was not panicked at all. "Well, I have prepared the conference room, so the hearing will proceed in the conference room." Miley nodded, and then followed Helen into the conference room with the other two investigators. The other two senators are actually old guys who are about to retire. This time they came here for soy sauce. Miley has always been the dominant player. Jefferson. The entourage quickly set up the video recorder in the meeting room, and then both sides took their seats. Miley was next to two other senators, and behind them was the Secretary of Records. On Helen's side, only Helen and her lawyer. If it is to deal with ordinary people, Miley directly asks the court to issue a subpoena to let Helen go to the Congress in Washington to attend the hearing. But after all, it was necessary to give the Hamilton family face, so this time she personally led the team. And Helen has a lawyer by his side, which is also an extraordinary preferential treatment. In fact, she also hoped that Helen could fool around this time, and she would not be guilty of both sides. Cough. Miley cleared her throat, just about to start the hearing. At this moment Miley pressed the microphone in front of her. Miley.mtlnovel.com. "Are you sure you want to do this?" She talked and smiled, and pushed a craft paper document bag down in front of Miley. Looking at the file bag in front of her, Miley was angry at the time. "What do you mean by this? You really look down on me as a senator, right? Even if you are a famous family, even if I am a puppet chosen by you. But this is about to start a hearing. What do you mean by pushing me a file bag? Are you threatening me or bribing me? Do clay figurines have three parts of earthiness? I have been accommodating you before and pampering you, which has already given you a lot of face. But now you actually do this in front of so many people, well, you won't want a face in the future." "Miss Helen, are you threatening me?" "There is a video here." Miley's face went cold at once. On the other side, Helen was still smiling. "No, how dare I threaten a senator? It's just that I have such a piece of information here and I want to ask you about it. I suggest that you better come back to this hearing after reading this information." Although Helen was talking with a smile, Miley could see the cold light flashing in her eyes. Women know women best. There was a sudden stop in her heart, and some of the tough words that had been used in her mouth swallowed back. "Okay, I'll take a look first." Miley was also very alert. She picked up the file bag and came to a corner. As soon as I opened it, I only glanced at it, and my face immediately changed color. When she looked up at Helen, it happened that Helen was still smiling and looking at her, and her heart was full of bitterness at this time. "Everyone is a woman, but why do you bother a woman?" Chapter 1046. "This thunder is a bit big, gentlemen. Please give us some personal space." Miley raised her head and said to the people in the room. The guy who followed her to recharge already knew what was going on. After spending so many years in politics, they are naturally human beings. But since Miley is going to talk privately, they naturally won't be light bulbs here. What's more, they are also very afraid of the influence of the Hamilton family. Otherwise, why Miley only brought them two old guys who are about to retire? Because young and self-motivated people would never agree to come with Miley. Miley's retinue, the two senators, and Helen's personal lawyer all exited the room. Only Miley and Helen were left in the room. "Okay, let's talk about it. What do you want?" Miley asked frustratedly. As a newly promoted congresswoman, she has always been known for being uncomfortable in the Senate, and some people even gave her the nickname Little Pepper, because the line she followed was her master, McGee Pompeo, who would dare to spray. It is also by spraying that the two of them became famous. But now, facing Helen, she really couldn't stand up. At this time, Helen looked at Miley with a smile. "I didn't expect it." Senator Miley has a part-time job as an intermediary. Helen obviously had something to say, while Miley was flushed with embarrassment. "Ms. Hamilton, you agree to be alone, but you didn't specifically humiliate me, did you?" Miley looked a little ashamed and angry, but Helen was still smiling. She really didn't expect it to be so easy to deal with Miley this time. A few days ago, when she learned that it was this woman with the nickname Little Pepper who was leading the team to investigate, Helen was also panicked. Although Penny Vera Asset Management is registered in the Virgin Islands, she is also the person in charge of the company, but in fact this company really can't stand scrutiny. As long as someone who is interested can find out that behind this company is Xiao Feng, a Chinese. If so, then Penny Vera Asset Management's China-funded background will be completely confirmed. Vogel's acquisition must have turned out to be yellow, and she won't even be able to make any progress in the United States. She also thought about asking her friend of the first princess to come forward to help, but Xiao Feng stopped it in the end. Considering the status of the princess and the special environment her father is in now, she must not be asked for help in this matter. After all, the environment in the White House is very complicated, and the various forces inside are intriguing. Although that McGee is now the rainbow maker behind number one on the surface, if you want to let him know, the relationship between the princess and Helen, as well as Xiao Feng, will be used by him if it is not correct. So Xiao Feng didn't ask Helen to find the first princess, but decided to solve the matter by himself. Miley was an outpost sent by the opponent, the sharpest knife in McGee's hand. Xiao Feng naturally asked the intelligence experts to collect the woman's information. Although he also knew that these politicians like to hide thunder in the crotch most, he did not expect to find such a shocking melon. If this thunder explodes, not to mention Miley will be blown to pieces. Even McGee may be overturned by this big thunder. So Xiao Feng decided to make good use of this big melon. At this moment Miley angrily threw the brown paper bag in her hand onto the tabletop. A resume with photos of young people and admission notices all fell out of the craft paper bag. It turns out that the evidence collected by Xiao Feng and the others is like this. This Miley has a daughter who was just 18 last year and was in college. But her daughter is a scumbag. Needless to say, the results are a mess. Not to mention being admitted to a prestigious Ivy League school, there is no hope of getting into an ordinary university. And Miley, who was born as an ordinary person, finally got her today's status. Naturally, I know how difficult it is for ordinary people to enter the upper-class society, and I finally opened the gap in the upper-class society. Naturally, he would not allow his daughter to fall back. So I tried every means to put my daughter into a prestigious school. After all, only by entering an Ivy League school can you master the correct way to open up the upper class. But the famous Ivy League schools in the United States are not so good for exams. Not to mention the high scores, the tuition is not cheap. As for Miley's scumbag daughter, there is no hope even if she takes the test 800 times. At this moment, she happened to pass the relationship. I met a football coach from Princeton University named Haynes. Sings Indian immigrants. Although this guy looks average, but it is the characteristics of Indians who can speak well. After going back and forth, Miley was fascinated, and the two became boy and girl friends. Miley encountered this trouble again, so she told Singer about it. Unexpectedly, Singh patted his chest on the spot and said that this matter was on my body. It turns out that this guy works as a women's football coach at Princeton University and has considerable enrollment rights. He directly recruited Miley's daughter for special enrollment, and also listed as a priority special enrollment student, and also applied for a scholarship for Miley's daughter. In this way, Miley's daughter successfully entered Princeton University. And after doing this once, the two seemed to have opened their minds all at once. Because Singh has been in the educational circle of colleges and universities for 2 decades, and he has many friends in the educational circle in the United States. I know a lot of sports coaches and professors in Ivy League schools. So the two discussed. Haynes Singer resigned from Princeton altogether, opened an advanced education and training center in New York. Nominally, it specializes in teaching and tutoring children from wealthy families. But in fact, it is the broker's business. Miley also used her power to help him get to know many celebrities from the upper class in the US. And Singh took advantage of his ability to speak good ways and got acquainted with those rich people very hard. And none of these rich people have 3 or 2 scumbags. Parents are the same all over the world. So who is not the one who hopes to be a dragon or a phoenix? There are a lot of rich people who want to send their children to prestigious schools, but there are too many people who can't do it. Many people say that as long as you donate to a prestigious school, your child can enter a prestigious school. This is true. But the children of these families are not ordinary bare children. There are many people who have been in the juvenile court and have been tainted. No matter how much money the parents donate, the school dare not admit them blatantly. But with Singer, all this is easy. Want to go to a prestigious school? Okay. No problem. Just give the money. Not to mention Ivy League schools. Just want to go to school on Mars. This Indian can arrange it for you. And this price is naturally differentiated based on the identity of the other party. For example, having political resources at home is good for Miley's future development and can serve as a protection fan for Singh. Naturally, the fee is a little lower, ranging from $200,000 to $1 million. After all, Singer has to deal with those who are in charge of admissions in other universities. For those rich, the asking price will be tougher, 2 to 3 million, ranging from 5 to 6 million. For some foreign rich men who want to put their children into the prestigious schools in the United States, the price will be even tougher. The price is basically starting at 1 million at every turn, and there is no cap on it. As long as your money is in place, Singh will definitely find a way to send your child to a prestigious school. Either make your child pretend to be disabled and cheat during the exam. Either it is to buy the sports coaches of those famous schools, so that your children can get a quota for special sports students. For example, the children of a certain high-ranking female official in the Southern dynasties were stuffed into Yale in the name of fancy riding special admission. Are you asking for a price? Hey! Friendly price, $5 million. And the most ruthless victims of their stabs, mainly since a certain billionaire is said to have more countries than the United States. Among them is the daughter of a tycoon who spent $6.5 million here in order to go to a prestigious California school. In this way, the two benefited each other, and in just a few years, they made more than 100 million. And now all these materials are in Helen's hands. So Miley couldn't be tough in front of Helen at this time. If these information burst out, Singh would be dead, and her miles would be no better. If these materials were handed to their rival Donkey Pie, it would be a lot of fun. Maybe, if she can't wait to go to court, she will have to suicide. Miley, who has also served in the CIA with McGee, knows some people's methods. If you really want to be ruthless, it is definitely a denial of the 6 relatives. At this time, Miley was dressed coarsely and looked at Helen on the opposite side, and Helen unavoidably looked at her at this time. After a while, Miley softened. Ms. Hamilton, what on earth do you want to do? Ha! My request is very simple. You help me contact McGee. I want to meet him. Miley was stunned on the spot, but she couldn't see enough in front of Helen. But McGee, that's another matter. When an official reaches the level of McGee, he has already surpassed the fetters of the ordinary U.S. national tribe. Out of the real top giants in the United States, www.mentalnovel.com, thinking of mid-level giants like Hamilton, it is no longer a threat to McGee. So even if Helen wants to see McGee, It depends on McGee's willingness to give Helen face. She couldn't even believe that Helen's conditions were so simple. She just wanted to meet McGee through her. But now she also knew that Helen was a smart person, and knew that the key to this was McGee. As long as McGee is dealt with, then Pennyvera Asset Management Company will encounter all the turmoil in the United States. Then all will disappear. That's okay. Let's leave the matter to you big guys to face off. We little fish and shrimps really don't want to participate. Well, leave this to me. Give McGee a message and make an appointment to meet. She can still do it in minutes. Chapter 1047. Who is Dow? Who is Fish? McGee Pompeo is in a particularly good mood today. Even the turbulent sky outside is very cute to him. Maybe in the afternoon, after a gust of wind, the sky will change back to blue again, he muttered to himself. The reason why I feel so happy is that a secret fund account under his wife's name has just recently received more than $6 billion US, and this money is naturally earned from the 100x stocks that have just been listed recently. That fellow Jonathan, he was pretty reliable, at least he got it done. This guy is worthy of cultivation. It seems that there is still a choice for his own gloves. As an official to achieve his status, there are a few who don't like dollar, especially those from poor boys like him. In fact, what he admired most was the former New York mayor who opened his own Bloomberg news agency. When he became the mayor of New York, Bloomberg was a tabloid newspaper with a valuation of more than 3 billion yuan. By the time he stepped down, Bloomberg was already a media giant with a valuation of more than 70 billion. Being an official and making money is a model of my generation. There just happened to be nothing important to deal with today, and he didn't plan to go to the White House for office, because there happened to be another thing to deal with, and that was his right-hand man calling him. Say Helen. Miss Hamilton wants to see him. This made McGee have to pay attention to it. After all, he was born and raised in California. He naturally knows the ground snake in California. The Hamilton family. Now this Helen is the head of Pennyvera Asset Management. In fact, many people in the upper class of American society know that she has a Chinese boyfriend, and his Chinese boyfriend is inextricably linked with the Pennyvera Asset Management Company and the acquisition of Vogelin. Before, Jonathan and the others directly announced the identity of Xiao Feng, but McGee stopped them. The reason why he didn't let Jonathan and the others lift the table was actually waiting for this day, waiting for Miss Hamilton to come and meet him in person. His wife is the vice president of a bank in California, and the family is considered a prominent family in California, and there is some friendship with the Hamilton family. Even before, many of the receptions held by their family were hosted by Helen's mother's public relations company. So he and Helen can be regarded as acquaintances. And he also knows that Helen is also a close friend of the first Princess Boudoir. It is said that the two have some business dealings, which is also the main reason why he did not kill Helen. McGee owns 2 houses in Washington, one near the White House. That set was distributed to him by the state. The other set is a private mansion bought in the suburbs of Washington. Today he is waiting to meet Helen in this private house. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Helen's motorcade slowly drove into his mansion and parked in front of his villa. Then the bodyguards got out of the car and opened the door for Miss Hamilton. Standing in the second-floor meeting room overlooking the front door, McGee saw everything in his eyes. Sure enough, the Chinese man got out of the car with Helen, and his bodyguard went over and searched the two of them. After all, the current status of McGee is extraordinary. In the United States, it can be said that there are less than one person and more than 10,000 people, and power is in the hands of the opposition. So his bodyguards are all professional agents sent by the Secret Service. Although he also knew that Helen and the man would not be in any danger, but the process to be followed still had to be followed. After a while, Helen and the man were taken by the butler into the second-floor meeting room. McGee greeted him with a smile. "Welcome to Miss Hamilton, Mr. Xiao. It is a pleasure to meet you. We are also very happy to meet you, Mr. First King." "Ha, don't call me that, just call me McGee." McGee Pompeo did not act as aggressively as he used to be in front of TV cameras. At this time, He looked more like a kind businessman than the extreme anti-China in front of the TV camera. Xiao Feng also smiled slightly and shook hands with McGee. What to drink? Tea, coffee, or some whiskey? McGee's performance is more like an enthusiastic host, an old friend who has not seen him for many years. I have to say, worthy of being an old fried dough stick, this guy knows how to socialize very well. At the very least, it didn't make people feel very disgusted as soon as they came up. 2 cups of coffee are ready. Helen looked at Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng said directly. McGee gave Xiao Feng a thoughtful look, then waved, and the butler went out and came in after a while. 3 cups of coffee were brought to the 3 of them, which surprised Xiao Feng. These 3 cups of coffee turned out to be instant coffee sold in their Juice King coffee shop. He was looking up at McGee Pompeo, when the smile on this guy's face was full of meaning. Okay, let's not go around in circles. I really didn't expect it. You guys came to the door so quickly. It seems that Miley is still a bit too tender. As an old gang, it started when Miley called him and said that Helen was going to meet him. He knew Miley must have been held by Helen, otherwise she would definitely not call herself at this time. But McGee was not surprised at Miley's failure. If the Hamilton family were so easy to deal with, then the family would not have stood on the West Coast for more than 100 years. Actually, she is pretty good too. It's just a war between elephants and there is no mouse to come to the platform, Xiao Feng said with a faint smile. McGee was taken aback when he heard it, and then he laughed quickly. I like your words. I really didn't expect, Mr. Xiao. You have established a huge foundation in China at such a young age. I wonder if you are interested in becoming our American citizenship. In fact, as long as you join us, many of the problems you are facing now will not be problems. McGee asked with a smile. Xiao Feng chuckled. Oh, really? Do wolves really don't eat the same kind? Hee hee. McGee chuckled twice, and then stopped, entangled in this issue too much. In fact, we have long expected that you will come to the United States to do business. After all, this is the largest and most mature market in the world. It's just that what we didn't expect is that you are so generous when you come. Mr. Xiao, with such a big handwriting, naturally many people feel uncomfortable. Xiao Feng smiled faintly. Is it uncomfortable, or is it uncomfortable? McGee was taken aback again. This Xiao Feng was really different from any Chinese he had ever met before. In him, there is no hint of the subtlety and restraint of the Chinese. On the contrary, all of them are the sharp edges that American businessmen often have, and they have a stronger aura that is properly compelling. McGeegan smiled twice and stopped talking. He is a very powerful person, and after he took office, he lived a life of arrogance and arrogance. In the past, except in front of number one, he had the initiative to control the conversation. At other times, it was he who talked and others listened, and today he is facing Xiao Feng. With a few words of effort, Xiao Feng robbed him of the initiative in this dialogue. It feels like he will be led by his nose to say anything. This feeling makes McGee very uncomfortable. So at this moment he stopped, planning to adjust the rhythm. Unexpectedly, Xiao Feng didn't mean to stop. Well, McGee, let's not go in circles anymore. Let's talk. What do you want? I'll guess. Do you have a friend who is interested in our Juice King coffee chain? Well, I'm guessing, this friend of yours won't be Starbucks Suts. A few words came out of Xiao Feng's mouth, and McGee felt that his hair was branching out. This guy is interesting. Really interesting. Is he really a businessman? Okay. No wonder he was able to create such a large family business at such an age. I thought that this guy might be the second generation of a certain ancestor to accumulate virtue, but now it seems that he is really not. Really have to reevaluate him. This guy is a genius. Not only is he good at managing the company, he is definitely not a fool in politics. Generally, only a guy with a high degree of political sensitivity can be the ultimate winner in the business field. It doesn't matter whether it is in China or the United States. If you want to make your business bigger and stronger, How can you escape from politics? Even if it is the United States that is clamoring for Pluto's freedom and wants to break away from politics and talk about economy, that is a joke. Look at these so-called free speech benchmarks like Twitter, www.mentalnovel.com, Facebook and INS. Haven't all become the lackeys of American GAF, anti-Hua, hate-Hua guys, can jump around on these platforms called free and open to discredit China and splash dirty water. Countries including Russia also enjoyed the same treatment. But if Huago netizens want to refute a few words, they will delete the ban title package for you at every turn, a proficient routine. The so-called freedom is nothing more than a wiping cloth, and this Chinese can see the essence of the United States at a glance, and has not been fooled like the other rich Chinese. This is interesting. Pompeo looked at Xiao Feng's eyes full of playfulness. He even wanted to see, what else does this guy know? And Xiao Feng had guessed what Pompeo meant from the moment he picked up the cup of coffee. Is he treating himself as a fat sheep? When he and Helen came, this guy had already sharpened his sword, right? Haha. I really thought I was the fish on the chopping board. Can you chop and divide at will? Take the meat torn from your body, and go to give gifts to the capital bosses of the United States, and cheat those bosses. This kind of other people's well-being, is this guy playing pretty slippery? It's a pity that he made a wrong calculation this time. Even if your home is in Longton Tiger's Den, I dare to come here for a break. I'm still afraid of your little tricks. Today we too. Who is the sword? Who is fish? Not necessarily. The weird smile on Xiao Feng's face suddenly made Pompeo feel cold. Even the coffee in my hand is not so fragrant. Chapter 1048. Afraid of a ball? Stud it. But anyhow, he is also in a high position. McGee. Pompey quickly settled his mind. Mr. Xiao really has good eyesight. Doesn't even Mr. Sutez know? And when he said this, it was tantamount to admitting Xiao Feng's previous guess in disguise, and it was all right. And Xiao Feng looked at McGee with a smile at this time. Oh, so what does shuts mean? Or do you mean it? Is there a difference? McGee's answer caused Xiao Feng to fall into silence. It seems that his previous series of actions have attracted the attention of so many bigwigs, and he really doesn't know whether he should be happy or worried. Schutz is also a generation of legends in the history of American business, the first-hand creator of the Starbucks empire. In his early years, he was just a sales elite, and later he started to look good at this company after having a cooperation with Starbucks. At that time, Starbucks was just a company specializing in selling coffee beans. Later, he was invited to join Starbucks, but because of his philosophy to the left, he left Starbucks within a few years of working at Starbucks. Only a few years later, he relied on his own network to raise enough funds to make a comeback. Acquired Starbucks in one fell swoop, and then he took Starbucks on a legendary road. It was he who took Starbucks from a small coffee chain with only 11 branches that has not yet made it out of Seattle. It has become a super large beverage chain with more than 28,000 branches in 77 countries around the world. And he is a living legend in the beverage industry in the United States. As a US of Germanic descent, this guy's political inclination naturally does not need to be said. This means now, obviously McGee is paving the way for his own future. This is already seeing myself as a Chinese meal, and I plan to put my Juice King on a plate and give it to Schutz to cheat this guy. We must know that although Schutz's apparent assets are only 780 million, he can't squeeze into the circle of the top rich in America. But the key is that Starbucks under his control, the plate of this multinational chain, is too big. This is a large chain store with a market value of nearly $100 billion and more than 20,000 shareholders. And Schutz's political inclination and stance will undoubtedly affect many small shareholders and members. And these small shareholders and members will affect their families. If they come and go, there will be hundreds of thousands or even millions of votes. So you said McGee should fawn on him? And how can you catch the way of this big guy? It was naturally an appropriate choice to serve the Juice King's coffee shop to him. You must know that in the recent period, the Juice King's coffee shop opened almost at the speed of violent soldiers. Since the fast when the store first opened, this chain store has opened almost at the rate of several stores a day. In the United States, the country began to expand wildly, and this was only a short period of less than a month. The number of their stores in the United States has increased to more than 500, and the business is very hot. And now the new flavor of coffee has become their house's signature. Almost all Americans hope that Juice King can open a coffee shop where they are located. Everyone wants to try the amazing new coffee flavors that are spread on the internet as soon as possible. Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts and other established beverage chains have clearly felt the crisis. Recently, a series of price-cutting promotions have been held, and they are ready to fight the Juice King. If at this time the shares of Juice King can be sent to Schutz, what do you think he thinks of himself? And through Schutz, McGee can reach a lot of other bigwigs. Although there are forces behind him to support him now, he wants to be the number one in the US in the future. McGee didn't feel enough just relying on that group of people, especially since there seemed to be some changes in that group of people recently. So he had to prepare in advance. In a few days, his plan was Xiao Feng's account. The assets in Xiao Feng's name are the gifts he used to curry favor with other bigwigs. If Xiao Feng disagrees, McGee will let him know what it means to be difficult. Ha ha. Xiao Feng sneered first. This guy was still a little bit courageous, and he dared to admit it face to face. He smiled and looked at McGee. What other conditions do you have? Might as well say them all at once. Let me listen to them. McGee's blue eyeballs kept spinning, and he looked at Xiao Feng. This guy is definitely a difficult opponent, and he can't guess what this guy is thinking at this time. Is he thinking about throwing out all the chips in his hand at once? After thinking about it, I suddenly remembered that this place seems to be my home court. Afraid of a ball? Stud it. In addition, we also hope that your celebrity chef group can be listed in the United States issuing agency. I think Wells Fargo is good. They are very professional in this aspect. McGee's expression is serious. How could Americans not worry about a company like the Celebrity Chef Group? In fact, why did the Americans be so ruthless before Warwick? Many people say that Warwick's technology is unique and that it has led the US companies in many aspects. This is true, but there is another point that many people may not have noticed. That's a company that is so hungry by Warwick. He is not listed. He is not listed on a company with the highest valuation in China, superb technology, and huge potential. Good guy. Other companies are all capitalists who eat meat, and those who do business can have some soup. But your family is doing well. Those who do business are eating meat, but those who play capital can only watch them at the door. They don't even have a chance to drink soup. Even the Americans have sent teams to talk to Warwick several times and let them go public. But the negotiating team led by Morgan could not even see the head of Warwick. Do you say the Migo hate you? Don't you want to kill you? If Warwick can go public in the US like Harry, it will surely become the first stock in the US stock market every minute. But because he didn't let the Americans eat meat, and even kicked the soup bowl, the Americans hated them. And now that a celebrity chef group has emerged in China, Americans naturally can't miss such an opportunity again. McGee Pompeo has been thinking about this company for a long time. Judging from the company's current development momentum, its fast food chain alone has the prospect of not being weaker than Golden Arch and Cafe Cuisine. Coupled with their Sunshine Hospital, this technically rich branch, although they are not taking the computer network all the way, they definitely qualify as a penny stock in the stock market. McGee Pompeo's wife worked for Wells Fargo, and their family was the majority shareholder behind Wells Fargo. Therefore, the soup of the Celebrity Chef Group is naturally fat and water does not flow into the outsider's land. So Wells Fargo Bank is required to eat it. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. What else? McGee Pompeo felt a little strange to see that Xiao Feng had no fierce opposition. He paused for a while, looking at Xiao Feng. At this moment he actually drew a gesture to beckon him to continue. He thought, also, that is Vogelin. It is absolutely impossible for you to have a dominant family. Delisting will not be allowed. We have discussed, you have to give up a certain share. Oh, how much is appropriate to give up? McGee Pompo's eyes squirmed again. 60%. And then, what can I get? Hearing McGee's words like this, Xiao Feng felt that his anger was approaching its full value. But he didn't attack on the spot. The more angry he was at this time, the more he had to stay calm. He wanted to see how shameless McGee could be. However, it seems that this guy directly refreshed the lower limit of his perception of shamelessness. Ha ha. At this time, it was McGee who looked at Xiao Feng with a sneer. What can I get? Isn't it enough to retain 40% of Voglin's shares? Do you think we don't know the relationship between Lab 9 and you? If you put the products of the 9th laboratory on Voglin's shelves, how much money can you make from the United States? Don't you know yourself? McGee sneered and asked Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng had a heartbreak and immediately understood that this guy was testing himself. When he said this, he wanted to confirm his relationship with the 9th lab. In addition, he also wanted to find out who was behind the 9th lab. Until novel.com once he confirmed that the 9th lab was behind the scenes, it really was only himself. Then this guy will probably pounce like a hungry wolf again. And the reason why he didn't express the intention to embezzle the 9th laboratory this time was because he was probing. Look at the 9th laboratory behind the scenes. Will there be another more powerful force? Xiao Feng knew that he should never be used to him at this time, for such a greedy guy. The more low and patience you are, the more this guy will think bullying. In the future, it will only be over and over again and again. So you don't have to be polite with such a guy. The most effective way is to chop his claws directly when he stretches out his claws for the first time. Xiao Feng suddenly smiled and slapped his hands at this moment, but his behavior stupefied McGee. Ha ha, it really deserves to be a guy who can openly tell us that we lied, we cheated, and we stole. I think that when the US military buys body armor for soldiers in the future, the standard should be based on the thickness of your skin. What do you think of me? Is it a fish that is slaughtered? Ha ha, you want to eat meat so easily. Do you have such a good mouth? McGee Pompo's face became gloomy after a brush. Xiao Feng's words were strange. How could he not hear him with a gun and a stick? Mr. Xiao, do you disagree? Do you know what consequences you will face next? Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Of course I know, but do you know what consequences you will face next? With the same rhetorical question, McGee Pompeo was stunned. Chapter 1049. This story is a waste of not making a movie. Obviously it is the world where spring is warm, and the temperature in Washington is not low, but I don't know why. McGee felt a chill on his back, especially when he saw the young Chinese man on the opposite side smiling. He couldn't feel the slightest joy in Xiao Feng's smile. He looked at Xiao Feng coldly, and at the same time his brain turned quickly. He wasn't sure if this guy was cheating himself. Are you threatening me? Do you know that threatening the First Secretary of the United States is a felony? I can just get people to throw you into Guantanamo. Never get out. He thought these words would frighten Xiao Feng, but the smile on Xiao Feng's face remained the same. No, you dare not. If you know what I'm talking about, I advise you not to even think about it. Pompeo looked at Xiao Feng's smiling face and really wanted to rush up and punch him twice. But he still suppressed his anger abruptly. He must know what secrets Xiao Feng holds about him. He must kill all potential threats in the cradle. Do you think I will come to your house to see you without preparing for anything? Xiao Feng's next words made McGee's heart even colder for 3 times. He stared at Xiao Feng coldly. I think you are telling me about Miley and her boyfriend, right? Hee hee. Do you really think you can hurt me with her? Even if you explode her information, I can expel her in minutes, and then clear the relationship with her. To be able to climb to this position, in addition to long-sleeved dance in the political and business circles, but also the ability to observe the 6 directions and listen to the wind. Not only do you need to know all the movements of your opponents, but you also absolutely can't believe them all. After graduating from the West Point Military Academy, he always regarded the famous Chinese saying of knowing yourself, knowing the enemy's victory in 100 battles as the standard McGee Pompeo. How can you not understand the movements of your men, especially Miley, his most promising assistant, student? He stared at her every move. So Miley's little moves, he knew, and they were all within his tolerance, because he had already prepared a plan to deal with it, even if the scandal of Miley tomorrow thundered in front of him. He was also sure to pick himself clean. In the future, people who want to be the US #1 can't even handle this little thing cleanly. At this moment, he smiled and looked at Xiao Feng. I advise you not to touch this mind. But Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. I didn't even intend to take Miley's matter as an example. In fact, I just wanted to tell you that I was just planning to invest in a movie recently. McGee was trapped at the time. What do you mean by that? The two of us are obviously talking about serious matters, but why did you suddenly get involved in making a movie? Just when he didn't know why, Xiao Feng suddenly smiled and pushed the script down in front of him. Why don't you take a good look at the script of the movie? And when McGim and Richmond took over the script pushed by Xiao Feng, after reading the name of the screen on the script, his face changed with a single brush. Richard, The Tragedy of Jewel! As soon as he saw the name, he felt that his calf began to turn muscles. Because of this name, he definitely didn't want to see it all his life. And this case is also a secret. He wants to be buried in the deepest part of the earth for the rest of his life. Do you think this name is a bit familiar? Or, I will probably tell you the content of the script. At this moment, McGee on the opposite side turned blue and purple, and the finger joints holding the script became pale because of excessive force. By the way, in New York City, there was a little fat man named Richard Jewell. Although this little fat man looks mediocre, but because he received a patriotic education in the United States since he was a child, he is a very patriotic man with lofty ideals and a very high level of consciousness. After he grew up, because of his average academic performance, the first place he wanted to go was the army. Unfortunately, he was rejected by the military because he was overweight. So he taught himself various military and police skills at home, preparing to apply to be a police officer or an FBI agent to serve the country. Moreover, in order to be prepared to be a policeman and an FBI agent, he also watched a lot of investigative films at home and learned the criminal investigation skills. Unexpectedly, he failed to apply for the police for the first time. In order to make a living, he could only be a security guard. What's more, he found a suspicious package while he was participating in a large gathering. Others didn't take this package seriously, but Jewell, who has a strong hero complex, felt that this package was not simple. So he opened the package and he didn't expect to find a bomb in the package. So he called the police. The police didn't believe it at first, but it didn't take long for the police to actually receive a call from the bomb gangster. Then the police quickly followed Jewell to locate the other bombs while dealing with the culprits. Although it was late to evacuate the crowd, a large number of casualties were avoided. When the gangster detonated the bomb, only 2 people were killed. Because Jewell was the first to discover the bomb and reported to the police, he became a hero in resolving this crisis. The major media Viper reports on Jewell's deeds. But at this time, a young land inspector who had just arrived in the city didn't think so. He just arrived, but he always wanted to become famous in World War I, to be a barrister and make a lot of money. And after watching Jewell's fat appearance on TV, he always felt that this fat guy is not as simple as it seems. He feels that his opportunity is here. If he can expose the true face of this jewelry, wouldn't he be famous? So he took advantage of Jewell's and his mother's lack of knowledge of the law. So he secretly used their words. I sneaked into their home and collected evidence. And when I saw Jewell's collection of so many film CDs about criminal investigation and solving crimes, as well as his own collection of various weapons, this young prosecutor feels like a treasure. He feels that this jewelry is a gift from God. And this guy is a hypocrite, a lunatic hypocrite who made his own bombs in order to satisfy his heroic fantasies to create farce and gain eyeballs. He wants to expose him in front of everyone. to send him to court and go to jail. Then he also sent a coquettish female reporter to follow Jewel's words. Jewel, who is inexperienced, of course got the trick and said something that shouldn't be said. Then he directly asked the reporter to expose those words, and brought the media's attention to Jewel. After that, he asked the police and the FBI to strengthen the investigation of Jewel, but after a thorough investigation, neither the police nor the FBI found direct evidence of Jewel's crime. This makes the young land inspector feel embarrassed, but also feels like years of life. He feels more and more that this fat pig has ruined his good deeds. If he is not put in jail, he will become a joke in the eyes of his colleagues. So, he forged the evidence and put Jewel's fingerprints on the bomb fragments. The plot afterwards is simple. Jewel was put in jail because of this remaining fingerprint. This young land inspector succeeded. Through this battle, he became a rising star in the city's legal circle. 1 year later, he resigned from the local government and joined the most famous law firm in the city. It took only 3 years to become the youngest partner of the company. But his conscience always feels uneasy. Even a few years later, there was a guy who was caught in and said that he was the real culprit of the bombing. He actually found that guy and offered to fish him out, but the condition is to shut him up. The sky outside was exactly the same as McGee had predicted before. After a gust of wind passed at noon, the dark clouds all over the sky were blown away by the strong wind, and the sun shone into the living room, but the room did not make people feel warm. Although Xiao Feng was telling stories with a smile www.mentalnovel.com, the more he said, the lower the temperature in the room. The coffee at hand was already cold, and McGee Pompey's heart cooled down along with it. At this time, he felt that what he needed was a blanket to keep himself warm. But he couldn't speak, because the opposite Xiao Feng was still continuing. You said, did he succeed in the end? Should I leave an open ending here? Leave enough space for the audience to imagine? Or, should I just change to another ending and tell the entire story? McGee's face turned gloomy at this time, and he looked at Xiao Feng coldly and said something. Go on. Xiao Feng was very American and shrugged. Okay, then. The lawyer who has become a big case quickly succeeded. He fished out the real prisoner and told him to shut his mouth. After that, he suddenly said that he was disappointed in the legal profession, and then took the investment that the tycoon he had met when he was a lawyer back to his hometown and started an airline. Unfortunately, he is not a business material. He has lost all that investment in a few years. After that, after many twists and turns, he actually became the brother of the CIA. At this time, he felt that his future should not stop there, so he began to examine his life, and finally found that the real crime was the biggest loophole in his life. So more than 3 years ago, the guy who actually caused the bombing was actually pushed onto the track by a drunkard maniac while waiting for the subway in New York, and he was hit and killed by the subway. Do you think this guy is really bad enough? Xiao Feng said with a smile, and while speaking, he turned his attention to McGee. Chapter 1050. There is no need to have versus fake news. What do you think I should call you? Hello, Prosecutor Pompeo, Attorney Pompeo, or Director Pompeo, or First Secretary Pompeo? Xiao Feng asked McGee Pompeo with a smile, but his smile was full of mockery. After listening to the story, McGee Pompeo finally sat up slowly again. His face was pale, not like the white of normal people, but the kind of sickly white. The temperature in the room is actually not low, but his body is constantly swinging, as if it is cold. He didn't drink, but at this time his eyes were red and bloodshot with dissatisfaction, as if he hadn't awakened from a hangover. At this time, McGee Pompeo, panting heavily, looked at Xiao Feng on the opposite side. How do you know all this? Haha, this is not enough for you to worry about. McGee Pompeo stared at Xiao Feng. His pale face suddenly squeezed out a weird smile. Even if your story is well compiled, what about it? You said that the guy caught by the lawyer was the real bomb maker. Do you have any evidence? Without proof, people won't believe you. At this time, Xiao Feng looked at Magi Pompeo and smiled. It's just that his smile is more lethal than Machina's smile. Magi was visibly panicked after seeing his smile. Do you think the evidence is important? I don't know if you have heard of a historical illusion about our country in China. Back then, the northern nomads went south and defeated the Song dynasty. After the Song dynasty's royal family crossed the south to the south, they ruled with the Jin dynasty. But at this moment, there are a few generals who insisted on Bedu defeating the kingdom of Jin and regaining the lost ground. And the most famous among them is and he has also successfully defeated Jin Guo's army several times, even once led the army to approach the capital of the northern Song dynasty. But in the end, he was recruited back by the emperor with 12 gold medals, and finally died in Fengbo Pavilion. And when someone asked Master Qin who executed this order what crime he planned to charge him, do you know what that Master Qin said? Regarding this illusion, Mach Pompeo had never heard of it before. At this time, I really heard some clouds, mountains and mists. I will tell you the evidence. Why are you and me going around such a big circle? He shook his head. Xiao Feng, who was on the other side, chuckled. It's enough for nothing. After understanding this sentence, Magi Pompeo immediately shook his body like a sieve. The guy opposite really mastered the essence of political struggle. Sometimes, if you want to knock down your enemy, an unwarranted charge is enough. He could indeed send someone to kill the real criminal to seal up, and that Jewel, who was sentenced to life imprisonment a few years ago, he died in prison because of a heart attack. This thing had been done seamlessly, and indeed there was no evidence left. But for their politicians, is it important to have conclusive evidence? No, that's not important at all. Okay. The Minister of Defense at the time, holding the washing powder in a small bottle, it can be said that this is a biological and chemical weapon made by a certain country in the Middle East. Then, despite the opposition of the United Nations, the Second Gulf War was launched directly. What in the end? Digging 3 feet in the ground did not find out what they called the biological and chemical weapons. It turned the country's national banks and museums upside down. So for those of his hostile politicians, whether there is conclusive evidence is not important at all. Just pour this basin of dirty water on his head and it's okay. Anyway, no matter how he defends it, it will definitely make a group of neutral people resent him. When the time comes to vote, it is enough not to vote for him. At this time, Magi Pompeo was still constantly calculating and weighing, and he did not plan to confess his defeat immediately. His early military experience and years of career have already tempered his rock-solid mind. If Xiao Feng breaks his heart defense in this simple way, then he will not be able to achieve the position he is today. To be able to get to the position he is today, he not only needs to have the thick skin of a city wall. There is also a heart bigger than a pig's heart. After the initial panic, he quickly calmed down. He was thinking about how to crack this game. After thinking about it, I suddenly thought of the leader. In fact, who has the most experience when it comes to facing this situation? That must be the leader. But what did the chief commander do when he faced this kind of problem? A word of fake news will give birth to you 1,000 words. What if Xiao Feng bet to shoot this movie? Anyway, you don't have any real evidence, and I will refuse to admit it then. What can you do to me? If anyone else dares to talk about it, just one fake news is over. And you guys, who doesn't have a bile under their ass? When the time comes, who dares to say something about it? Don't blame Lao Tzu for being rude. Everyone tells each other short stories to see who hurts more. Magi Pompeo quickly had a decision in his heart. He couldn't just be frightened by Xiao Feng. After doing the worst mental building, he discovered that even if this incident broke out, it was like that. As long as the gold master behind him does not lose confidence in himself, then I still have a chance. So at this time, he figured this out, and suddenly his mood began to gradually improve. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Feng. then suddenly smiled again. That's the only thing? I think it's difficult for you to take down a US First Secretary just by relying on the news to catch the shadows, especially to let American people know that this movie was made by a Chinese investment. I think the American people may not let this movie be shown in the US at all. You don't need to have it in China, and we also have fake news in Milliken. In turn, it's you, Xiao Feng. You have successfully angered me. Originally, I didn't intend to talk about it, but you are forcing me. Do you think we didn't know that you were in the Karapag area and hooked up with Chinese companies? Do you think we don't know your series of actions in the Ithacan area? You know, South America is not only South America for South Americans, it is also the back garden of our Americans. Just wait for the revenge. These words of McGee caused Xiao Feng's pupils to shrink in an instant. Sure enough, the changes in the Karapag Islands can't be hidden from these Americans, and I really forgot that Americans have the unique skill of fake news. Where the construction is now in full swing, if at this time the US people were to do things in the past, it's hard to say what the next change will be. Xiao Feng will never allow the Americans to make trouble in their own land. He squinted at McGee Pompey on the opposite side. You have repeatedly emphasized the evidence, it seems you still don't give up. Originally, I didn't plan to take it out, but since you have emphasized it again and again, then look at this. Xiao Feng said with a smile, took out his mobile phone, opened a video, and handed it to McGee. McGee took the phone suspiciously, and was stunned after only one glance. The video was recorded by the bomber who was killed by him before. Hello everyone, my name is Jack Daniel. I am a New Yorker and the principal culprit in the 20 bomb case in 30. Yes, I made those bombs. That's how it happened. The problem now is, I was fished out of prison by McGee Pompeo, and now he is the director of the bureau. I am very worried that he will come to me for revenge. If one day I die in an accident, don't doubt it, McGee Pompeo must have acted on me. In addition, I want to say sorry to Jewel, who died in 30 prison 3 years ago. Man, I really didn't expect McGee Pompeo to be so shameless. Seeing this video, McGee Pompeo's heart was completely cold. If he thought that Xiao Feng had no evidence before, he could still struggle twice. But now after watching this video, he finally knows why Xiao Feng is so confident. You don't need to make a movie, as long as you put this video out, you will immediately cool down. Regardless of whether you can enter and leave the White House today, you may be kicked out tomorrow, or even put in jail. Not to mention the fact that this video was circulated on the internet, even if it was just for a few big guys in the elephant faction to know. It was terrible. You know, he is the number one in the future that many people in the pay I think. If there is a bit of rumors about this video, it reaches those people's ears, then my future candidate www.untlenovel.com will be cool. Even in order to maintain their reputation, those guys might clean up the door. He had done such things for those people before when he was working. So after seeing such a killer trick in Xiao Feng's hand, McGee Pompeo's heart was refreshing. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Feng with a sad smile. Since you have a stone hammer like this in your hand, why don't you take it out earlier? I beg you, if you encounter such a situation next time, please take out the stone hammer directly, so that I can have less pain when I go on the road. It won't be a waste of struggling. When things came to this, McGee Pompeo's last bit of energy was finally exhausted. He confessed. At this time, Xiao Feng smiled and looked at the trophy on the opposite side with delight. This guy has an upright attitude, knowing that he has completely become the fish on his chopping board now. He completely gave up resistance and assumed the posture of Ren Jun. And McGee obviously knew at this time that he would not easily destroy him, because he was in the position of the first secretary. It was more valuable to Xiao Feng. Okay, tell me, who is hitting the idea of my industries? McGee was taken aback, but he didn't expect Xiao Feng to ask this first. Well, Suts didn't actually mention to me about wanting to buy a stake in Juice King. In fact, I actively wanted to use the Juice King to cheat him. Since it has been ups and downs, we must take the lead in solving the misunderstanding. He doesn't want Xiao Feng to go to Sutes to fight, and finally find out the truth, and find out that he is doing a ghost. Wouldn't he be dead? So let's take down this mine first.